It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, wild weather. This morning, a stretch of severe storms on the move, causing chaos at airports coast to coast, while the South faces more heat warnings. Al's got your full forecast. Then summer savings. Holiday sales are starting early this year, and Vicki Wynn is here to help us find the best deals you do not want to miss. Plus, Jack is back.
Doesn't that concern you?
No, sir. It terrifies me.
From saving the world to taking over Studio 1A, the cast of Jack Ryan will join us live to talk about their fourth and final season. And ready to exhale, Angela Bassett set to receive an honorary Oscar.
We mourn the loss of our king, but do not think for a second that Wakanda has lost her ability to protect our resources.
After years of nominations,
I'll give up all that other stuff, but only if I get to keep my name.
the iconic actress now finally set to walk away with the award, and the reactions are pouring in. Today, Tuesday, June 27th, 2023.
Visiting today from Froyo, Wisconsin, Salt Lake City, Utah, South Wilson, Georgia, and West Point, Nebraska. Wishing our twin daughters a happy 18th birthday. We love you.
We're on a family road trip
From Brandon, South Dakota. In St. Paul, Minnesota. Sending love to our parents.
Watching in the San Fernando Valley.
It's my best friend's birthday. I'm turning 72 today.
We are back. It's 8:15. Today's summer savings as 4th of July parades and barbecues. They're right around the corner. But the holiday sales, well, those have already started. And here to help us find the best deals, as always, NBC's Vicki Wynn. Vicki, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
What are the big ticket items that go on sale around 4th of July?
Okay, so these are the categories you want to keep your eye on, Savannah. According to shopping expert Trey Bodge, mattresses right now, Casper has 20% off site-wide. Beauty Rest is doing $900 off certain mattresses. Appliances, Best Buy has up to 40% off deals there. When it comes to furniture, Crate & Barrel and West Elm doing up to 60% off furnishings and accessories. And then in beauty, I love this. So check with the individual brands that you like. Some are having semi-annual sales, but also SPF expires from last year.
Yes.
So you want to go to Ulta. They're actually doing a buy one, get 40% off the other on all kinds of different great SPF. And a lot of it has skincare these days. And then finally, outdoors, REI doing up to 50% off things like running shoes and hydration packs for the hiker in your life. So
Okay, cool. I didn't think they'd do outdoor this time of year because we actually need it this time of year.
Indeed.
Okay, you actually shop some of these sales. What did you find in terms of deals?
So the team says at Lowe's right now you can get a 10-inch queen hybrid memory mattress for $499. That's almost 40% off. The next item at Home Depot, if you're looking for a dishwasher, 24-inch stainless steel dishwasher by GE, that's going for $428, almost half off at 41%.
Wow.
Then we're talking about furniture. So there's a 3-seater sofa going for just $299 at Ashley Furniture. That's a deal that people like. And then finally, we have REI with this Discovery Base Camp bundle. It's a 4-person tent, but what I've learned from my friends who actually go camping, when they say 4 people, they actually mean 2 people, unless you want to sleep like sardines.
Yes.
This one comes with 2 sleeping bags, 2 sleeping mats, and then it's only $161.
Okay, cool. I don't know how you memorize all that stuff.
No idea. All right, so July 4th sales are one thing, but if you want to wait a little bit, there's a whole nother day that's coming up on July the 11th, Prime Day.
That's right.
So what should you wait for?
You want to wait on small electronics, Hoda, because Amazon has confirmed Prime Days will be July 11th and 12th. Kohl's is also doing its cyber deals of the 11th and 12th. Best Buy said, you know what? We see you. We're going to raise you one day. We're starting our sales July 10th for Black Friday in July. And Target's like, you know what? We're going to do a whole week of deals, our Circle Week. So that starts July 9th and goes through the 14th.
So it's better to wait if you want these categories.
Small home decor, for example, little accessories around your house. Summer apparel, I always tell you, shop at the end of the season.
Yeah.
Even July 4th, there will be some sales, but they're saying mid-July around Prime Day, that's the best time to get those bathing suits.
All right, so a lot of times when we see these sales, all we're doing is hitting buy, but you got to pause a second before you go crazy buying everything.
Always. Just like making a budget, make a list of the things that you actually are in the market for so that you don't get carried away and buy things you don't need. Never too early to shop for Christmas, as Al Roker knows.
Of course.
So this is a good time to think of those people on your list. And then you can sign up for emails. You'll always get the sale alert But please make a separate email that you use simply for retail. That helps you keep the spam down. And then finally, these days, you can always use an extension like Honey, or you can go on Google Shopping and get a sense actually of if you're buying at the best time. They'll tell you the kind of price history of that item, so you'll feel better purchasing it at the low rather than the high.
And also on regular days, they were saying something like leave something in your Amazon cart for a few days, not a sale item, but something else, and see if you really want it. Because often
I love that tip.
you like, I want it, and then you're like, well, let me wait 2 days. Do I still want it, or wait a week?
Did you forget all about it? Yeah,
I just got an acrylic picture I don't want or need, but it looked shiny and happy, so I got it. Yeah.
If you waited, you might not have bought it.
Our series Graduation Nation. Look at this.
Capping off.
Some very special guests on the plaza this morning. These are members of the class of 2023 from A. Philip Randolph Campus High School right here in New York.
Oh my gosh, y'all.
Their moments.
You guys look so good in your caps and gowns. We're so happy to see you. In the class with us as well is the class valedictorian, Mariana Jimenez Cerron, and the principal, David Fanning. Happy graduation, guys. Congratulations. Come on over. Well, congratulations. How are you feeling on this day?
Very excited. Finally, we're able to congratulate everyone that worked so hard for these 4 years to get to this point.
Oh, they really did. In principle, I mean, obviously these are kids that had to go through the pandemic and be at home. I think so hard for high schoolers in particular. What do you want to say about this class?
Well, I want to say that I'm incredibly proud of the class of 2023.
Yes!
We're going to some great colleges. They all worked extremely hard, both in the classroom, but we also have a lot of student athletes here who are very successful on the field. We have our football champions here, so A. Philip Randolph, class of 23 city football champ.
And where are you going to school next year?
I will be going to Johns Hopkins University.
Yay!
Wow.
I saw that.
I am doing a double major in molecular and cellular biology and medicine, science, and the humanities.
Very cool.
Wow. Well, you guys, we want everyone to get a good look at the grads behind, because this your moms and your dads are looking for you. You're on TV. Y'all, congratulations to this beautiful
and give your folks a round of applause
class.
who helped you get through this.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Have a wonderful day.
All right, and today's the day you're getting your diplomas?
Absolutely.
All right, y'all are the future. We need you. All right, go get them. Congratulations.
I'm a class of 94.
Of 94?
Xavier.
From Xavier. All right, sons of Xavier.
There you go.
All right.
Cool.
Guys, just ahead of this half hour, what drama and action can we all expect on the final season of Jack Ryan? Well, we're about to get a sneak peek from the stars of the hit show. There they are.
So
Love that.
So
Plus, we're going to
So
meet a baseball fan on a mission to share the sport he's passionate about with the next generation. Jacob will share his touching story and the remarkable surprise for deserving kids that he got to join.
Also, Alanda Besser is here in the kitchen with some bright and light recipes for summer produce that will fill you with a lot of energy all throughout the day, Uncle Al.
We like that. And on the third hour, we've got It's Money Made Easy. From the grocery store, gas station, vacations, we found some of the best ways for us to all save this summer.
The cast of Tom Clancy's Jack Ryan is here. Since premiering in 2018, John Krasinski has been taking out bad guys as the CIA analyst turned agent with help from his pals James Greer and Mike November, played by Wendell Pierce and Michael Kelly. And this Friday, the hit series returns for its 4th and final season. The guys teaming up this time to stop threats, both foreign and domestic. Take a look.
I wouldn't use the front door.
Not bad.
Hey, buddy. What?
Say welcome. I figured we could use the help.
Anywhere from Chavez?
I've searched his hotel, his car, airport, nothing.
It's all right. We'll find him.
Oh, yeah? I've known guys like this my whole career. If he doesn't want to be found, you'll never find him.
John Michael Wendell, welcome.
Thank you.
I haven't seen y'all in a long time. Where have you been?
It's been a long time, yeah. You've been avoiding the show purposefully.
It's something I do.
Okay, this is the final season.
It is.
I can't believe it. How was the last, like on the final shoot, the final day, were there tears, hugs, man hugs?
It does not take much for me to cry. So I was already crying, I think, before we wrapped. But when we wrapped, it was very, very emotional. Not just because it was over, but the entire cast and crew came out, and you see this family that you created over 4 seasons, and it was very, very moving.
So I was asking you if people will be satisfied with the ending, Michael, but you guys shot this a long time ago. You did seasons 3 and 4 back to back. So my question to you is, do you know how it ends? Do you remember?
I don't remember at all. No, I think one of the most beautiful things about this season is it's full circle. Home is sort of the underlying thematic in it, and it's beautiful in that that we come home.
Yeah, I told you guys I watched the pilot last night. I wanted to go.
You're a super fan.
I'm a super fan.
Super fan.
And
all the way back to the top.
Also research. I did my research, but Wendell, it was fun to see the genesis of that relationship. Here you have Jack Ryan, which is an iconic character.
Right.
There had been a movie, people love it. It's not necessarily, assumed that this is going to be a big hit. How did you know this is going to work?
John Krasinski.
Yeah.
No, but it's you get to go back to the origins of how these characters develop, and in a long form, in a series like this, you don't. Other movies don't have an opportunity like we did, and so we get able to dive deep and get to see how they came together, how he turns from that analyst to that great operative out in the field, and that's the thing that makes it entertaining and at the same time very exciting.
And by the way, the first day working with him, that's when I knew it would work. As soon as I got to work with this guy, I was like, oh my God, it might work.
Well, you see it right away. The chemistry is there right away.
Yeah.
But what's fun? I was trying to remember, John, because it's like, of course, there'll always be Jim. It's from The Office for me and
greatest honor ever.
Millions of us. But when you did Jack Ryan, had you done an action character before that? Was it? I was just thinking about it this morning.
You seem shocked.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Were you I think I can be an action star?
No,
because I remembered you as the pencil pushing Jim.
No, I had done a movie called 13 Hours.
Okay.
And, it was at Paramount, who was then they were making the show Jack Ryan, and once they saw 13 Hours, they were like, hey, maybe he could do Jack Ryan. And they were right.
You guys have traveled all over the world together, which is a bonding experience.
It sure is.
My question to you is, okay, who is the most adventurous eater on these trips that you guys take?
Oh, it's me. It's me. Wherever we went, I went on some adventure.
You did.
Where there was camping in the Sahara, having a midnight seafood feasts right out of the ocean in Essaouira, Morocco, or the Budapest Jazz Club.
Yeah.
Rapping on the streets of Cartagena. I enjoyed the travel log.
You have to. Okay, who's the friendliest out on the road?
Probably Michael Kelly.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But everyone
that
loves
doesn't
Michael
track.
Kelly.
I know they do love Michael Kelly.
Everywhere you go in the world, they go, hey, to me, can you take a picture? I go, yeah, sure. And they go, no, of him. And they do this.
You're like, want a bonus?
Oh, I'm like, no problem. Here we go. Yep, oh, got it. Smile. Okay.
I only say it doesn't track, Michael, because your character's like a homicidal lunatic.
No, everybody screams out, hey, Jim, to me, and then they scream out to him, don't kill me.
Exactly. Okay, my last one is, who is most likely to violate a cultural norm or be arrested overseas?
That's it too,
Probably me.
Yep.
Well, it's really fun. It's hard to say goodbye to Jack Ryan, but thank you so much for being here.
Oh my God, it's so good to be
back. People were left. I know. We'll come back anytime.
Thank you.
Don't be a stranger. The first 2 episodes. Actually, why don't you read?
I'm going to do this? Oh,
Okay, can you get a tight shot of John?
Oh, where am I going?
Which one? Okay, well,
Already I'm messing it up. Already I'm messing it up. I'm like,
well, look,
guys.
oh, there we go.
There it is.
Okay,
There you go.
there you go.
All right,
Okay.
good. The first 2 episodes of Jack Ryan are out this Friday on Prime Video. And a pair of new episodes will drop each Friday after that, leading up to the grand finale on July 14th.
Boom! Woo! Coming up next.
Up next, take kids out to the ball game. Jacob introduces us to the movement, bringing a new generation of fans to the field. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Let's go.
Oh, mic drop.
How we doing? Come on.
We're back with an inspiring story all about one man on a mission to share his love of baseball with the next generation.
Jacob Soboroff met up with him in Minneapolis with a few surprises up his sleeves. Hey, Jacob.
What's up, you guys? I love this dude. Guys, the goal is simple. 30 ballparks, 30 games, 3,000 new fans. Seems easy, right? Stephen Shear is the man. He's spending the summer visiting every baseball stadium in the country. And here's the catch. He is paying for nearly 100 kids to attend every single game, too. We wanted to help to make sure that game number 12 was a home run.
I've always loved coming to a stadium. When I walk in, I see the green grass, the smells, the sights, the sounds.
There's nothing like it.
There's nothing better.
Baseball isn't just a sport for Stephen Shear. It's his lifelong passion. He fell in love with the game when he was 6, watching baseball games on TV with his dad, and he's never backed away from the plate. He volunteered as a Little League coach for over 20 years.
What's been the best part of being a coach for you?
When you get a young person that, maybe wasn't a natural athlete, but by the end of the season, they've just gotten more confident in themselves, and they make a big catch at the end, and, they're like the hero of the day. Go Rays!
When Stephen retired from his full-time job this year, he decided to celebrate by crossing off an item on his bucket list. Visit all 30 ballparks across the country in just one season. But he wanted to share his passion with kids who might not have a chance to otherwise attend a game. The Tampa native pledged $1,000 towards each stadium stop, and working with Major League Baseball and local nonprofits, he's been able to bring along nearly 100 kids to every game.
We were in Denver, and it was a really amazing organization that helped homeless young people. One young man comes and pulls me aside, and he's got like tears in his eyes, and he said, "This is one of the greatest days of my life. I never thought I'd get to go to a professional sports game." This young man, who had probably gone through so much hardship in his life, was enjoying this baseball game, which some of us take for granted, and this was one of the best days of his entire life.
So when we heard about Stephen's story, we wanted to help him create more memories just like that.
Everybody ready for a ball game?
Yeah!
Working with the Minnesota Twins, we set up an unforgettable day for members of the Boys and Girls Club of the Twin Cities.
The game starts at 12 o'clock. Are you guys wondering what you're doing here so early?
Yeah!
Anybody like surprises?
Yeah!
right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Our first stop, straight to the field.
And I'm really excited. What I'm most excited about baseball is catching. Watching people play so I can learn more better.
The kids got to meet Twins utility player Kyle Farmer, who threw 10-year-old Dante Davidson an autographed ball.
I think that it's really nice that I got a ball and it's my first time.
That smile says it all, and we had many more surprises for these young baseball fans.
High fives. Give me some high fives.
Including a stop inside the press box where aspiring broadcaster 13-year-old Leasia Smith got to show off her talents.
One day I'm going to be in here.
One day I'm going to be in here. Well, you're already here. Here's a microphone.
Let's go, Twins!
I love that. So you think you're going to be back here and this will be the place where you work?
Yeah.
While we wait for her big break down at the field, it was time for the first pitch. 13-year-old Romeo Riley had the honors.
How's that arm? Strong? Did you warm it up a little bit? Give it a little shake out. You feeling ready?
With his arm ready to go, Romeo and Steven headed to the mound. Just a bit outside. But that pitch set the matchup against the Boston Red Sox, a swift and decisive victory. Twins won it 6-0. But perhaps the greatest victory, dozens of kids with full tummies and 9 innings of baseball consumed. And their own shot at glory.
Swing for the fences. 1, 2, 3, go! Let's go! All right, Romeo, I see you. You got it, you got it, you got it. Woo!
I love those kids. We had so much fun.
That was Steven's 12th game. He completed game 13 over the weekend. He'll be in St. Louis tonight, almost halfway there. You got to say hi if you see him. After he's finished, he says the real retirement is going to begin when finally he can kick his feet up and relax. But what a dude.
What a great guy.
Paying it forward.
Great story. I loved it. I love the girl in the booth. I like the kid at the plate.
She's going to be there. I don't doubt it.
Without question. And I love that I can tell that you have children very easily by that face.
We had so much fun.
And a big shout out to Kyle Farmer for coming out, too.
Kyle Farmer's the man. It was so nice of him.
Don't forget to catch MLB Sunday leadoff exclusively on Peacock. This week's matchup, by the way, the Twins and Orioles.
Good stuff, Jacob. Thank you for that. Coming up next, a tasty lesson on what's a grain bowl?
It's a bowl with grains in it. You've never heard of a grain bowl?
Never even heard of it. Apparently, it's packed with summer produce and flavor. Oh, that's why. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Those are green things, Carson.
And welcome back. This morning on Today Table, we are whipping up a bright summer bowl that you can make in just 30 minutes. Joining us, of course, Chef Elena Besser, host of the new Today All Day series, head of the table. And to create this vibrant dish at home, you can just scan the QR code to purchase all the ingredients right there on the screen eventually. It's easy. Elena, great to see you as always.
Great to see you.
Our tasters are down there.
Hey, tasters.
Chef, how is your summer going? What's new?
Oh, it's going so well. Can't complain. I've been traveling all over for this new series, which
Yep.
is really exciting.
Head of the table. How's
Head
it
of
going?
the table. It's going well. I was just in Maine with a lobster fisherman.
Oh, not too
which
shabby.
was really cool.
And you brought us grains. Lovely.
And I brought you guys grains.
All right.
So get excited. We're having chicken
What are we
today
making?
and grains.
What are grains? Let's just start with that. What are some...
Well, this is quinoa. There are tons of different great grains, but quinoa is loaded with tons of minerals and nutrients, and we can make it taste really good. I promise you. So here's how to do it. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to add a little oil to a pan. I like to rinse my quinoa really well because that's going to get any of those excess starches out of it, so you can get a nice fluffy quinoa. You're going to want to toast this, which will add a little extra nuttiness to the quinoa, bringing out all of those flavors that it has. And then to add even more flavor to it, we aren't just going to add water here. We are going to add in stock. You could use
Chicken,
veggie stock,
beef.
chicken, beef, whatever your preference is.
Beautiful.
Since we have some chicken coming into play
That'll
later.
give some flavor to it, no?
Exactly. We'll give it some flavor. You're going to bring it up to a boil, and then you're going to pop the lid on, cook it for 15 minutes,
Easy.
turn the lid off,
Right.
let it sit for 5.
Is this like a grit? Is it in the grits family or like
It's
oatmeal?
not in
or-
the grits family, but no, it's not. It's
Okay.
not, but I
You've never
appreciate
had
your
quinoa?
input.
It looks like it though. The making of it is very similar.
So,
all right, so we have our
once it's
quinoa
all
ready
done,
to roll.
we have it. We fluffed it on up. It does look really similar. I do want to be honest there. And then we've got some fresh herbs. You can use any delicious
cilantro
soft
would be my
herbs.
favorite.
Yeah, cilantro, parsley, basil, tarragon, chives. The world is your oyster. That's going to give it.
And is this
some
kind
nice
of the base
green.
of the bowl? Is
It
this,
is,
is
'cause
this better than rice? Is this better for you than rice?
I'd say it's about as good as brown rice,
Okay.
but
But this has protein.
it does. It also has
Okay.
protein.
Good. How is it, Uncle? How do you like your
It's
grains?
so good.
You eat a good
Oh,
bowl
great.
every now
I
and
like
again?
a good bowl.
Love a grain bowl.
And you've got some
We've got
scallions,
some
or-
scallions, so we're just going to slice these on a bias. And that just means it's a fancy word for a diagonal. So we're
Okay.
slicing it. We've got the greens on the side.
Nice knife skills.
And then you can take the white parts and you'll slice those, and those scallion whites will end up going into our dressing, which we're making in a mason jar because I want it to be easy. You know, we should just shake it on up. So we've got some olive oil here. You're going to add some more of those scallion whites. And then here comes all these flavor
This is the dressing. The
boosters.
scallion whites, the
Dressing.
oil.
Scallion whites,
The
oil.
garlic.
We've got garlic. We've got a little bit of white miso paste, which is basically fermented soybean paste. It adds a
sounds
really
delicious.
nice richness, subtle sweetness. I'm a huge fan. If you can't find miso paste, you can swap it out for Dijon, which is another.
Is this like a
tasty
vinaigrette,
treat.
or what are you making?
It's a little vinaigrette.
Okay, beautiful.
Exactly. And then some white wine vinegar.
Yeah.
You could use apple cider. You could use rice vinegar, whatever you want. Add in a little salt. Hit it with some pepper. And then shake it on up, and you got your dressing.
This dressing is delicious. So
And you can make this ahead of time, right?
You can make it ahead of time, store it in your fridge. You could have it in
I mean,
your
it also
fridge
seems like you
for
could add
several
anything
weeks.
to this. I mean, you have some cucumbers and avocado
You
and some
can.
things, but you could really make this into anything.
You can. So what I like to do is I like to just rock my cucumber
one.
back and forth and
Yeah.
create this really nice, like these large oblong chunks.
Yep.
I think that they give nice crunch, and if you're someone that doesn't love cucumber as much, it won't like make the whole thing taste like cucumber.
Okay.
And then with these snap peas, I like taking the top and just pulling that off, giving it a nice rough slice, and then we're putting it all together, okay? So here we go. We got, I love alliteration, so that's why this is a green grain bowl. You could do it up like that. That was beautifully done.
That's one way to go.
Thank you.
That's one way to go.
Lana, this is delicious. Guys, you approve?
try
Everybody good?
it.
A little
I
chicken,
got it.
light,
Fantastic.
guilt-free,
Yes.
grains bowl. Lots of grains to choose from. Lana, as always, thank you. The ingredients
Thank you, guys.
can get by scanning that QR code. Head to today.com/Today Table. And we should mention we earn a small commission from purchases through our links. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks, Lana.
Thank
We're
you,
back after a quick check here, local news and weather.
Well done.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. What's shaking, eggs, and bacon?
Hold on, I'm just gonna say it.
What?
Badass.
Oh, thank you. So do you think you'll act forever?
Boom.
We're going to have lots of fun this morning.
This morning on the third hour of Today, hot mess. Scorching temperatures, summer storms wreaking havoc from Texas to New York and on travel nationwide. We're live with the forecast and the fallout. Plus, the next big thing?
We knew we were on the verge of a breakthrough.
The impressive results from the newest weight loss drug being tested and when it could be available. Then later in Start Today, Allie Love steps into the studio with a trailblazing dancer.
Peel away, draw down.
And finds out how she's making history on and off the stage. At Hot Summer Hair, celebrity hairstylist Chris Appleton sharing the new looks that'll help keep you cool. All that today, Tuesday, June 27th, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third hour of Today. I'm Dylan here with Al and Chanel. Craig, we'll get to Craig.
We'll explain.
We're still riding high. Yesterday was a big day.
It was.
Any of you listen to Today's Show Radio on Sirius XM, you know that the three of us host the most amazing show that's called
Pretty amazing.
Off the Rails. There also happens to be two other shows called Today's Show Radio, Today's Show Confidential, and the Happy Hour.
Right.
Well, we faced off in this massive Today's Show game show competition.
That's right, hosted by Jacob Sofaroff.
Yes. I'd say we did pretty well.
I think
slow
we did.
Start, real slow.
There's the producers from left to right on your screen. Producers of Hoda and Jenna.
The fourth hour.
The fourth hour, our show. And then Tom Mazzarelli, Pete Breen, who produce overall the show, the Today Show. And we won. It was Today's Show trivia.
We say we, but the reality is
Pete not very happy.
Because
Pete was very
this was his
upset.
idea. This was his brainchild.
That's right.
And they
There's
lost.
Gavin, Tatiana.
But the reality is, after it was over,
Talia. I don't know why I said Tatiana.
After because you ate at Tatiana last night.
That's what it was. Yeah.
But after the show was over, Matt said to us, or he said to all of us, "Al, is your back hurt?" Because you essentially did everything.
Well,
I
his back was
got
sore.
one answer right.
Did you get
got
one?
right? Maybe.
There she goes.
I got it.
Okay. Anyway, moving on.
Never mind. You can watch Today's Show, the game show, this weekend on your Sirius XM app or listen to it on Today's Show Radio, channel 108.
That's right. Well, as we mentioned at the top right here, Craig is not here because he got caught up in the travel mess all around the country because of all this bad weather we've been having. Monday, nearly 11,000 flights canceled or delayed across the U.S. because of severe weather, and we've still got a ripple effect at airports as we head into the busy travel weekend. Of course, you know, Tom Costello is live at National Airport, as we like to call it, Costello National Airport. Tom, things seems like they've started to ease a little bit behind you.
Yes, here at Reagan Airport, you know how this is. We have morning banks, right, when everything goes out and then everything comes in. So right now we're between banks. Not as bad as it was earlier this morning. By the way, it's not just, of course, Craig. My friend Gabe Gutierrez, one of our correspondents, is stuck in San Antonio. Maggie Vespa has been stuck, unable to get out of New York. I'm supposed to go to Boston today. There's like one flight. Everything else is sold out. It's really, really kind of a crazy time, largely because of the 4th of July weekend. Here's where we stand right now on cancellations and delays nationwide. Some of it's the ripple effect from yesterday, trying to catch up. Right now, we've got a total of 819 flight cancellations nationwide, 1,143 delays. Keep in mind, they're trying to catch up from yesterday. We had 2,200 cancellations yesterday. So all of this, as we go into a very busy 4th of July weekend, means weather is always the variable, and you've really got to be prepared for the possibility that your flight could be disrupted, guys.
Hey, Tom, is this all weather related? I mean, we do have, of course, that big holiday weekend with the 4th of July coming up this weekend. I mean, can they handle the extra passengers who have already been delayed?
Well, the airlines, of course, are at full staff right now, but the bigger problem is, in fact, the FAA air traffic control staffing issues. This is not an overnight problem. This has been happening for years. They don't have enough controllers, and as a result, they've had to slow down and reduce flights, especially into the Northeast and the New York City area. In fact, this stat is amazing. 77% of air traffic control facilities right now are not at optimal staffing levels. A quarter of all controllers right now are trainees, a quarter. And so they're trying to staff up and train people, but training to become an air traffic controller is not an overnight thing. It's a months-long process in Oklahoma City. They had to shut down air traffic control training during the pandemic, and they're still trying to catch up. And so as a result, by the way, the United Airlines CEO really going after the FAA last night blaming the FAA staffing issues for a lot of United's problems over the weekend with delays and cancellations. So no, this is not going to be fixed overnight. The weather may improve. Air traffic control staffing is going to take a while.
Well, Tom, the good thing for you is you can always jump on that Acela to Boston from Washington.
That's right. Maybe I'll get a boat that heads that way, too.
There you go.
That would be lovely.
Tom, thanks so much. We appreciate it. Well, of course, as Tom said, not just strong storms that we're watching. We got tens of millions of folks dealing with dangerous heat. We're talking about 49 million people from Tucson to Tallahassee under heat watches, advisories, and warnings. And that heat is brutal in Texas. You look at and on into the Gulf Coast, the heat indexes, how it feels. Triple digits in New Orleans, Corpus Christi, Laredo, Del Rio, Dallas, Shreveport. And this is not going anywhere. This heat dome is right on top of that Texas area. And so going into late next week, we're talking triple digits in Atlanta, Tallahassee, Dallas, Houston, on into Memphis and St. Louis, and really right on into next week for parts of Texas. So no relief in sight, guys.
My goodness. All right. Well, turning now to some health news today. Weight loss drugs, as you know, are exploding in popularity. Well, this morning, we are getting a look at what could be the next big thing. It's an experimental drug. It's not available yet, but it's already being tested, and the early results are in. So let's bring in NBC's Stephanie Goss. She's been following that story for us. Everybody's paying attention, Steph.
Yeah, they certainly are. This is a ways off, but it's certainly, they have some interesting numbers here. We're in the middle of a revolution in weight loss medication. There are a number of popular drugs on the market, but pharmaceutical company Eli Lilly says what's coming next could be groundbreaking. I had a chance to visit the company headquarters in Indianapolis to hear more.
Eli Lilly's new drug is called retatrutide.
When we saw how they worked in our preclinical studies and then when we saw how it worked in patients for the first time, we knew we were on the verge of a breakthrough.
Unlike FDA-approved drugs Ozempic for diabetes and Wegovy for weight loss, which harness one hormone to control eating, according to Eli Lilly, retatrutide harnesses three.
We think that a medicine like this could someday offer the same levels of weight loss that you can see with bariatric surgery.
In retatrutide's second clinical trial, patients with obesity lost up to 17.5% of their body weight, more than 40 pounds, in 24 weeks, nearly 60 pounds in 48 weeks. Jacynthia Jesse weighed close to 300 pounds before taking part in the trial.
It has been a roller coaster ride for many of my adult years.
While some participants were given a placebo, she believes she got the real injection, dropping 60 pounds.
Having to put on clothes and realize that this is not my size anymore. Like, I literally have to go to the Goodwill, give these away. That was just life-changing to me.
Testing is in its early stages. A submission for FDA approval is years away. But Eli Lilly is hopeful it will get FDA approval for a different drug this year, the weight loss version of its approved diabetes medicine, Mounjaro.
There are analysts who say it'll be the most lucrative drug ever made. Hyperbole?
Probably, yes. I think at Lilly, we try not to focus too much on which drugs are going to be really big sellers. What we try and focus on is, are we making medicines that treat a deep unmet medical need?
Eli Lilly is not alone in its push to research new drugs. Other pharmaceutical companies are doing the same, while obesity doctors say the medications that are on the market have already changed lives.
It has been transformative, to say the least. I think it's given so many people hope that felt sort of helpless in this fight against the disease of obesity.
The next step will be getting the medication in pill form, which Eli Lilly is working on. Easier to make and easier for people to access.
We hope that obesity will be something that we can reverse for the majority of patients. And in doing so, it's not just about how they look or how they feel. It's for patients, it's really, we believe, a change in their overall health.
So the pill Eli Lilly is working on is for diabetes, and it's moving to stage 3 trials. That's the last step before submitting for approval. But the weight loss version of that pill is ways off, guys.
So who exactly is this being developed for? Is it for obese patients? Is it for someone who's just trying to lose a couple of pounds?
Yeah, this is for people who are struggling with obesity. This is not for someone who's looking to get into the summer swimsuit and look good in it. And that's what all of these trials are. There's only one weight loss loss drug that is available that has been FDA approved. It's called Wegovy. It's a different pharmaceutical company. Eli Lilly is hoping that these drugs will eventually get approved. All of their trials are with people who have obesity.
You know, Steph, it seems interesting. Yeah. We started talking about Ozempic and Wegovy toward the end of last year, and now it seems like all of a sudden there's rapid development in weight loss.
Yeah, and it has people amazed, including the obesity doctors. I've done a number of these stories, talked to a number of them, and their jaws drop at how fast this is being developed and how effective it is. And because Ozempic has been on the market for diabetes for so long, it shows that, you know, long-term side effects are minimal, if any. And so that's why everyone is very hopeful that this could really help people who have struggled with obesity for their entire lives.
Wow. The only people probably not happy about this are bariatric surgeons.
That's very true. They could potentially, those early days, maybe make that surgery obsolete, but we're a ways off.
Wow. Interesting. Steph, thanks so much. I know you'll keep track of this for us. All right, we're back now with our series, Money Made Easy, part of our collaboration with CNBC Select. Summer fun isn't cheap, but there are some steps we can take to make, and we can save that money. Here to share some of those strategies, CNBC Select contributor Brittany Jones-Cooper. Welcome back, Brittany.
Nice to be back, Al.
Okay, so some facts here. We start at the grocery store.
Yes.
Bureau of Labor Statistics said food prices went up 6.7% between May of 2022 and this past May of 2023. So starting off, how do we make our money go further? And it says let's not go willy-nilly to the store.
You got to have a plan, Al. You got to make a list, because we're all guilty of getting in that grocery store and just throwing things in the cart.
Impulse buys.
Exactly. It's also important to know the layout of the store, because a lot of stores will put the best sales in the back. So next time you go to the store, start in the back, assess the situation before you spend your money in other places. You should also know that a lot of stores will put the most expensive items on the shelf at your eye level. So oftentimes you can save money just by looking down.
Okay, and what about coupons?
Yeah, people sleep on coupons. I don't know. I guess people think they're old-fashioned. But I mean, if you follow a brand like P&G, you go on their website, there are massive savings. There's also amazing apps. There's one called Shopium, and that one, it's kind of like a rebate. You send in your receipt, and they give you money back. Ibotta is great. People have been using that for years to get discounts at the grocery store and other places. So it's not like you have to clip coupons anymore. There's definitely an app for that.
And basically, you're talking about the price is right. Look at the price of goods.
Yes, if you follow the price of goods, you start to understand how you're spending your money. For instance, we know that last month, or in May actually, the price of meat, poultry, and fish went down. We know right now that the price of tomatoes, citrus, and eggs have gone down. So when you go into the grocery store with that knowledge, you feel a little more empowered, right? I think so.
All right.
Yeah. All right, travel holiday, or the holidays coming up. People will be traveling. Yeah. Let's talk about gas prices. How to save money on gas.
Well, first of all, gas prices are definitely better than they were last summer, but we still want to save.
Okay.
And I think one of the best ways to do that is to look for a credit card that's going to give you cash back on your groceries and your gas. Because think about it, you got to buy those things anyway. You might as well get the rewards.
Sure.
So if you're looking for a card, look for one that's going to give you like 3% cash back, or 3 times your points. That's going to give you the most bang for your buck. And as always, make sure you pay that credit card down every month so you're not accruing your interest.
I started doing that because Dylan did. Remember? You were like, what are you doing?
It's a game changer.
All right,
Said it just like that.
Yeah, exactly. It was more like, what are you doing? Okay, you have apps to compare prices.
Then also finding cheap gas is how to save money. And so some ways to find it, there's an app called Gas Buddy that's going to show you the gas station and the prices around you. There's also one, you go to AAA.com, put in your zip code, and they'll tell you the prices. Also, don't forget about those grocery store gas stations. You know, they usually have those fuel saver programs, so you can save on groceries and on your gas.
Like a BJ's and Costco.
Yeah, you talked about the cashback credit card. Use regular gas.
Okay, so
on the car that needs premium.
These are
They don't need premium.
No,
that's the thing.
You think it's a myth?
Look,
I've had this debate with so many people. Your turn.
If you look,
I don't know.
You got to go by what your manufacturer suggests,
Yes.
right? If the manufacturer of your car says premium gas, sure, but most cars are going to be okay with regular gas.
Yeah.
And for me, I'm not trying to be bougie with my gas. If I can save some money, that's how I'm going to save it.
And your car's like, no, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
It's also a good idea to keep your tires inflated because that helps with fuel efficiency.
Yeah.
And also a fun fact, this isn't every gas station, but some gas stations will give you a discount if you pay in cash.
For cash. No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Especially
so next time you're there, just go in and ask.
All right,
I switched to regular gas.
Yeah, high
no
five.
problem whatsoever.
Save that money, Dylan.
It's not putt-putting. Okay, online shopping, it's so easy to just spend, click, click, click. How can we save money there?
Well, the first thing I say, join those rewards programs. I know that when you log on, they're usually offering you like a 20% discount. Take it, and they keep sending you deals and discounts. I know a lot of people don't like getting those emails constantly, so I say start a separate email account where you sign up for these reward programs.
True.
So you know where to look for your discounts, but your inbox stays kind of clear.
You do get, if you sign up for the text messages and stuff, you do get a lot of coupons.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think also Amazon really quick, right? No? Yeah. Sorry, are we moving? You're moving, so I was moving.
I was just going to go on to the next.
Oh, okay, cool.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
She does that from time to time. She just moves.
Because when you take your family out to, I'm thinking like baseball games and just events where you have to pay for a whole family.
Yeah.
How can you save money at those events?
The first thing you want to do is look for free admissions. A lot of places like aquariums, museums, they're going to have free hours, free days, free events for families, right? I also am a big fan of national parks, and I want to tell everybody that on August 4th, national parks will be free. So if you've been meaning to go there with your family, make sure you check that out for sure. Also, did you know that you can get a tax break if your kids go to summer camp?
What?
I did not.
So there is something called...
Oh, you missed out on that.
Exactly.
Too late.
There is something called the Child Independent Tax Credit, and what they'll do, they'll cover your expenses, 35% of your expenses, up to $3,000 for one child, and up to $6,000 for two children. So if you have a child in summer camp, or you're thinking about sending your child to summer camp, keep that receipt and look into it.
Oh, is that retroactive?
And also, if you're over 65, you get a lot lot of discounts.
This is true.
AARP gas.
On those?
They're
already sending me AARP
that's
flyers.
Right.
So.
That's 50. That's 50 and older. So
yes.
you can save some cash there. Brittany Cooper Jones. Thank you so much. Jones Cooper. Brittany Cooper Jones. Jones Cooper. Brittany.
I kept seeing Jones in the prompt. I'm like,
Jones. Chanel Jones. And for more information on the financial tips that Brittany just shared, just go to cnbc.com/select. We should note CNBC may get a commission for purchases made through links on our website.
All right, just ahead and start today, we are going to head into the studio with a trailblazing choreographer who happened to teach our newest Today contributor, Miss Allie Love. Allie took a step back in time to find out if she had the right moves. Good morning to you.
You know she did.
And then later, we are throwing it back to the 90s when celebrity hairstylist Chris Appleton is going to show us the hottest summer trends. I like that trend of his hair color, too. The third hour today will be back in just 60 seconds.
I had the same hair back in the 90s.
This morning in Start Today, a groundbreaking dancer and choreographer who happens to have a special connection to our Start Today contributor, Miss Allie Love. Allie, this was like a trip down memory lane for you.
It absolutely was. I'm so excited to introduce you to Sidra Bell. I have some fond memories of when she was my instructor and choreographer. She taught me many lessons, not just dance, but beyond that, it was the importance of perseverance and patience, which I'm still working on. Now Sidra is blazing a trail for the next generation.
I think dance should be this intersection of many ideas. It does not have to be just one way of expressing the body. It's social, it's language, it's ideas shifting in space.
Sidra Bell is a classically trained dancer, choreographer, and artist. Her craft is more than just a job. It's a fine-tuned, full-body expression of self. Believe me, I would know.
So I'm a former dancer and student of yours, and I have to be honest, there was only one language that I knew from you, and it was again. So we'd done the piece twice. It was a full 30-minute piece, and you looked at everyone, and we're like huffing and puffing, we're like drinking water, and you said again, and I was like, are you serious? And we did it again.
And you were the lead. Again, is something a lot of students have said I say often, and I think I'm never satisfied. There's something more to do always.
Sidra's creative journey has led her to some of the world's biggest stages, from Alvin Ailey Studios to the renowned Kennedy Center Theater, dancing under the lights and directing behind the curtain.
It really started from being a very shy and reserved child, very quiet and always feeling a little bit like an outsider in social groups. But my parents really pushed me into those spaces because they knew I had a lot to say.
Even with 15 years of formal training, Sidra's dreams went beyond just performing.
When I was at Yale University, there was not a dance program at the time, and so I was always like trying to make something happen in places that they didn't exist.
In 2001, Sidra founded her dance company, Sidra Bell Dance New York, to empower diverse young dancers, and she began her second act as a choreographer.
When we were growing up in the times of dancing and choreography, the rooms looked a little different. Mm-hmm. The people in the rooms looked a little different.
I was in Black-led institutions for dance, and I was very lucky in that way because there was always female leadership and Black leadership. But even within those environments, there's like kind of an adherence to a specific way. To me, it's like a why not? Like, why not have a break dancer in the room with a ballet dancer?
In 2021, Sidra made history, becoming the first Black female choreographer for the famed New York City Ballet.
Being the first comes with a lot of pressure. Mm-hmm. Walk us through that call, that email of saying, you know what, this is a big deal.
Screaming on the inside. I've had a few moments like that. I've been very blessed in my career to have several really important moments, but they're just these moments that really shock your system and make you realize how much work you've put in. Coming out onto Lincoln Center campus out of the cab and seeing my parents waiting for me. Just the pride that the community had for me was more overwhelming than the actual work. It was the bringing forward of the community, that this needed to happen, it should have happened, that they were part of it happening, that they were all part of this moment.
Okay, I have this bright idea, maybe not so bright on my behalf, but what if we dance together again?
I would love that.
I'm excited and also nervous. Butterfly.
Okay, we'll take it slow. And draw forward, scrape.
Sidra's movements are abstract and passionate. She calls it ballet off axis.
Lunging down.
Soon, I was not only dancing with my feet, but with my heart as well.
Shape, stack, and peel away, draw down. Right foot changes, elbows come together. Shelf, low, tucking the tailbone, drawing back. This time using some of the shapes.
And after a powerful session together, a familiar exchange.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe I did the whole thing.
You did really well.
Thank you.
Again.
Sounds cute. Sounds good.
I
like it.
Sidra is working on a new piece set to premiere next year as a part of her residency at the ballet and continuing to teach at Juilliard and the Alvin Ailey School.
It was so good.
What a full circle moment for you.
It was, I mean, I was watching the tape and just getting emotional because I forget how powerful movement is. We get so cerebral and just into our routine. And to move my body in that way is a little different than what I normally do. It was really nice to get back.
Wow. I love that. And you were at the ballet. You remember
That's
that,
right. I
With the
saw that.
colors?
I was like, it was such an incredible experience. The color, the movement, everything. And it just shows that it's all universal.
I love that. Allie, thank you. That was great. All right, the weather is heating up, so today we are going to show you 3 summer hair trends to keep you looking and feeling cool.
So here to show us how it's done is celebrity hairstylist Chris Appleton
Hey,
joining
guys.
us again
Good morning.
this morning.
Back?
We always love it when he's here during the commercial break.
We've already been
I know.
chatting
Hey, Chris,
about
all these
hey,
hair
Chris.
tips.
Yes,
We did
yes.
some consultations midway.
Before we get into these hairstyles, can we just brag on you for a second? You just got married.
Right.
You just had a birthday.
Yep.
You were just voted hairstylist of the year. I mean,
Well.
this is a lot of big things.
It's been a good year so far. It's been a
Yes.
busy year. You know what it's like. You just
Congratulations.
keep rolling, but I feel very blessed and grateful to be here. And I'm very excited as well to show you guys some of the hottest looks for summer.
I
You guys
love
ready
it.
for some summer hair?
We are ready for
You
summer
feel like
hair.
you dress for summer.
I mean, you
so let's
know,
show you some
summer vibes.
hairstyles.
Okay.
All right, first off, babe, I mean, 90s big babe bombshell
Glam.
hair never goes out of fashion. You remember these Velcro rollers?
Of course.
Yes.
Guys, this is the perfect way to create the big
Look at
bombshell
that.
sexy hair. It gives you that real kind of like just stepped out of the salon blowout look, effortlessly bouncy. So that's how
that
we
is
basically
pretty.
prep the hair. It's a really big look. I think Cindy Crawford, think kind of, I don't know, like that sexy 90s effortless kind of look where the hair's
that.
just sexy.
Oh,
you can flip
man.
it around from side to side.
And
It's
it was
all
just
about-
the one roller in the front because it's not big up here. It's just
No,
from here.
exactly. So the big roller at the front. So you can even do this on your natural length
Gorgeous.
hair, and then you can just put them in. You can just, you know, it's
Don't
real.
you just wish
Velcro
she was in
rollers
your
are
life
real.
every
She has
day?
like nice thick hair. and
She
it's very
does.
long. I mean, how could I?
But I would say, look, using products to make the hair bigger and bigger, like you can just spray this in, the hair will just get bigger and bigger, and just flip it around and have fun with it.
Gorgeous.
I think it's just about having that effortless kind of vibe where it flows. But even on hair where your hair's finer, like, you know, I know you said your own hair's finer, you can use these Velcro rollers. These are
Okay.
a great way. You literally just grab the hair, put them in, and they're a great way of just giving your hair a little bit of a bend.
And this-
Why don't we put these in and see
Okay.
what it does while we
See what
carry
happens
on
at the end?
with the rest of the models. Let's see if we get a little bit of a bend and a little bit of a
Okay.
bend.
Auntie
I was
Dylan
trying to get
for it.
you, and she's
Yeah,
like,
I'm like,
do
no,
not.
don't
She's
touch
like,
me.
do
Great.
not. She's
Yeah,
like,
great
I'm not
look.
going to go.
All right. Anyone that tunes in right now is going to be, what is going on?
Next up, this look is really easy to do. And
Love.
it's actually really looks so Sophia Richie. She's made the new slick back hairstyle the new look. It was
Yes.
Hailey Bieber for a long time.
That's true.
I'm going to show you from the back. I'm going to spin you around a little bit so you guys can see what's going on here. So basically, it's a simple low bun, but what we did is just make it a little bit more interesting. Instead of just wrapping it into a bun, what we did is just cross the 2 pieces of hair over. Yeah, literally just wrap them around like this,
Okay.
and you get this really beautiful, I kind of call it a rope braid, and then simply just wrap it around,
Oh.
and you
Oh,
get
I
this
thought that was
really
gonna
kind
be
of
it.
detailed bun. No, I mean, you can leave it like that, but you get this
But no,
really
that's so
detailed bun,
cute.
which kind of Sophia Richie did for her wedding, and actually it's been really, really popular on TikTok. So you can
That's
just tie it
cute.
in with an elastic,
Wow, that's so
and then if you need to, you can
Tuck
just
the
go
little-
in,
yeah.
just tuck some,
That's
little
a
ends,
win.
but you don't need to use a lot of pins or a lot of,
that.
it's really chic and,
And
it's
it
very
looks
neat.
like you did something fancy.
And
Do you know
a
what I
nice
mean?
little tip for any of you ladies at home that struggle with like fine hair or thinning hair. A lot of
Yeah.
people realize that when they pull pull the hair back, the hair's not as thick as they thought.
Yep.
So I use this root touch-up powder and just fill out the hairline. This is a game changer if you have fine hair and you can see a lot of scalp, or if you're going to do a snatch look.
To be done.
Wow,
Yeah, it's great to colour in your roots as well. So they're nice little
Yes,
tips
that's
for
a
the
win.
somewhat sleek bun.
So easy,
Also
okay.
heatless. So if you want to give your hair a bit of a break, it's a nice little tip.
Okay.
Guys,
this is a nice
last but not
little updo.
least, this look we did on Kim for the Met Ball.
Ah.
So, oh my God, I just love
Met
it.
Gala.
She's so
No, it's
seriously
like,
looking
I'm
at me
Auntie
with these
Dylan
Velcro rollers,
over
and she's
here.
like, effortless. Basically, all we did with this, it's all about the face framing curtain bangs. That's the key part. This look is as simple as using this. So for
No
Kim's
way.
hair, I actually use one of
No
these hidden
way.
underneath of the Met Ball. That's the secret to all of this. You literally just clip it in, and that's what's going to hold the whole thing into place for that effortless 90s look. The ends were curled, and we just flipped it into place, and it's basically as simple as that. In fact, do you know what? I feel like we've not. Let's see if we can recreate the look on you. So we're going to use. I'll just use a pin.
No, let them work.
Let's
It's like
work.
a maestro.
She's like, I was like, do you ever wear your hair up? She's like, no. I mean, but the idea with sort of finer hair is you don't want to kind of use anything that's too tight. So I'm just going to use a couple of pins.
If you can do this in like 10 seconds,
We're done. You can pass me the pins. Here,
I'll
pass
pass
me
you.
these
I'll
pins.
feel
I
like
feel
you're
like you always
sous chef.
just sort of take over my hair when I'm here.
Okay, so we've
you can't
got
help it.
two pins and she's up so far. Let's see.
Okay.
This is
Wait,
cute
this
from the
is
front.
cute. What do
Let's
you
see.
do with these like silly little
All you
annoying
do
pieces
is
here?
grab it. And I got a little trick. You just grab it from the back. So grab
Okay.
this, guys, if you have short
People
hair.
at home can relate.
You just twist it. So grab
Yeah.
it here, twist it,
Yeah.
and then you
How
just
do
want to literally
seriously,
tuck
Chris?
it in like that.
Wow. Look at that.
And you just go for like a messy, like.
You have an updo. And how cute is that?
I think she looks cute.
Wait, how cute is that?
What
The
do you
studio
think?
audience likes it, right, guys?
This is amazing.
Little spray on the front.
Wait,
I look just like you.
She's
Wait,
coming
Dylan,
for
it's
you,
actually
and you can
really
just get the
cute.
ends in. And honestly, if your hair, I mean, I think on
That was
all
so
them,
quick.
That's
you
really
look hot.
cute.
This is nice with your outfit.
wait, look at the back, Dylan.
Yeah,
you can't see the back. Can you see that?
Well,
America can see it, and it's
look at
cute.
That's
cute. Better than a nice little
Look at that.
ponytail, right?
Oh, well, now I want to like.
So guys, the
You're
key
amazing.
thing is for this summer
Thank
is
you.
don't be afraid. Just have some fun with your hairstyles. Everyone has one of these right now. I
Yep.
didn't have one with me, and I was like, girls, have you got one? Like, yeah, I've got
And
it.
boom.
So one of these,
Wow.
easy to do.
Chris,
Clip
you're
it up.
amazing.
I'm coming
Don't,
near
I
you.
know
You're
you
like,
see
don't
the
even
back
go
of
there.
the
Don't even go there. Next
Where's
time.
Al?
Next time.
Can you do Al?
Don't
Can you
do that.
Al?
Don't do
Al,
that.
he's coming
Chris,
for you, Al.
Chris,
Go to Chris. There you go. Al's
I'm
coming.
going to tell you, Chris, last time somebody approached her hair, they're calling him Lefty. Okay? So, don't even come. Hey, coming up, we got two guests who also have fantastic hair. WWE superstars Seth Rollins, Becky Lynch here live talking about this weekend's big event across the pond. Then later in Today Food, a rib recipe that's going to take your barbecue game to a whole new level. Third hour of Today will be right back. Wow.
We are joined now by a literal power couple, WWE superstars Seth Rollins and Becky Lynch. Becky Lynch made WWE history in 2019 as the first woman to win a WrestleMania main event, and she became a Triple Crown champion in February.
Seth Rollins has many wins under his belt, including most recently becoming the first title holder of the new World Heavyweight Championship.
Well, now this dynamic duo is preparing for WWE's Money in the Bank, taking place in London this weekend. Seth and Becky, good to see you. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, guys.
Good to see you guys. So Seth, you've won Money in the Bank before, but this time you are defending that.
Right.
The new World Heavyweight Championship.
You want to get a feel?
Sure.
Be careful.
Goes
now.
with the new hairstyle.
Be careful now. Yeah.
There
There you go.
You got the belt to match.
There you go.
There you
Wow,
go.
that is
Yeah, be
heavy.
careful on it.
So how are you feeling?
It is brand new.
How are you feeling heading into the weekend?
I feel good, man. Yeah, I feel real good. We just got off Monday Night Raw last night in Savannah, Georgia. Popped in here, London on Saturday. We got a few UK dates tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday leading up to it. It's a big week over there for us, but I feel fantastic.
Is the WWE big in the UK?
Big everywhere.
Yeah, well, I know, but do you put on a British accent when you wrestle?
Oh my God!
His accents are a little rough.
He'll work on it.
You don't even want. I
No,
will
we won't.
offend an entire country.
She
She loves my Irish.
I love it.
accent.
Oh my
She
God!
loves
Sounds like a pirate.
Oh my God!
Oh, a pirate!
Let me
so
bring you
bad.
in here, Becky. So here's the thing: you've been a part of the Money in the Bank in the past, but no title. You ready? Go ahead.
Titles. I've won titles. I've never won the Money in the Bank
The Money in the
briefcase.
Bank, exactly.
Yes.
So
This year.
obviously you won it.
I want it. I want it so bad. I want it so bad.
Are you-
Because
you're
you
on
have so
ladders.
much power with it.
What do you mean?
You have so much power because you can get a title opportunity at any time,
See,
at any
people don't
moment.
understand how that works. The whole Money in the Bank concept.
Yes, so it's essentially a chance to get a title match at any moment. So your champion could be down and out. For example, Seth could be down and out. I could cash in on him if I won. You know, and then be the next champion. Not that I'm saying I would do that, but I am the man. Not that I'm saying that I would do that.
We
but
just
yes.
saw a picture of you guys on ladders.
Yeah, explain how it works for people who haven't seen it.
Sorry. So yes, it's a ladder match. So there's many ladders dotted around the ring.
Okay.
The object of the game is to climb the ladder, unhook the briefcase, and then you win. Sounds easier said than done.
But you have to keep them from climbing the ladder.
Yeah.
That's the
Good
Yeah.
Lord.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds easy.
It sounds hard.
it does not.
Well, you just climb the ladder, but then you've
get
got
knocked
people.
off. But you're
fighting people.
Other
God.
people
Yeah.
also trying to climb the
ladder.
Yeah,
Right.
that's where it gets.
And then when you
And
get it, if you
painful.
get the briefcase, you open it up, explain what's inside.
The contract.
The contract.
to get an opportunity at the title.
All right.
Any
So-
title.
Any title.
Anytime over the course of a calendar year, any moment.
So you
yeah.
want that briefcase.
She wants it.
Let's talk about fashion for a second. Obviously, we matched in hot pink. You're known for your famous outfits. We have some video of entering the ring at WrestleMania. I mean,
wow.
you go above and beyond. Like, what is your goal each time to outdo the outfit before? Where do you come up with these outfits?
You know what? I can't take all the credit. I do make it look good, but I do got a stylist. His name's King Troy. He does all the work for me. He puts it together, and I make it look good. You know? Yeah, I make it look good. That's all it is.
Yeah, he sometimes causes some rifts in the relationship because I'm so jealous of these outfits. They're amazing.
That's great. So you guys heading to London, as you said, and you've got this gorgeous little 2-year-old, Rue, who travels with you. Is she going to London with you guys?
No, not this time. Not this time. No.
Oh, look at her with the belt.
There she is.
Oh, she's the best.
What if Rue decides she wants to follow in Mom and Dad's footsteps?
I think she's got some pretty great trainers.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
He decides to. He's got a wrestling school.
Yeah.
Oh, do you really?
I do. Yeah, I do have a wrestling school. We started it about a decade ago in Davenport. I was telling you.
Davenport, Iowa. All
Yeah,
right.
I started it up there. Just wanted a place where kids could go, to learn the right way. Yeah.
Could we all come? Would you teach us wrestling
I would
moves?
love you
Little
guys
buddy
to
up.
come
on
on location.
I would do that.
Let's
Maybe we'll get a
go.
ladder.
All right.
Oh man. Well, that's some advanced stuff.
There you go.
Yeah, that's.
If I had a ladder, I'd climb it
That's
in
how
the
you know we won't have a
morning.
ladder.
Seth and Becky, it is so
Thank
good
you
to
so
see you
much.
guys. Good luck coming up this weekend.
Good luck.
Awesome, man.
Thank
Party
you.
on. Thanks for having us.
You bet you can stream Money in the Bank live from London this Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern, exclusively on Peacock. That's right, guys. And don't miss all the fallout on Monday Night Raw on USA Network. Don't forget, you can also stream all 4 hours of Today and your local NBC station live as part of Peacock's new Morning News Live collection.
Well done.
Thank you.
Do you approve? Did he do okay?
Yeah, you're
Hey, it's almost as good as mine, matey.
Now we're pirates.
Coming up next on BTBL, that is certain to be the star of your summer barbecue, an Italian spin on ribs. We're going to try it when we come right back.
Our meaty meal. Guarantee you this morning we're cooking up ribs like you've never had before. Here to help us, Joe Flam, the winner of Top Chef Season 15, also the culinary director of Sancerre Hospitality, overseeing Chicago-based hotspots like Rosemary and Boulevard Steakhouse. Joe, good to see you.
Good morning.
It is great to be here.
All right,
Thanks
so you've got a nice turn on ribs here.
Yeah, so let's talk ribs today. So this is going to be an Italian style of ribs.
Ooh,
so
okay.
Pompanella from Molise, where my family's from in Italy. This is kind of almost their version of barbecue. So setting it apart a little bit different. We're going to start with some fennel pollen and our salt.
And what do you have in there already?
There's just salt to begin. This is a little bit of sharp Hungarian paprika. So this is going to give it a little bit of heat, a little bit of sweet, like we like.
Okay.
Touch of sugar.
Yeah.
A little bit of mustard powder as well.
some spice.
So you're also a fan of the rub.
Yeah. So yeah, then the dry rub, a little bit of fennel seed, oregano to finish it.
Okay,
We're just
that's
gonna mix
kind of
it
the
up.
Italian part.
Yeah, so this is Pompanella is kind of in Molise, like what they do. This would be like a special occasion dish where you dry rub it and then you're slow cooking pork. They use vinegar, they use salt, and then a little bit of sweetness. And this would be, your big holiday, your gathering, your graduation.
So you're going to rub this all over.
Pork ribs.
So this is pork baby back ribs. I love baby backs. You can do this with spare ribs. You could go same way. You can do this with pork shoulder. You can do this with pork chops, and the setup's going to work. You just want something that's got a lot of fat to it, and it's going to carry it. So to set these up, I peeled the silver skin off the back just to make it a little bit easier. But besides that, the nice thing about the baby backs is there's no real trimming to it. You know what I mean? You just kind of set it
Are you
and
going
go.
to put that in the oven?
So this first, I'm going to let this sit overnight. I want it to form a skin, kind of let it set up. So that'll go overnight, let that sit. Next day we get up, and we're going to go, you can go grill, oven, smoker, whatever works. But the idea is low and slow no matter what.
Right. Okay.
So about 300 degrees, we're going to take that, I'm going to wrap it in foil, let that go about hour and a half, 2 hours till it's nice, tender, it's squishy, but it's not falling apart. We don't want it falling off the bone because I want to be able to grill it again.
Yeah, sure.
Right? So we end up with this beautiful set. Now the nice thing is this, you can set this up days in advance. So it's like I do this for tailgates.
Just keep it in the fridge.
I do this for tailgates, and you'll be able to, you show up, throw these on the grill.
And then what's the glaze that you put on it that makes it so special?
So the glaze that I love on this is the sweet and spicy, almost like an agrodolce. So this is really, really simple though. Really nice honey, and then Calabrian chilies.
Right.
So going in, mixing that,
and then
just the right balance of just kind of
and
sweet.
you just baste that and grill it a little bit.
Yeah. So as that gets hot, it's just like boom, we flip it.
This is amazing. This is so delicious. It's sweet and spicy.
On our website,
we're just gonna let it glaze up.
We got Joe's coleslaw on here as well. Joe.
Yeah, so a little bit of yogurt slaw on top,
That's
just on the
fantastic.
side. The tanginess of the yogurt, that's going to help you cut through all the fat of that ribs. That's going to keep you coming back for more ribs. It's going to keep your guests coming back for
Joe,
more ribs.
this is fantastic. For the recipe, head to today.com/food. Third hour today, right back. Oh,
cheers.
Mamma mia.
We've been chomping down all kinds of breaks, so please check out Joe's restaurants in Chicago, Rosemary and Boulevard Steakhouse. So yummy. Now, before we go, don't miss a new episode of She Made It. Our friend Jill Martin Brooks has found some female founders who are making a splash this summer. It is streaming in just a few minutes at 10 a.m. Eastern on Today All Day, or on Peacock on your smart TV.
Hey, tomorrow, don't miss our Buddy Up lesson. We continue the food in pizza making.
Today, business mogul and my friend Bethany Frankel co-hosts. And
To All the Boys star Lana Condor dishes on her action-packed new project. Plus, join us as we celebrate 25 years of Sex and the City fashion.
So get up. It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Let's go, girl. It's time. It is Tuesday. It's June the 27th. Look who is here. Our good friend Bethany Frankel is filling in for Jenna.
I'm excited.
Hi. Okay, wait a second.
I know I look like a lady of La Noche.
What are you doing?
I don't. Okay, I'm going to tell you what happened.
Okay,
All right.
okay.
So I was.
I have never seen that item. Okay, so
You're jealous. It's okay.
Wait, you came to work.
No.
Because you're filling in.
So
you know.
I came to fill in,
Right.
and I was excited, and I had a great outfit that I actually picked out, and the people on TikTok loved it because sometimes they don't love my choices.
So they voted,
and they
they
loved
liked
it.
it?
They
Yeah.
said they thought it was amazing. I was really excited, and I got here and I looked over, and I said, "Where's the outfit?" And I saw people scurrying around me,
Yeah.
flipping out. And it was not
No outfit
brought. It
arrived?
didn't come from the Hamptons to the city. So then I was told that Dylan graciously allowed me her dressing room to look for an outfit.
Wait, okay.
And I thought, what am I going to do? Wear someone else's clothes?
Yeah.
And I saw this, so I said, let's commit to the bit.
Wait.
And I'm grateful.
No, you are not.
So I'm committing to
Wait,
the bit.
what is this?
I think it's a bathing suit.
It's a bathing suit
it's
with
all-
the. No wonder, because Dylan said, "Did you take the bathing suit?"
And I
Which
know.
he was talking about.
Thank God.
Wait, it's got cutouts on the side.
I mean,
girl, you have come to play. You are full on today.
I'm grateful. It's on brand. And here I am.
By the way, you look great.
Thank you.
What? Okay, how old? You're 52?
Yes.
I feel like I've known you for a long time. We've known each other over many years. I knew you
Is it
back
15
then.
years?
I think it's 15.
Okay.
Oh my God, we went paddleboarding. I remember. Okay, I knew you at your first wedding. I knew you throughout the years. And I think right now you might be, I don't know if you're your best, you're definitely your best feeling, but you're your best looking outside and in. Does it feel like that to you?
I'm just really, I think that I've always been living very truthfully, but it's just all coming together very truthfully right now. It's just, I think you get to a certain age, you really just don't care. You care about what's important, but the rest of it's just a flow. It's just funny.
Did you care before?
I don't think I think I was just always worried because I was broke and I really was in my late 30s and had no idea what was going to happen to me. Like, no, who's going to take care of me? Like, I know I have to take care of myself, but what am I going to do with my life? So I was a late bloomer in business, and then I also was a late bloomer in having a child, like you were. So things came together later, and once you kind of know what road you're on, then the rest is just playing around.
I think some people will look at you and they'll say, "Oh, I know Bethany. She's from The Housewives." The Housewives is literally a tiny chapter of your life. It definitely helped propel your life, but you went from that to a business mogul, to the cover of Forbes magazine, to now you've opened up a whole bunch of charities that you run like businesses that help people around the country. I think sometimes to say, "Oh, Bethany, she's," that's usually the headline when someone sees you. Bethany, the Real Housewives of New York.
Right.
How much of your life do you feel like that is?
Well, it rinsed off a lot recently.
Yeah.
It really did,
Yeah.
because I've been gone long enough, and it's like an ex-boyfriend that I don't really think about that much anymore. Like, I remembered fondly as somebody I used to know. This is going to sound completely ridiculous. I'm more known now for these drugstore reviews. I get stopped on the street like it's ridiculous.
Okay, if you don't know this, Bethany tries on, it's kind of mesmerizing weirdly. She gets drugstore items and you put them on and you talk about them while you're doing it. So it's like someone watching you put your own makeup on. And we should point out that today's entire makeup that you're wearing
is drugstore. So Christopher Buckle, the world famous makeup artist, does Blake Lively and Kate Chastain and everyone. He did her for the Met Gala. I called him last night and said, "Will you do my makeup tomorrow?" He said, "Yeah." And I said, "There's a catch. I want you to do all drugstore." He said, "Can I use my brushes?" And this morning I said, "No, we're going to use all drugstore brushes and makeup." He was shocked because he said, "No one else would ever tell me to do this. I've never done it." And he said, "I can't believe how well it's performing." He said,
"So what were your go-tos? What did you like?"
We did Neutrogena, and we ended up with a L'Oreal foundation. We ended up using Milani. We used NYX. We used
all drugstore stuff
and brushes.
So why would you ever use anything but? Look at this.
He's an artist, and he said it's all paint.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he said a lot of it breaks and you end up putting in other containers, so he doesn't even care about the packaging. So it's fun to play, and it's okay to spend money if you want to, just like in any other area, but just know it's all paint.
Well, talk about your life falling into place. You are engaged. You've made a lot of news recently, but this is like not a new story for you and your fiance.
It's not a new story, but what's amazing about 2023 is that that media tells your story and then you get to tell it yourself.
Yeah.
So when you see that the car is going in a direction that you may not like, you're like, okay, now it's years later, I'm going to tell my own story how it happened.
So how did it happen?
So it was during the pandemic, and we were going to Little Palm Island, this private hotel that was open in this country, in Florida, Keys. And he was very emphatic about the reservation, which we never even have one because we like to wing it. And he said, I really think the sunset's going to be nice tonight. And he did very much a romantic bachelor-like proposal. You walk down to the beach and there's flowers everywhere and it's a private tape. You know, it was my fantasy suite. And then he proposed and we had a really nice vacation. And we call it Bryn knew. Bryn is here.
Speaking of Bryn, by the way, I remember when you were pregnant with Bryn, and I have not seen Bryn in person. And today, 13-year-old Bryn is here in our studio. Hi, Bryn. Oh, look how cute. You know what I love about Bryn? She's like,
coming on out. Oh, she didn't know.
Girl, yes, you can. How are you? Look, it's sweet.
Hi.
Oh, my
She's
God,
so
you're
nice.
13? She's such a sweet kid.
She's so sweet. It's the first time she's come to an appearance with me, and she was excited. She put a robe belt in her hair to curl it.
Wait, you did?
That's how her hair got curled.
Oh, my gosh. Bryn, what's it like having Bethany as your mother? What's she
You
like?
can tell the truth.
It's crazy.
Is it crazy? Is it?
Yeah.
What's crazy about it?
Like all the stories and
All the
everything.
stories.
Adventures every day.
Well, because she's so spontaneous. And you know what? Everybody needs a friend, and I'm sure a mom too, who tells it like it is. Bethany's always been like, why are you doing that? That doesn't work with you. Why would you try that? Is she like that with you?
But tell her if I'm strict. Tell the truth.
Yeah, she's strict.
What do you mean strict?
Like when I say shut the program down?
Yeah.
That's her line. Shut the program down?
What do I say? How am I strict?
Like, you just are. Like, you reach a point and then you get really mad.
Oh, the boiling point.
Thank you.
We've all been there. It's
Thank
like
you.
the point where you're about to tip over.
Thank you.
By the way, how about parenting a 13-year-old?
Yeah, it's amazing. You're
Is
going to
it?
love it, though. You're good at it because you're very thoughtful about it. You have to be thoughtful about it, and you are. You're in you know it's the ocean. It's moving. You cannot predict the ocean.
No, you can't.
cannot predict the tide. You have to swim under the wave. You cannot fight the wave.
Oh, my God.
Right?
Your mom is wearing a bathing suit. Do you know
Oh, my
that
God.
right
What do
now?
you think of my outfit? What did I say? What did I say? Commit
to the bit.
Commit to the bit.
Oh, my God. You know all the lines? Bryn, we love you. We're so happy that you came to see us along with Bethany. Bethany, I want to talk to you. You have a lot going on, too. You have a beverage business? What's happening now? What's going on?
So Forever Young Wine, we talked about it last time, which I have some here for you today. It's in your cup right now. It's a really beautiful wine from Provence, and it's going very well, and I'm excited. But I wanted to do something also for people that don't drink for the first time.
Yeah.
So I launched a mocktail at the same time, which is a ready-to-drink mocktail in all these different flavors called Mingle. And I'm excited because I feel like you have to think of both aspects. I love to have a cocktail. I love to drink wine. But I also sometimes I cut back and I like to have a non-alcoholic beverage. So I wanted to do both. What do you think?
I think you're amazing.
Give me a hug.
I think you're amazing.
I think you're amazing.
I love this person. Coming up next, Taylor Swift is causing a big stir on social media.
I'm excited. Justin Sylvester has this scoop on that and a celebrity couple's big gender reveal after this. I'm excited. Awesome. Thank you.
It is that time we want to get you caught up on all the Hollywood headlines.
Justin Sylvester is in LA with the scoop.
Hey, Justin. Okay, so Taylor Swift.
Good morning.
Good morning. Taylor Swift made a declaration before one of her concerts, didn't she?
Yes, she did. Now, let me tell you, she has been killing it on this Eras tour, and she did something that she has not done. She performed the song Dear John. Now, as you know, it is rumored that the song is about John Mayer, and I say rumored, but we know that song is about John Mayer. But what she did right before the song is she made a declaration to the crowd. Listen to what she said.
And that gentleness to extend onto our internet activities. I'm 33 years old. I don't care about anything that happened to me when I was 19 except the songs I wrote and the memories we made together.
Wow.
Interesting.
So she was basically saying tap the brakes on picking on John Mayer.
She was like, tap the brakes. I see what's going on with Selena, with Haley, with all these people. And Bethany, you know, Twitter can get vicious.
It can, but she wrote the songs and does have the people that are wink, wink in the songs. So it's kind of like the cat is out of the bag. And at the concerts, you'll see people with the names of her exes with lines through them. So it's really a little relentless. So she's saying now it's time to punk their graves.
Yeah.
They need an NDA.
And by the way,
they need an NDA.
You know there's a woman in New York City named Becky with the good hair that is wishing that Beyonce would do the same thing for her so that the hive can back off.
All right, so there was a big gender reveal party. So who's celebrating?
Okay, say what you want about Kourtney Kardashian and Travis Barker. They just know how to do it, and they do it right. So everybody knows that she is pregnant now, and she announced her pregnancy at a Blink-182 concert with a nod to a Blink-182 music video. Now the two, they turned their backyard into this massive music venue. They gave people backstage passes and wristbands, and they did this whole concert like gender reveal. Now, Travis Barker did the whole drum roll, and after the drum roll, it was revealed that they were having a boy.
Oh my God.
This is what I love. This is what I love about this. At most gender reveals, you will see the husband in the back with like a Chorus Light in his hand, rolling his eyes, in a button-up shirt he didn't pick. But this husband is really into it, and he's enjoying it.
They are getting every ounce of juice out of that fruit. They are getting the juice. But they're blending families because they have two families from former relationships. So I like the big move, but they are taking many bites of that apple.
Right. So Justin was at a big wedding. A little friction between your pal, Kyle Richards, and her sister, Kathy. Is that right, Kathy Hilton?
Yeah, there was, but the two reunited this weekend at a wedding, as you could see.
They needed to. I know them both very, very well. And family, you know, life is too short to let. It's a great idea to go on a television show like The Housewives with a family member. Don't you think it's a good idea?
I think it's terrifying.
Yeah, it's
My God.
Really model for success.
I have two rules in life. There are two kinds of fights you do not get involved in: sibling fights and rich lady fights, okay? They both can be dangerous. And you know, when you're a sibling, I know when I fight with my sibling, my sister is bringing things up from 1996 that I gotta go look back in the almanac about.
Kitchen sinking.
And you don't know everything that is going on. And the other thing is, siblings can make up at the drop of a dime. And they remember what you said about that other sister, and they will bring it up at the next family reunion. So I just stay out of it. I'm so happy these two have made up. And it was at a wedding. Babies and weddings always bring people together, except if you're from New Jersey and your name is Teresa or Melissa.
That's funny, but they'll stay mended because Kathy's not on the show.
Yes.
One member has left the show, so they have a shot at success now.
Okay. All right, good. All right, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Justin. You can catch Justin weeknights at 11 o'clock on our sister network.
Thank you.
E.
Okay, up next, the hot Hollywood star with more than 11 million social media followers.
We are talking about Lana Condor. She's got a new summer movie, and she's planning a wedding, too. We'll talk about all of it coming up right after the break. It's ready.
So excited.
Lana Condor became a breakout star when she took on the leading role in the hit movie trilogy To All the Boys I've Loved Before.
Now you are getting a little bit more animated, lending your voice to the DreamWorks Universal Pictures movie Ruby Gillman, Teenage Kraken.
Yes. Good to see you.
I'm excited.
We're so excited. We're going to get Bryn is over the moon, her daughter, and so are, I know, a million other people. Tell us about, we're going to talk about the movie in a second, but you're about to embark on a brand new chapter in your life.
I am. I'm engaged.
Yes.
I'm engaged. This is crazy. We've been together for forever, but yeah, we got engaged, but we don't have a wedding date set yet because I was planning this whole big thing, and then I realized like it's so much money. So I
to plan a wedding?
Weddings in general.
And work.
All of it. And so we ended up getting like our first family house together, and we're gonna do the wedding in the backyard and like make it more like chill. And
So you decided to spend the money on the property, invest in a home, versus a wedding, which is, the wedding's gone in one night. The memories last, but the house, what a smart, Hoda was saying before, what a smart decision.
Usually, people your age who are getting married for the first time are like, all they want to do is have the moment.
Yes.
How did you come to the conclusion, like, actually, that's not for us?
I think that you know what? I think it's my parents. They were just like, it's not that they were like, don't do this. It's more of, I think they have always been very sensible with me and always very practical and like pragmatic. And so I think just the way that I was raised, like I always had them in my head, like, you know what? Maybe this is a smarter idea.
Well, let me ask you this. Since you have pragmatic parents, sometimes if you have pragmatic parents, when it comes to them saying to them, I want to go into acting, they would say, okay, sweetie, good hobby.
Right.
Let's find a job. Were they on board from the minute you wanted to start acting?
They've always been very supportive of my career, which I'm very, very grateful for. But we did do I got my first job like as a second semester senior, first acting job. And then they were like, okay, because I was on the track for college, they said, we'll give you a year to book another job. And if you don't, then you'll
go to college.
Wow.
And it took me 9 months. So I was almost went to college, this close.
But it's smart to be passionate and sensible at the same time. I mean, to be able to work parallel paths. I think we always have to be, we can't always be living in a fantasy.
Yes.
Okay, so you made headlines recently because you reunited with your All the Boys co-star.
Little Noah.
Oh, yes. Look at us.
That was the Oscars after party?
Yeah, very fair.
What was that? What was that like? Just catching up with him again?
It's so funny because that photo is so intimate. But we were just dancing and we were But no, it was so great, and he's a really good friend of mine. He's all over the world right now, but when I do get to like catch up with him, it feels like no time has passed.
And does your fiance care at all that there are moments like that behind the scenes?
That's a great question.
Yes.
I think that Anthony and Noah actually are closer than I am with Noah.
Oh,
I think they like each other. Like that's what my partner is like. People like me, but then when they meet Anthony, it's like I'm no one anymore, and like everyone just wants to hang out with Anthony. So Noah and Anthony are really great.
Oh, you're not the peacock in the relationship, you're saying?
Well.
All right, let's talk about this movie that you came here to promote, Ruby Gillman, Teenage Kraken. It's an animated adventure. Doing an animated movie is such a different animal.
Yes.
And you've been doing this over the course of years voicing this. Tell us about what that was like for you.
It's completely different because you're alone in a booth and you're not working off of fellow actors, but it was great.
Let's show a little clip so people can see. Take a look.
See, about last night, I am sorry that I ran. Apologies are so corny. Just skip to the part where you tell me everything. Look, you were here on land one day, and you already fit in. I've been here all of my life, and I still feel like a freak. I just want to be Ruby Gillman, normal teenager. Ugh, boo. Where's the fun in that? Ruby, you're a giant kraken. Don't you think you could aim a little bit higher than normal teenager?
Amazing. Is there a freedom that's different from being, you're behind a character, an animated character?
Yeah, I think it's because you're so dependent on your voice and the inflection and your tone to get the emotion across. But it's really, really fun. And I don't have to go through hair and makeup or wardrobe. I go into pajamas. us. But it's really amazing, and I can't wait for everyone to see it. We worked really hard on it, and we did a lot of it during the pandemic as well. So.
And you've got great stars like Jane Fonda's in it. It's an incredible cast too.
Yeah.
Toni Collette. Well, we are so happy to have you here. You are such a nice human being.
Good energy.
Yeah, you walk in with great energy. You said hello to everybody. You just got a great future ahead too.
Thank you so much.
Congrats on everything.
Okay, well, you can catch Ruby Gillman, Teenage Kraken from NBC's sister company, DreamWorks Universal Pictures, in theaters this Friday.
That's where you got to see it. You got to see it in the theater.
And more, yes, the experience.
Yes.
Go to the movies.
Indeed. Coming up next, behind the scenes with the stylists who make the fashion happen on And Just Like That.
Ooh.
Coming up right after this. All right, this month marks 25 years of Sex and the City, and the show's impact on fashion has been undeniable.
Unbelievable. E-Style host Xana Roberts-Rossi got to sit down with the folks who set the trends and make it all happen.
Cool for
How
you.
fun. And yes, guys, we all remember Carrie Bradshaw making a splash in that tutu, and how the show famously set so many trends that the rest of us all followed.
Yeah.
Well, season 2, the reboot, And Just Like That, is also making its mark. And I got some behind-the-scenes fashion secrets.
Ooh.
And just like that, it's been 25 years.
Oh, thank you. My purse was exhausted.
Since HBO introduced us to Carrie Bradshaw as she navigated the New York dating scene, friendships, and fashion. In its 6 seasons and 2 spin-off films, costume designer Patricia Field dressed the cast, setting trends like nameplate necklaces, silk flower brooches, and Manolo Blahnik stilettos.
I think that Pat really established such a strong DNA for the show, the original show, and I was standing there in the fittings.
Molly Rogers and Danny Santiago took the reins for the franchise reboot, which debuted in 2021.
It's the right and perfect handoff because Molly was there with us from the beginning.
We taught season 2 fashion at the New York Vintage Atelier. What goes around comes around.
I hate to spoil it for everyone, but let's do.
Let's do it. Spoil it. Okay, talk to me a little bit about fittings. Is it scene by scene? Is it day by day?
Sarah Jessica will come in and she'll review all of the racks and kiss or kill. You get it out of the room if she's like, there's no chance for that garment.
For the fitting of just one scene, Molly and Danny will shop 8 to 10 racks of clothes and 30 to 40 pairs of shoes.
That's a beautiful shoe.
As seen in And Just Like That, the documentary. How do you know when you've nailed the look?
Definitely no, it's done. Get in front of that mirror, take the picture, and ding the bell.
There's a little hotel bell that Molly's had since the series.
No.
Yeah.
We don't happen to have a gingham belt, do we? Okay.
So it's like, boom, that's done, let's go. That took us 40 minutes to get that belt right.
Yeah.
Oh, God, order lunch.
Which one element from each character should we be shopping? Carrie's?
I would say a shoe, a pump, or a tulle skirt.
Charlotte?
A puff sleeve.
Miranda?
Some really vibrant color.
Seema?
Neutral silk.
Oh, Naya?
I'd say a tracksuit.
A tracksuit.
True.
And where do they shop for all that fashion?
There's different vintage dealers that we go to. We'll go to a storage space sometimes. If there's 20 boxes to go through, we'll go through every single one.
You always find one thing that you bring back to the fitting room, and Sarah Jessica's like, where?
It's so good. We have to wear this.
This season, the characters finally arrive at the Met Gala, creating this striking moment. Nicole Ari Parker's character, LTW, in a custom red Valentino gown and a dramatic headpiece.
The headpiece itself came in this huge container, and we had to roll it down in a trolley, maybe like 6 blocks from where we were originally parked. Park Avenue basically had to be on stops. They had to close off every intersection a block away.
Another look making headlines, the pigeon clutch.
Did she enjoy carrying the pigeon purse?
She did, and I think it was a real sly wink that we had her carry it with a flight suit.
Oh,
you got to wake up real early to keep up with that.
So when you're reading these scripts, you're thinking about absolutely every other detail.
Especially when it's like a coffee shop scene where they're all seated in a restaurant having Cosmos or whatever. They're all together. You really need to know what color that banquette is. It helps,
You want to make sure that no one gets lost on a back of a chair.
And of course, I just had to ask about the return of Kim Cattrall as Samantha.
Can you give us any teasers on what that's going to be? What is it? Go on, Molly, what is it?
She may be in a bathtub. We don't, nobody knows. Okay, so everybody's getting wasted on what she might be wearing, but there's a sweatshirt in that scene.
Oh, yeah.
A brilliant one.
On Samantha?
Not gonna say.
I tried, guys, I tried. What can I say?
We'll tell you later.
That was incredible. That was an incredible segment.
That was really great.
It was
Dan.
so fun to
Loved
do. They're
it.
so fascinating.
Wow.
It's a
Unbelievable.
visual
All
fashion
that goes
feast.
into it.
Crazy. Oh, real quick, what do you think of Bethany's shirt?
It definitely belongs in a Just Like That.
Okay.
Without doubt.
All right, there we go. New episodes of And Just Like That stream every Thursday on Max.
Up next, are your kids gaslighting you?
All right, Jenna, we hope you're listening. Dr. Becky's going to weigh in on some parenting dilemmas coming up after this. On our show, we talk about our kids and our parenting dilemmas, so we thought maybe it's a good time to tackle some of yours as well.
Well, here to help us out is clinical psychologist, mother of 3, and author of The Good Inside parenting book, Dr. Becky Kennedy. Hello.
Hi, Dr. Becky. Okay, so the other day on the show, we did a segment on gaslighting, and it wasn't how people gaslight you, it's how your children do. And this is what Jenna had to say about her son, Hal.
He looked at me in the eyes. I said, Hal, I'm making quesadillas. Yummy, Mom. I love a quesadilla. I love a quesadilla.
Love.
I make the quesadilla just the way he likes it. But give it. I don't want a quesadilla. He had just looked at me 30 seconds before in my eyes and said, I'd love a quesadilla. I make it 3 minutes later. Ew, yucky.
And you're like, you just
yucky.
yes.
I said, Hal, you're gaslighting me.
Gaslighting.
Did she get a contract? Did she get a contract for him? He didn't sign a contract that he wanted a quesadilla, so it's not binding.
It's not a binding deal. Dr. Becky, what do you do in that kind of situation?
First of all, let me just validate that really does happen. So I don't want to gaslight any adults. That happens. And I think what's happening for a kid there is a kid just can't express the nuance of what's happening.
Yeah.
We all want something, and 2 minutes later, don't want something. And we say, oh, I changed my mind. Kids don't have that verbal ability. So they say one part and not the other.
Yeah.
And actually, to help them develop that ability, we actually just have to model it. So I'd say, oh, you thought you wanted it and you didn't. And even if a kid said, I never said I wanted it, that's a sign, okay, I'm not making progress right now. Just pause, de-escalate, and we can get to it.
What about a controversial question? What if he didn't like the looks of Jenna's quesadilla?
Yeah.
That might have been
You know what
fine.
I
He's
mean?
like, I didn't want this.
Yes, thank you.
Now, are you of the parenting mindset of you asked for it, so you're going to eat it, or are you going to be like, now what else do you want?
So I'm of the parenting mindset that's actually what I consider the middle of both of those, right? So I don't think we can make our kids eat something that's their body, but that also doesn't mean we have to be a short order cook. So I would see saying to my child in that situation, such a bummer, here's your lunch, and you don't want it anymore. Here's what's offered. Look, if you're really hungry, maybe you'll try it. And if you're not so hungry that you want to eat it, we can wait until the next time a different food is offered.
It's complicated because of waste, and we're not force feeding, and they're very emotional. So what about big emotions in a household? Certain
kids with big emotions.
You told me.
Yeah, my kids sometimes have big emotions. So what do you do for that? How do you soothe that?
And I think gaslighting is a word that comes up here too, because those kids who have such big explosions, I have one of these kids too. I call them deeply feeling kids. They really do feel more deeply than the
And it's just inside of them. It's who they are.
Their temperament,
Right.
exactly. And it's easy to say, you're so dramatic. You know, you're making a big deal out of nothing. But what those kids need, actually, is they need validation so they don't have to escalate further to get taken seriously. Because the more we say, you're making a big deal out of
then
nothing.
they get worse.
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
So you just validate.
So those kids actually, I think, need a slightly different approach. A lot of those big feeling kids, if you do talk too directly about emotions, they also, I don't know if your child's like, they're like, stop it. Stop.
But it sounds like when someone says relax. It sounds like us saying to them, calm down. It's like when someone says relax, you want to get enraged.
Exactly. So I would say, just remind yourself the regulation skills take time. I would say something around what I consider validating the magnitude. This is so upsetting. It's as upsetting as your whole house. Something about the size of it. It helps them feel seen. And then
take a break. All right, this one sparked a lot of debate on today.com, and this is what the write-up is. Should you invite the entire class to your kid's birthday party?
You know, I hate to, avoid the question. I don't think there's one right answer. And parents have so much on their mind. If your kid likes a lot of the kids, and if you feel like, oh, I'm friends with the parents, or I want to be that type,
you said do it.
I say, you know what, for inclusivity, because on Monday when you go to school and some of the kids went and some kids didn't, your kid may feel really crummy.
But then it can be weird too at those parties where you have kids that aren't really friends and it's forced, and at a certain age, you're forced to. I do close-knit group of people. Who do you really want to be there? I like intimate events. I like authenticity. So it's not 27 kids. It's 5 kids or 28. I'm a 5-kid person.
5 kids. What do you do, Becky?
You know, one of my kids, I have a big party. He's super social. A different one of my kids would hate that. So for her,
she gets small.
Yes, very small for her.
So I would
say
do what your kid wants, not what you want.
Right. Well, no, I put her in the mind control program, so she now does what I. No, I'm just kidding. But she.
So
we need another therapist for that. Tomorrow,
Becky,
are you free tomorrow?
Where can, if people want more of your advice, where can they go?
Well, this is perfect timing to be here. I happen to have a deeply feeling kids workshop. So those kids who are labeled difficult, dramatic, oppositional, I think those kids are the most misunderstood kids in the world. So you can find that workshop and so many other things at goodinside.com.
Goodinside.com.
Yes.
Dr. Becky, thank you.
Thank you so
all
much.
All the celebs are knocking on her door all the time. Help me, help me. Yeah,
well,
they do.
Also after the pandemic, kids it must be a lot of more emotional issues right now.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having
me. Are we playing golf?
We're playing golf. That's what we're doing. We're going head-to-head, a little golf battle with LPGA star Danielle Kang.
And we have a few surprises up our sleeves, even though I don't have sleeves.
Yeah, you don't.
After this, and neither do you. We don't have sleeves, but we have surprises.
Take Your Best Shot is sponsored by Citi. As a Citi Gold client, you'll have access to live events, unique experiences, and more. For the love of life on your terms. For the love of progress.
All right, you know we love a good competition around here, so we thought it'd be fun to head out with one of the best golfers in the country. Her name, Danielle Kang. She happens to be a 6 LPGA career victories. Congratulations.
Wow, congratulations. Danielle is going to give us some pro tips. Then we're each going to take our best shot. Okay. And we may have some surprises in store for our Plaza players.
We're so happy that you're here. Okay, we want to know, were you born like a great golfer? Did you come out of the womb that way?
No, not really. I did martial arts when I was a kid, but I started because my brother played, and Alex was going to the range, and I just kept following him to the golf course.
Wow.
Well, tell us about, you're at a great moment in your career. What's exciting you about your career at this moment?
What's exciting me is that I get to inspire the future of the game, and Citi's been very pushing the gender equality, and I just love representing that. So when I get to play Pebble next week, I love young girls to be able to watch us playing most prestigious golf courses and compete the U.S. Open there too. So.
Do you feel underestimated and then you surprise people? Like, do they just see you like this cute, sweet person walking in? And then...
It's because you don't know me well. But lately, my scores haven't been as great. So what's exciting me is that I get to play above the expectation now, so it's just great.
Oh, I like you're playing from behind.
I like that. And you're a paid spokesperson for Citi. Tell me again your connection to Citi.
Connection with Citi. So they're my sponsors, and they've been really, really pushing the boundaries in women's golf and women's game, and they're so supportive in all sports in general. They've opened up tournaments.
We love it. All right, you're going to give us a couple of pro tips. So will you show us? We're at a putting green. Will you show us the right way to putt?
Yeah, I can show you guys, but
go ahead.
Ladies want to go first?
Why don't you show us,
this
and then
mine.
we'll go. Okay.
Putting looks easy, but it's really hard, right? Like it's one of the hardest things.
Okay.
Yeah, so have you guys ever played golf?
I've played golf, yes, and I've played mini golf. Okay. And I feel like putting...
Now she's showing off.
But isn't putting like mini golf?
It's mini golf.
Isn't mini golf putting?
It's pretty much.
Okay.
It's pretty much the same thing.
Okay, how do you hold the club? Let's do basics.
Left hand on, right hand below.
Okay.
Okay. Left hand
on,
right hand below.
Whatever you're comfortable with. That's pretty much it. That's it.
And then how do you swing it?
Back and forth.
Back and forth. All right, what is it? Okay, are you going to show us how the pros do it?
Meaning I've heard it's straight left to right.
Just back and forth. Like.
Okay.
Just back and forth, Hoda.
Look, back and forth. Simple.
Fold the cheese.
Okay. All right. So we happen to be playing for a few of our friends here, okay? They're here on our plaza. We're excited for a little competition. I am playing for Kay Ewing. She's from Kentucky. Bethany is playing for McCall Bell from Oklahoma. Yay. Danielle is playing for Brooks Bigiani from Florida. All right, so here's how it's gonna work. We're each gonna pick a ball, and we're gonna see whoever gets it the closest. If you land in the dark blue, your partner wins a prize worth $100. If you land in the light blue, your partner wins a prize of $200. And if you land in the gold, your partner will win a prize of $300. If you get a hole in one, your partner wins the prize of $500. You guys do.
Wow. It's like blue and light blue and gold and make it different.
Okay.
It's all different.
All right, so you go ahead,
What
Bethany.
happens if I get a hole in one? I just want to know ahead of time.
I think they get different prizes.
Okay, let's try.
All right, I just want to know.
City credits.
Look at, how about in heels? Are they the right shoes?
Well, we're going to talk about
Come on,
this.
let's go, Bethany.
Okay, sorry. No,
We're strong.
You got it. No, you're going to do a good one right now. Take your time.
Wait, no.
Oh, no.
Okay, because you're wearing heels, just like grip it a little bit furth back. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Way to go. All right, you got it,
And the hair
girl.
isn't.
Just hit it. Perfect.
All right.
Oh!
Oh my God!
Okay, I think you might have won.
Wow. That's like pool meets golf.
Wow. Love it.
Corner. Hey! Corner pocket.
Okay, here we go.
So funny.
All right.
I don't know that you're supposed to hit that
Well,
corner.
That's
I didn't know there were rules. Okay, Danielle, you're playing for Brooks. Come on. All right.
All right.
It's pool.
Pool meets golf. We don't know.
It's pool meets golf.
Watch. Oh, God.
If we beat her, I'm going.
I mean, this is the right.
Okay, so the winner is Bethany for unknown reasons. So the winner, come on over, ladies. We actually have a surprise, you guys. We have a little surprise. Thanks to Citi, the sponsor, everybody is getting a prize upgrade. All three of you are going home with $500 worth of any Live Nation concert ticket.
Unbelievable.
So wait. So you're going to go to a concert, and that's not all. Thank you. Here you go. You're also getting 2 tickets to our Today Show Citi concert series, which is amazing right after the applause. All right, guys, thank you so much.
Yay!
Thank you. You are awesome. All right.
The best is for unknown reasons.
For unknown reasons. You can watch Danielle and the U.S. Women's Open next week, July 6th to the 9th at Pebble Beach with live primetime weekend coverage right here on NBC.
We will be back after this.
Way to go. I'm going to go on record. I love today. I love you. I love your outfit. I love what you bring every day. Bethany, thank you.
Love you. Thank you so much. And thank all of you.
Yeah.
Best time.
All right. Jason Biggs will be here tomorrow, and comedian and TV host Mikey Day. See you Wednesday.
Today, nutrition and health expert Joy Bowers here to show us how to make our own frozen yogurt. Joy, good morning to you. I want to get right to it. We got the cookie dough frozen yogurt bites. You start by making homemade cookie dough. Go ahead.
Hey guys, so in light of the heat wave, we are making 2 crazy, refreshing summer treats, and we're starting with cookie dough frozen yogurt. So I'm going to start by making the cookie dough here, and the great part is it is super simple to make, and it's comprised of nourishing ingredients. And the first thing is this almond flour. So it's gluten-free, and it already has some protein in it. I'm going to add a pinch of salt, a little bit of peanut butter, about a 1/4 cup here, and for sweetener, I'm adding a dash of maple syrup and a little bit of vanilla extract. And you mix this up, and I hope that you can see this, but thanks to the almond flour, it transforms into a crumbly, almost pasty-like cookie dough. And the last thing we're going to do here, because I like chocolate chips in my cookie dough, I'm going to add in, if you have mini chocolate chips, great. But if not, I just have the regular stuff right here. And I'm going to toss in a couple of tablespoons of either dark or mini or semi-sweet chocolate chip. So I have this over here. And all you're going to do now is roll these into little, almost chickpea-sized balls. So let me show you. And it's nice and pliable. I'm going to put it in the palm of my hand, just like this. See that? And you could get your kids involved. Everybody could start a big rolling party over here. And I'm putting it on parchment paper so it doesn't stick, right on the baking sheet. And then this entire batch is going to make about 80. And I stash this right in the freezer because you want them to slightly firm up. Now, while they're in the freezer, we're going to go ahead and we're going to make our froyo. So here I'm using 2 cups of full-fat Greek yogurt. Normally, I like to use either non-fat Greek yogurt or 2%, but because I want these super creamy and crave-worthy like ice cream, I'm using full-fat. Any sweetener that you'd like. Here I'm putting in honey, but this could even be coconut sugar, or it could be a sugar replacement if you're looking to pull back on your added sugars, and a little bit of vanilla extract. We mix this up, and now we're going to add in all of our cookie dough balls, and you stir this up, and you put it in a mini muffin container, and you just let it freeze. And I'm going to show you what my muffin container looks like, because it could not be any easier. And guys, these are light in calories, they're packed with protein, and they'll last for up to a month in your freezer. So you could transfer them right into a freezer bag, and they will be waiting for you when you have any kind of a sweet tooth craving. So next, we're going to make something really special, and these are PB&J tots. So here I'm starting with my sliced strawberries, and this is going to become our wholesome jam. And I'm just going to muddle my strawberries so you get it nice and juicy. Then I'm going to be putting in my peanut butter. And again, this is going to be Greek yogurt, but it's going to be flavored. So we don't even have to add any sweetener, either a berry flavor or a vanilla flavor. And you just mix this up, and then you're going to put it right into your popsicle mold. And you're going to let that freeze. It's a nice thick batter. I'm going to show you what this looks like. I have some frozen right over here. Look at this. Ta-da! But we're not done yet because we're going to bedazzle them now. So here I'm filling my popsicle mold, and you put that right in the freezer. And now I'm drizzling some chocolate on top and peanuts. Look at that, guys. I mean, come on. You know you want a bite of this.
Okay, it's the middle of July, and as we know, the temperatures are just soaring out there. So what a better way to cool off than with everyone's favorite summer treat, ice cream.
And today we're going to show you how easy it is to make at home with the help of Justin Chappell, culinary director at Food and Wine Magazine. Homemade ice cream, huh?
Yes. Well, we're making a soft serve today, and we're making a version that's just like, you know, a little bit healthier.
Okay. We love that.
We love that. We still want that treat. We still want to cool down in the summer, but we could, you know, take care of ourselves a little bit.
Keep our bikini bodies.
But it's not totally healthy. But it's good for you because we're starting with frozen fruit.
Okay, frozen mangoes, if you have never tried one, because I hadn't, are like little popsicles.
Yeah, frozen, especially the champagne mangoes are super yummy.
Yes, and we talked about, and by the way, these ladies have been picking at my mangoes here.
I sure have. Is that okay with you?
It's perfectly okay.
All right.
So we've got about 1.5 pounds of frozen mangoes. You
Okay.
can also use blueberries.
Yeah.
You can use strawberries.
Whatever your fruit is.
Whatever
What
your
is
fruit
this?
is. So this is the secret ingredient.
Let me guess.
And this.
Do you know?
Condensed milk?
Yes, sweetened condensed milk. So here's the thing. This is why it's maybe like not super healthy because it's got a lot of sugar, but this is the secret ingredient. So we're going to add the sweetness, but we're also going to add really creamy texture here.
Yeah, it looks
I mean, look at that.
like pudding.
And if you wanted, you can even use dulce de leche here, which is basically the same thing but caramelized. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, do you add salt and vanilla?
Yep. I'll let you add just, oops, this is, look at me shaking. It's my first time back.
I know, we're so happy to have you here.
A pinch of salt.
I kind of like the salt and sweet.
Yes,
you know?
so we've got a little vanilla to give us a little warmth, but then the salt is going to enhance all those flavors. So what you're going to do is you're going to pulse this.
Yeah. So it gets creamy?
Yep, and you're just going to puree it, and it takes a few minutes, but then this is what you end up with here.
Look how gorgeous
in
that
a little
is.
cake pan.
And of course you could serve it. Yep, you could serve it right out of there, and then actually that's when it's in its soft serve form.
Okay.
But if you pop it into a freezer-safe container, pop it in the fridge, it'll get a little more firm.
Amazing.
Firmer.
Now we chop up this?
Yes. So we have our soft serve ice cream, right? But let's talk about nostalgia. And remember when we were kids eating soft serve dipped in the chocolate?
Oh, I love that.
Yes. So we are making a DIY chocolate shell. Starts with a bar of bittersweet chocolate, about a pound that you chop.
Okay.
Now this is actually important here because you don't want to use chocolate chips because chocolate chips are actually formulated to hold their shape.
Oh, really?
So
Yeah.
you just got to bang that up.
So you want to bang it out and chop. This is bittersweet. You can also use semi-sweet. You're going to add some coconut oil.
Coconut oil. Gosh, she loves coconut oil.
Coconut oil, and so a pound of coconut oil, about a half a cup of coconut oil, and you're going to microwave this in 20-second intervals.
Put it in the micro.
20, 20 until it melts. Now, the reason you're doing 20-second intervals is because you don't want to overheat your chocolate.
You don't want to. What happens if you overheat
the
it?
sugars clump and then they separate from the fat, and then you get this dull mix.
Look at this. Look what you did. Stir it. 20, 20, 20. Look at this.
Now, by the way, this has been at room temperature for like an hour and a half.
And it's okay.
And it's okay because the coconut oil, which is liquid at room temperature, it keeps this sort of liquid texture.
Okay.
And then what happens when this hits something really cold, it's gonna solidify.
Okay, so okay, let's make our sandwich. This is so exciting.
I know, we love ice cream sandwiches.
So we're using our mango soft serve here. And this has been put in the freezer for just a little bit so it can get a little firm. Otherwise, it might be a little squishy. I'm gonna put a little bit on there. I'm gonna let you do the honors here, one of you.
And then you dunk. Okay, I'll
Well, you're not actually going to dunk that one yet, but you could use
we dunk
cookies,
these?
wafers. Yes, those are your dunkers.
Is that because they're
Yeah,
colder?
I'll switch places with you.
Do you have to put them in the fridge before you dunk?
Yes. So the trick is you want it to be as cold as possible.
It's cold.
Because the coconut oil, which is liquid at room temperature, when it touches something cold, it solidifies.
Just around half of it?
Yeah, half or all of it.
Gorgeous that is.
So you put it down here.
You put it down, and it'll start to get firm immediately. You can see the edges here.
I'll have this one.
Okay, I'll have this one.
You know what you could do even to up it a little bit is to dip that in sprinkles.
Sprinkles or chopped nuts or, you know, nonpareils would be really pretty.
How do you bite
Look at that.
Mine
Can I
is hard.
steal one of these from you?
Please. Oh my God.
I'm going to do
yummy.
a blueberry. Blueberry's my favorite here. Although I don't know if I'm going to take a bite. I'm just going to hold it.
All right, who doesn't love a sweet summer treat, especially one that cools you down on a real hot, sticky day?
And we're super lucky because our culinary producer, Katie Stilo, came up with a couple of delicious treats that will really hit the spot for the entire family. And then there's just one for the grown-ups, too.
A little treat. I know.
Katie, you don't disappoint. All right, what are we starting?
I'm trying not to. We started the week with some cool treats. We're going to finish it with some.
Awesome.
So I'm going to share my banana bread recipe. What I'm doing to bump it up a notch, I'm turning it into ice cream cake. Hello, who doesn't love that?
Bread marinated in ice cream cake.
By the way, that sounds awesome.
I know
Okay.
your birthday's coming up, so maybe you can make this. So in here I have my flour, I have some baking soda and salt. Jenny, you want to stir that up?
Yes.
In my stand mixer already creamed together, I have some sour cream, I have butter, and then a little bit of brown sugar. You can use light, you can use dark, whatever you have available. Like, don't go crazy. And then, Hoda, if you want to mash up some bananas, I'll crack some eggs.
What's the like secret with that? Do you want old bananas?
You want super ripe bananas, so
brown
like
can it be?
brown, spotty. The best ones, if you get them and they're ripe and you're not ready to make banana bread, but I mean, I'm always ready, so put them in the freezer.
Even if they're too brown?
Too brown, it's totally fine. Okay. It'll just be sweeter. Your banana will just be sweeter. It's totally
but
fine.
we're okay with that.
Exactly. Like who does not like that? Okay, so I'm gonna add some eggs into here. Jenna, you want to scoop in the dry ingredients?
Sure.
Dump those right in. Here. Yeah, there we go. And then I'm adding some chocolate chips because this banana bread ice cream cake is inspired by, I know you guys were recently there at Ben & Jerry's scooping some ice cream. So, you know,
could you put those in even
it's
with
like a
this
chunky
thing?
monkey ice cream cake. Yeah.
right.
Wonderful.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. All right. So now
We can add this into here. And then I like to add a little bit of lemon juice.
I'm adding this to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is one.
And where am I adding the lemon juice? In here?
Into the batter. All goes in. Just dump
that
everything in.
lemon?
Yeah, I like it. I think it adds.
sure?
I swear, trust me.
What do you
Have I led you wrong so far?
No,
I haven't.
You're
I'm not.
Okay. Am I just?
I think it adds a little bit of acidity, a nice little tang. I think it helps it out a little bit.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Okay, so moving down here, I have a batter, and I'm baking it. So instead of baking it in a 9x13 or a 8x8
That's
loaf
what it
pan,
looks like.
pop it into a cake pan.
Look at this.
And so you do.
It's more of a cake.
Right. So you can bake this if you want to, just as is, and eat it as banana bread. Sprinkle it with some turbinado sugar on top. I love the crunch that it brings.
Amazing.
And then here we have the finished baked layer. And my trick to making this ice cream cake really easy to remove is popping it into a cake pan and then lining it with these little parchment overhangs.
Yeah.
So it helps you pop it out. So then I'm topping it
So
with
you popped it
peanut
out
butter.
and turned it over?
Right. Let it cool, and
So
then
the flat side is there at the
exactly
top.
a little chef tip for you.
And you have to let it cool, obviously.
Yeah, and it'll be a hot mess.
Okay, so peanut butter first layer.
Because if it's chunky monkey, you need that, and then obviously it's summer.
Wait, what's going on
so
here?
We're doing
Vanilla
we're doing ice cream. Vanilla ice cream. You could do kind of any kind of ice cream here.
No,
you can
you
go
need
wild,
vanilla.
but
No,
you
no.
do vanilla
Or banana.
Exactly, and then you're gonna top it with the top.
Wait, look what's happening here.
This is amazing.
It's like the ultimate.
What?
I know, it's the
Now, do
ultimate.
you freeze it?
Freeze the whole thing,
Can we
and then you
save
just pop
this
it.
for Hoda's birthday,
Yeah.
please?
Look at this. Wait, what's
And
happening?
pretend I made it.
Look at this.
And then we're gonna
Oh, wait, we're not
gild the
done.
lily. No, not
Okay,
done
I'll
yet.
come this way.
Okay.
You can take a bite. I'm just drizzling it over the
Put
top.
this one in
ice
the
cream
freezer
part.
till
Yeah.
August, what, 8th?
9th.
9th.
See, it's my birthday though, so we can do it on the 8th.
Wait, your birthday's the 8th?
Yeah, we're Leo twins.
This morning, we are snacking in Today Food. Recipe developer and food blogger Rachel Mansfield is known for sharing her easy, good-for-you cooking demos on social media.
I'm so excited for this because, as I told you, I have boys in the house that eat nonstop, and snack time is my least favorite time of the day.
Well, it
But
is our
this
favorite
could change that.
Yes, no, I'm super excited. So we're gonna be making two of my favorite snacks. I personally love them, and then I have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old at home, and they devour them.
Kid approved.
So first we're gonna be making frozen yogurt cups. Who wants to lead the? Who wants to cook?
I'll
today?
go for it,
I'll
Joey.
do it.
Yeah, sure.
So this is one of my son's most recent favorites. It's good for my 1-year-old who's teething and 3-year-old who wants to eat ice cream all the time. So you take a silicone muffin tin. Put a layer of yogurt, and then you can put some berries, which we already have, so you can mix some more berries.
Is it seasoned at all, or is it just plain?
So I
plain
like
yogurt?
using an unsweetened, like plain yogurt, just to
Okay.
keep the sugar content a little bit lower. But if you want something that has more sugar, you can put some honey or maple syrup, or really anything that you want, even some coconut sugar. You can put fruit, and then you put granola.
Okay.
And then I always like a little bit of a crunch. And then on top of the fruit, you'll put some more yogurt and drizzle some peanut butter on top. And keep them in the freezer, and they're almost like a little
Let's go pick it up.
healthy snack on the go. You can have them as like a dessert of sorts.
So once they're thawed from the freezer, do they you have to give it a second. Melt?
Yeah.
They kind of
Yeah.
fall
Give it a
apart.
little.
Yeah, because this one
They
is.
honestly don't melt as fast as you would think that
Yeah.
they do. I make a yogurt bark, and that definitely melts a little bit faster, but these stay pretty frozen for a while.
And how do you make this peanut butter so nice and drizzly?
drizzled it.
So if your peanut butter is a little bit thicker, you can melt it with some, put some coconut oil in it, and
Okay.
then microwave it to get it a little bit more like drizzleable. And you can
So
use
easy.
almond butter, cashew butter, anything you want.
Okay.
Everybody was
It's fun to eat.
fascinated by banana sushi.
I know.
But I know, and when you say it, it kind of sounds a little weird, like am I eating sushi or like I'm eating bananas? But this was like my late night snack in college. So this has been like my go-to for a while.
Banana sushi. All right,
It
let's
is so
do it.
good. So you take a banana, you peel it.
Okay.
You can use any nut butter or seed butter you want, like a tahini, peanut butter, almond butter, cashew butter, anything.
Okay.
Lather the banana with it.
Okay.
If you want to get like a little bit messier, you could do the entire thing. If you want to be a little bit cleaner, you kind of do like, I would say 3/4 of it.
Okay.
And once you have the nut butter on, you take any toppings you want. So we have some coconut flakes, cacao nibs, granola, and
Okay.
it gives it like a little bit of a crunch.
You just
and
roll
you
it?
just coat it. Yeah, you can either take your hands and you can sprinkle it,
Oh,
or
I
you can
should
take the
probably do
banana
that.
and actually roll it if you want.
Okay. Banana
And
sushi.
It's a good activity for kids. Like my son loves doing
Oops,
it
making a mess.
at home. We also even take like on top of the peanut butter, take a tortilla, roll it up, and crisp it on the stove. So it's like kind of like a caramelized banana, of sorts. That looks beautiful.
I didn't get it on the other side. I was trying
it's
to
fine.
do this
You can even put
quickly,
the coconut on top.
And Al's just having a party over
Yeah,
there.
that's right. It's a banana party.
I mean, you're a banana. It's like an omakase for banana sushi over
That's
here,
it.
right?
Look how nice hers look over here, guys.
And then you slice that up, and then you can enjoy it. I also like keeping these in the freezer with those.
Oh.
So like an easy grab and go snack. The bananas don't get very brown being in the freezer, which is why I like putting them there. And again, my kids love them, I love them, and they're super easy to make.
Look at the presentation there. I love that.
Thank you. If you want to get real
Delicious.
fancy, you can even use the chopsticks too.
I know. Can I sing your praises? You're so big, like on TikTok, social. People really love you.
Thank you.
And I think this is why. I mean, these are doable things and get us all to eat.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
All right,
thanks
Rachel,
for having me.
We appreciate it. And for these recipes, you can head to today.com/food.
Let's party, girl. I'm going to come around.
Okay. So I have some good news for you.
What?
I have blueberries.
Oh my gosh, you're amazing.
I do not have watermelon, but I do
That's
have
okay.
waffles.
Oh my God. It's
Right?
gotta-
But also, you know what you have? You have hacks.
I have hacks.
I love this.
So this is a great and quick party drink.
Yes. Yeah.
Tell us what it is.
Well, it's not so much about the drink. I mean, you can put your special vodka mojito in here if you'd like.
Okay.
But what this is about, it's keeping the flies and the buggies out of your drink.
Oh, it's
when
a
you're
hat.
out in the sun.
It's a hat for a drink.
It's a hat for the drink. So you just take a cupcake liner, poke your straw through.
It just keeps it off.
And it protects it so you don't get the little bugs
It doesn't
in there.
seal it, but it does the job.
You want this. This is just some great
That's
water
just
with
some fresh
lemon,
water.
which is good for our
You know,
teeth.
a little bonus hack, keep your lemon and lime slices in the freezer during the summer, and then you pull them out when you
Is
need
that
them.
what you did? Because this is so
That's why it's nice and
cold.
cold, and then you don't need that
So wait, do you slice them first, then put
slice them first and
then
freeze
put
them.
it in the
Because
freezer?
then that way you don't. Do you ever do like you have half a lemon sitting around and
Yes,
it
and then
dries
it goes
dies?
bad.
Yes,
That always
So you
happens.
can prevent that.
Okay.
Another easy fun thing to do. I love sangria, right? So this is my
too.
hacked sangria.
Okay, tell us.
All you need is wine. You can do white or red wine.
Okay.
Bag of frozen berries. Drop them in, and I love this because you can take this to the beach.
Wait, that's all you do?
Yeah. So basically, like you take this to the beach, you combine the bag and the bottle of wine. You can add a little seltzer if you want. You know, splash
What
with
does
something
traditional
else.
sangria have that?
Traditional sangria would be the wine, and you would do like apples and oranges and
Apples
stuff.
and
But I think this is
oranges.
a great
So
summer
just
version.
fruit and wine. That's
Yes,
what. Okay.
Fruit and wine. You can add
All
a
right.
little cognac
This,
or something
this
if you
looks
want.
yummy.
So
I like a sweet.
A twist on the waffle cone. Breakfast waffles.
I mean, that's
You cut them in
ridiculous.
half.
Ice cream in
Fill-
there?
Yeah. So you spread ice cream. You close them, and then you put sprinkles on the side. Pop them in the freezer for like 4 hours. You could, and if these are homemade waffles,
Yummy.
but you could also do.
Really?
You could do the frozen waffles too. Just make your life even easier.
I love that, and kids would love that. Easy to get.
Grown-ups
That's a
love
great
it,
like
right?
ice
Jenna
cream
loves it.
sandwich.
it. I love it. Okay. Substitute.
Okay. So then you take those berries, including the blueberries. You could do frozen, you can do fresh. So it's summer, they're amazing now. I say go with the fresh ones. Put them in a little ramekin, toss them with just some sugar, a little bit of cornstarch just to hold them together. Cookie dough. Store-bought frozen cookie dough.
What is this a take on your cobbler?
This is a take on cobbler. So this is just sugar cookie dough.
Hold on. You just put it on the
just
top?
Little chunks of it right on top, 350 in the oven just until the berries start bubbling.
And you put a peach in there too, which is my favorite kind of cobbler.
Would you explain something? So you just put, there's nothing on the bottom, just blueberries?
Literally just berries, any kind of frozen fruit or fresh fruit. Toss it with some cornstarch to kind of hold it together. Isn't that awesome?
That is.
Yeah. And you can have fun with the cookie doughs. I like the sugar cookie dough, but I mean, if you want to do chocolate chip, I'm not going to judge you.
Yeah, and you could put oats. Yeah. Maybe you could put oats in there too.
What do you mean?
I like oats
for the
in
little
my cobbler.
She wants like the crumble type thing.
I do.
So, yeah.
I like that.
You can do that.
Hey, what's your favorite summertime drink? We said ours.
Yes. Well, I like a mojito, but I do mine with rum.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me how you make yours.
Okay. Yeah, I will say your mojito recipe is unfamiliar to me. I do not recognize that as a mojito.
What part of it? What part of it was weird? The diet
ginger ale? None of it, because so I'm Puerto Rican. You know, I'm a Latina girl, so I start with rum. You do limes and mint. You got that part. The muddling in the bottom of the glass. Mash them up. Muddle. Get all those like natural flavors out.
She does it.
Some brown sugar in
what?
there. Brown sugar.
Yeah, brown sugar's usually
yes. Think about it. This is from the islands, right?
Nobody told me.
This is a Cuban
Okay, then
cocktail. So brown sugar. Then you do the rum, and then ice, and then you can just top it off with a little bit of seltzer. So your soda isn't that far off. I just do a little club soda.
Yum.
I really like the keep the rum.
How much? Can I ask? How much brown sugar do you put in there?
Just like a tablespoon.
So no agave.
Yeah. Well, it depends what type. If you're doing it one in a glass and just like a teaspoon, but if
tiny
you're doing
bit.
a big one, then you can do like a tablespoon.
All right.
You can do that. I mean, agave is good too. I would say our cocktails are like cousins. Oh, and then here I've got one more thing for you.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
So this is a cool product. You get this. Food 52 has them. So berries, if you wash them too soon,
they get bad.
They get bad
I know
because they're
that
so
happens
delicate.
to us.
That's
Wait, what? I didn't know that.
Yeah, because these berries are like very, very delicate. That like skin, that membrane is so
what
thin,
should
so
you
the
do?
water ruins it if you do it too soon. So you get this little container. You put your berries in here. You take this to work, to the park, to wherever, and then you rinse the berries out in there. And it also keeps them elevated so that they're not sitting in the liquid.
Oh, okay.
Cool
So
like
that keeps them from going bad?
It keeps them from going bad, so you can wash them on the go. And it also comes with a little spoon, like or a little fork.
Hold on, when you say you wash your berries too soon, should you wait a couple days before you wash your berries?
So only wash them just as you're about to eat them.
The ones you're going to eat.
Yes. Oh. Yeah, just like as you eat them.
Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer is here to share some simple and healthy recipes that you can treat yourself to this weekend.
And I'm going to start with what I'm calling a frozen key lime pie bar. And it's got all the feels, sweet and tart and citrusy. I think you're going to love it. So the star of the show is Greek yogurt. And I'm using 2% not non-fat because it freezes a little bit better.
Okay.
And I'm adding in some lime juice, of course, a little bit of honey to sweeten it up, and then lime zest, because that's going to sort of bring it home. It's going to give it a real limey consistency. I mean, flavor. And it also makes it smell so darn good. And you get the specks of the green, which are so pretty. Then I'm going to take, because every key lime pie has a crust.
Yes,
so I've got some graham
Are we allowed
crackers.
to eat graham crackers?
You are. This is healthy-ish.
Okay.
So I'm taking half of my crushed graham crackers and I'm going to...
Nice.
I mix it right in, and now I'm going to do something super cool. So I have a baking sheet that I lined with parchment paper, and it's important to have a lip on the edge of the baking sheet, and I take my batter, and you're just going to pour it right on top of that baking sheet, because this is going to go in the freezer for about 4 hours to overnight. The whole thing will...
Yeah.
You got to make this. And you smooth it out, and you don't have to cover the whole baking sheet, because you really want it to be about 1/4 of an inch in thickness, so you get nice pieces of bark.
Yum.
And now I'm going to top it, because we've got a lot left over, with my graham cracker. Isn't this cute? And
it's so creative.
You stash it in the freezer. I'm going to show you what it looks like. And it comes out like this, and you break off pieces, and you have like a huge big bag of pieces. And what I then like to do is, just to save space in the freezer, I break all my pieces and I stash them in a bag.
And then you keep them in the freezer.
Yes, and it melts in your mouth. It tastes like key lime ice cream, really. And every once in a while, you get a bite of that lime zest pop, and also the graham cracker. It's really sensational. You got to try it.
Okay, so this one is done, done, and done. Now let's do some cookie bars.
I wanted to create a version that didn't have any egg, and I think I nailed it. So right over here, I have it's stiffened up a little bit, but it's cashew butter. So I take cashew butter and I mix it with a little bit of vanilla extract and some maple syrup. This is almond flour. And the nice part about almond flour is it's moist. So I work it right in.
So I know you're not supposed to eat uncooked, like white flour. Is almond flour okay?
This almond flour, it's blanched, and it also goes under the name of almond meal, and it's perfectly fine.
Okay.
Yes. So I'm mixing this in, and so now you know this is loaded with protein and fiber and all of the deliciousness from the cashew butter. And truth be told, you can swap in peanut butter if you want, but you're going to have a much more peanut butter forward experience, which is never a bad thing.
Right.
And so you mix this up. I don't have time to fully mix it, but it gets very crumbly, just like cookie dough. Then you add in your chocolate chips, and I'm going to show you what it looks like, and you press it into. Got this
So the
right
cashew
over
butter
here.
doesn't make it taste like cashews? Like it actually tastes like cookie dough?
It tastes like cookie dough because it's a nice mild butter, and it's pretty readily available in the grocery store. It's a little bit pricier than peanut butter, though, so if you do want to swap in any other nut butter, it will work. And so here, I lined an 8x8 pan with parchment paper, and I pressed in all of my dough. And then we got to take it home, though. So I melted some semi-sweet or a dark chocolate on top, and I also added a little bit of the nut butter.
Scandalous for you, Joy.
It feels naughty.
This is worth every single delicious bite. Oh my gosh, we can't. Ian's been calling it dessert for breakfast Friday.
Wow, that looks amazing.
Okay, so we have this.
So those white little
And then-
flecks in there, that's the flour? That's so you can have some flecks?
You know what? For this one, I actually used a chunky cashew butter. So you're seeing little pieces of the cashew. And then this goes right in the refrigerator, and it firms up in a couple of hours. And I'm going to show you what it looks like because I have some that are done over here. You could tell we dug into it a little bit. Yeah, I know. But you cut it right up.
Oh, that
and
looks
guys,
amazing.
it's the best contrast because the middle really does taste like cookie dough, and then the top hardens.
A little treat. Joy,
oh my gosh,
thank you so much. We wish you were here.
Time for a special Make Ahead Monday. If you're firing up the grill today, we have some creative and delicious ways to use all of your leftovers. You see them, you know them, you love them. Here to help us is chef and owner of Pig Beach in Brooklyn, Matt Abdu. Matt, welcome to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for having me. We're super excited today.
Let's dig in.
All right, we're first starting off with some hot dog hash.
Yes.
We've got all these leftovers. You don't know what to do with them. We're going to do a little fun and unique twist on it all. Take your leftover hot dogs. Okay. We're going to slice them really thin, sear them up. In a pan, we're going to start with some chopped or cut up potatoes. Put them right on in.
Yep.
This couldn't be easier.
Yeah.
So potatoes go in the pan, onions, pepper, some garlic, all just goes right on in.
Okay.
You're going to cover it, cook it for about 10 minutes.
Will Al Roker sneak into your house and eat your food while you cook?
Only if you're lucky. Oh my God, it's one of the greatest things ever. So you're going to cover this, let this cook. Season with a little bit of salt and pepper. Until the potatoes are nice and tender, they're gonna start to take on a little bit of color.
Did you just make this up? I've never heard of this.
You know what? It was kind of inspired by that Peruvian dish. It was like hot dogs and French fries, but it was like, what way can you do?
Yes.
I wanted to do like a breakfast, lunch, dinner kind of thing with all these leftovers.
Love it.
So the potatoes are gonna cook with the onions, and you have all these leftover hot dogs, sliced about 1/4 inch thick, browned up like you're doing fried bologna. Toss all those in with some sliced scallions to sort of finish and garnish. And just give it a good old mix. So this is our all-purpose barbecue seasoning. I've made this a few times before for you guys. It's just a great thing to use as a seasoner for the hash or for your ribs or for burgers, chicken, whatever you want to do.
What's in it?
And we got some cumin, granulated garlic, granulated onion, hatch chili, salt, pepper, garlic, paprika, and some thyme.
Ooh.
I nailed all those on.
That is delicious.
We do.
This is fantastic.
Pigbeach.com. Am I allowed to say that?
I have a bottle of it at home.
And then
Is
we're
it
just going to
good?
season the top of it with a little bit of
delicious.
sprinkle of that all-purpose barbecue seasoning. And breakfast is on the table with some leftover hot dogs.
This is an A+.
All right, rock and roll.
All right, so you got some leftover burgers.
Yes, sir.
What can we do?
All right, we're going to take them. We're going to crumble them all up as you have them seen in this pan here. This is roughly about 5 hamburgers or so. And then we're going to take the peppers, cut off the tops, and some onions and some garlic, and you're just going to saute them all until they're nice and soft and translucent. You're going to dump that in the bowl.
Yeah.
Some bulgur wheat. We have bulgur wheat that's been just soaked, strained. That's going to go in the bowl.
So that's kind of your binder?
Yeah, this is kind of inspired from a dish I grew up eating called kusa. My father used to make it for me all the time. Yeah, Dad, kusa, in a stuffed pepper form. We're going to add some cumin, some za'atar, some salt, some pepper. And we have some basil and mint. We're going to mix all that in there. And then for a little, give it a good old stir for me. And you kind of have a little cheese and stuffed pepper. So we're going to put some Parmesan in there. Some eggs to work as the binder. That's going to kind of hold it all together when it cooks. And last but not least, a little bit of Greek yogurt. So the Greek yogurt is going to give it a nice creamy flavor profile, and also that yogurt goes really well with the meat.
Yeah, it's not dry.
Yeah, well, that's the hope. The cheese, the yogurt, the eggs makes it all really nice and moist. We're going to stuff it in these peppers. We're going to put a can of fire roasted tomatoes on the bottom of it, which you can get at the grocery store. They're absolutely delicious. Cover it with foil, bake for about 45 minutes to an hour until the peppers are tender and the peppers are cooked through. Garnish it with this little tzatziki, sort of New York City white sauce, I call it, recipeontoday.com. Check it out. It's absolutely fun, delicious, great way of using up leftover burgers.
I've never thought of reusing hamburgers
Well, most
in that
people
way.
don't. And why would you, right?
What a great idea.
All right, so moving on, finally, dilly dilly. We got some pasta salad for you, girl.
I'm excited for this.
You growing up some vegetables like me, you're at home for any sort of holiday, you got some leftover grilled vegetables. There's so many different things you can do with it. What I love during the summertime is making pasta salad. I grew up having this in my fridge from my mom. Super simple. You have leftover peppers, zucchini, onions, some grilled corn. We're going to take it all and pour this right into a pound of tricolor pasta, or whatever pasta you like. We're going to make a really simple and easy Italian vinaigrette, some red wine vinegar, some olive oil, some oregano, salt, pepper, chili flake, a little bit of honey. Gives it a little nice sweetness.
Good with seasonings. Yes.
Well, thank you. It means the world to me.
That is his
And then
job.
we're just going to add in some tomatoes. Some feta cheese.
I love the feta olive combo.
Me too, girl. And then these are calamatas. You can really use black olives or whatever olive you really like. Perfect. And then we're going to dump onto it that Italian seasoning. Italian vinaigrette. Give it a nice big old stir. The great thing about this is it'll keep in your refrigerator for the full week.
I was going to say, how far in advance could you make this?
Well, it's better if you make it the night before. That way the pasta really gets to marinate
better
in
the
that
next day.
vinaigrette. It's good, right?
Wow.
Simple. My mom loved it. We used to grow up eating this. My mom would have a whole Tupperware of this in the fridge in the summertime.
Oh, yeah.
Every meal she'd pull it out, put it on the table with whatever we're eating in the summertime.
Take this with you to the beach.
Why not?
Or
anywhere.
Warm or cold?
It's fresh, it's light. It's just such a great, simple, easy thing to do with some leftover veggies.
It is time for a media edition of Make Ahead Monday, and Jordan Andino, chef and owner of Flip Siggy here in New York, is going to show us how to make a pork adobo. How do you start?
Yeah, so that's why. So I have a glove right here just for in terms of time management. But right here you have actually a pork butt or a pork shoulder. So what I like about this is that it's a delicious cut of meat, but it just takes some time to braise. It's cheap, it's easy, and it's not that intimidating. Notice it's really big. All you got to do, it's typically boneless and skinless. Okay. So all you got to do is just pretty much cut it up into maybe 1.5, 2-inch cubes. It doesn't need to be pretty. You kind of just go at it and just make large cubes so that it just cuts the cooking time down from like 3 hours to maybe 2 hours instead.
Oh my gosh,
so
it's so
super
good.
simple. Yeah, you just have the, chunks like this. As you guys can see, it's not, too crazy.
Okay.
And then once you break down your big piece, you'll have kind of your nice bowl of like already chopped up meat right there. You guys are enjoying it already.
So what are you adding? What are you adding?
Yeah, where is all this flavor coming from?
The flavor is coming, like before it starts to braise.
Yeah, so all you have to do, it's pretty simple at that point. Once it's cut, let's pretend the stove top is right here. We have my pot. All you got to do is add a little bit of oil to the base, and then this is going to help you saute and caramelize everything and garner a lot more flavor from the minced garlic, which I just threw in. And then after that, once the garlic browns, you're going to throw in your pork shoulder that you just cut. So you're just going to put that in and just let that really kind of brown and just get some more flavor and a little bit of caramelization.
It's not too hard. You know what I mean? Like
it's perfect.
So delicious.
Yeah, no, and it's supposed to be just delicious and easy. After that, the flavor that you guys are getting comes from a couple of things. It's going to be your oyster sauce, which is like, seafood, oyster flavored sauce, along with a little bit of sriracha, which is kind of you're going to give your hot and sweetness right there. But really what I want to concentrate on the flavors are these three ingredients right here. You have your Swansea soy, and then your dati puti vinegar, and then your mushroom soy sauce.
Where do you get those?
My grandmother's going to kill me. These are the 3 combination recipe to make the adobo, and the true Filipinos out there will really appreciate these.
Yeah, that vinegar,
Secret's out. Yeah, so all you got to do, basically all you got to do is just pour all this in there. It's super simple. You just pour it in. It's about like 3/4 cup of the swan soy, 3/4 cup of the dark mushroom soy. Those have a lot of sodium in it, so you don't need to add any salt. That's going to give you that awesome flavor. And then that tanginess that you guys are tasting is from this cane sugar vinegar from the Philippines here.
Where can you buy that?
So, there's a couple of we'll call them Asian marts all around, like Queens, Jersey, and in the East Village. And also Chinatown. It's hard to find, but once you do find it, these are ingredients that you always want to keep stocked because it's so delicious, and it's a great replacement for just your regular kind of white vinegar.
Well,
it is so good.
But
Jordan, I'm enjoying this over rice, but I know you can also, once you're left with all these leftovers, you can turn it into this amazing torta. Yum.
Yeah, you're right. Once it's done, you have your beautiful plate like this, which you guys are having. And then you have your torta. So your torta, which you guys have right there, are, that's how we get to the leftover Mondays, because you make a big, batch of this 2-pound pork. You got to build a sandwich. So I have mine right here. All you guys got to see right there is you have your, your toast and then your meat, and it's already made. All you got to do is just start building it. So you have your bottom bun, a little bit of mayo, a little bit of hot sauce. But the real concentration here are your pickled onions. So I started with very simple pickled onions. It's just salt, sugar, white vinegar. Boil it, throw in some red onions, and you get that beautiful pink color there.
So good.
Yeah, it's going to add like a really nice tang.
Hey, real quick, yeah, because pork is so hard to cook for some people. And I got to say, I'm Cuban, so like Filipinos, we eat a lot of pork. This is amazing. How do you know when your pork's done?
Okay, that's a great question. So I'm going to show you guys what that's supposed to look like. So as you guys can see, you know because of how tender everything is. So all you got to do is just cook it, braise it for pretty much like 2 hours, and then you're going to get this. And I'll give you a nice little reveal real quick. It should look something like that.
Oh, okay.
So if you guys can see it, it just really falls apart. So here's how you know. You know that everything's ready. You just got to take your pork, put it on a plate, and then you're going to see how easy it is. You just take a fork or two and just press it.
Wow.
There you go.
That's why it's so
And you're going to see how quickly it is to pull, because that's how you know it's done. 2 hours, medium heat. And look at that. It just comes apart like that.
Jordan, we are out of time, but we
have happy plates.
We can't stop eating.
We've eaten all of our
I've had sauce all over my face. keep this clean. Thank you so much for joining us.
Here to share some delicious Korean cuisine, celebrity chef, entrepreneur, Jet Taylor.
What's happening, guys?
Chef.
So good to be here.
So good to have you here. We love short ribs.
Yes, we do, and especially
but I never
Korean
make
short
them.
ribs. And I think it's really great for Make Ahead Mondays because it's one of those dishes, it is maximum flavor, minimum ingredients. Can you put garlic and soy sauce?
Yes, sir, I will.
So garlic, we know, is a pungent. I'm going to do brown sugar around you for a little sweet, and then we'll do sesame oil.
Sesame oil.
Yeah, and that's going to give you aroma. You go there, and then here's the secret ingredient to Korean barbecue, a little sweet. This also helps break down the toughness of the meat. Apple pears. Apple pears is what you want to do.
So it has to be an apple, like you can't just use any kind of pear.
No, you could use any kind of pear, but you know what? This helps break down meat. So things like pineapple and things like papaya juice, that'll work too. So do you want to marinate that?
Yep.
I have one ready to go, so we'll swap.
I
You
love
can
it when you
marinate.
come because you put us to work.
I do. You know, many hands, little work.
Ah,
So
I like
here
that.
we go. Marinate 4 hours to overnight because it's a big piece of meat. Dab off all the marinade because the marinade's done its job. Get that sizzling.
yes.
Greg, you got this?
Yes, sir. I'm all
Cooked to your doneness. 125 is medium rare internal, but that becomes that
I just want to pick up
sliced
that
up.
whole bone and
it
just
becomes
eat it.
that.
So good. Look at
and-
that. So now that's Monday.
That's Monday.
We still have the rest of the week here.
And we
So
have better things to do.
come on
so
over to Tuesday.
Are you ready?
I'm ready for
Let's
Tuesday.
pop Tuesday. So are you ready to cook with me? Let's switch.
All right, what do you need
All
to
right,
do?
garlic in a hot pan.
Wait, first of all, what are we making?
Yeah, so we're gonna make a Korean japchae noodles. Just think about it as lo mein, like
Okay.
Korean style. So let's do garlic,
Okay.
and you can just put all the
Just add the
veggies
stuff in, all the
as long
veggies?
as the oil is hot and the garlic is ready to go.
Carrots, green peppers, and onions.
Onions, you got
Okay.
yeah. So all the veggies, and then remember that Monday's meat
Yes.
becomes Tuesday's noodles.
Yum.
So that's gonna go. We'll stir that up.
Okay, I should probably not eat out of it and stir.
No, I do that all the time. I mean, that's how, you know what I'm saying?
good.
So, noodles, don't freak out. Rice noodles, egg noodles. This could be
Anytime?
pasta. I just want you to cook it al dente.
Okay.
Make sure it's not overcooked because it's
that
got to
is so
still
yummy.
ride in the pan a little bit.
Okay.
You want to stir that
And
up?
I just tried it, and the seasonings are amazing. So what are you putting in it?
Oh,
What
you
is
got
the
again.
extra?
This for Korean flavors.
Yeah?
Soy sauce is salt.
Okay.
Right. Just think about it as
Try
salt.
it, guys.
Sesame oil is aroma. I don't
Okay.
want a lot.
Salt,
and just a pinch
aroma.
of sugar to take the edge off. The
So
vegetables carry a lot of flavor. Look how healthy that is.
Look at this.
You know, that's where
You
meat
can't beat
is
it.
on the side. First
Do you
day
serve
meat
it
was
warm or
in the
cold?
middle. I like to serve it warm, but you know, it makes a phenomenal pasta salad.
It's a really
You
nice
know what I
cold
mean?
salad. Good.
Just
Yeah.
remember, the secret though there is don't overcook those noodles.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
make sure those noodles are super al dente, even pasta. Now, fried rice.
Fried rice. I've
Do you
always
wanna
wanted
mix-
to learn to make fried rice
The-
at home.
I'm going to tell you the absolute secret to fried rice.
Okay.
Whisk those eggs, and I'm gonna put aromatics. We've done this before. You've seen it once before. All the
Okay.
veggies, but the real secret, guys, to making fried rice without using a lot of oil. Put those eggs in if you don't mind
right in
doing.
here? Okay.
And I'm going to show you. Don't let them cook all the way. When the eggs are wet, you're going to put the rice right into wet egg. Because egg has this magic ability to coat the rice. Because it's got protein in it, it's got a little natural fat in it. Watch. Look at the bottom of the pan. It doesn't stick.
Wow.
So it's egg, and once this comes up, I'll season. You stir, and I season.
Okay.
That's next level.
Oyster sauce.
Oyster sauce, okay.
Soy sauce. I've got the meat and remember the Korean barbecue short ribs?
Yes.
And the vegetables. Once the
Oh,
egg
look at
cooks up,
this.
look what it becomes.
This is amazing.
I'll do some here, I'll do some
And you know what it
here.
is? It's full of flavor and not salt. Like it just
That's
tastes.
exact-
You know what I mean?
Good Asian foods shouldn't be salt bombs, right? We should be balancing out vegetables, sweetness, 5 flavors: hot, sour, salty, sweet, savory, and hot, sour, salty,
amazing.
sweet, savory, big veggies. That's how you do it.
So I love rotisserie chicken. I feel like it's the ultimate shortcut. It's packed with protein, and obviously you can enjoy it as a standalone with vegetables, but I'm going to show you 2 ways to sort of take it to the next level. So you would slice the top, you take back the skin, and you take those breasts, and using your hands, you're just going to shred them so you get lots of small little pieces. And 1 rotisserie chicken will yield about 3 cups of that chicken breast. Now what we're going to do is we're going to make, you can see these over here, we're going to make Asian style chicken lettuce wraps. And I'm going to bring you over to my stove and we're going to get cooking.
Okay.
So here I have,
Camera
this
action.
is 1 onion that was finely diced, and then I just sauteed it about 5 minutes. and the party starts. I add in some hoisin sauce, a little bit of reduced sodium soy sauce. This is rice wine vinegar. These are just, you can see these powders, garlic powder and ginger powder. You can use fresh, but I want to make this super simple, and it comes together lickety-split.
And you can get that hoisin sauce at Asian markets.
I wondered about that.
Yes.
You eat with pho all the time.
You can get it any grocery
Is
store.
it common
these days.
now? Okay.
Hoisin sauces.
Yes.
Because I didn't know.
Everywhere. It's everywhere. And what I just added, you see, this is chopped water chestnuts. It's part of the tuber vegetable family, and it adds like that crisp crunch.
Right.
It's so delicious, and it's very, very light.
Okay.
Scallions, if you're like me and you absolutely love onion, and a little cashews or peanuts.
Right.
So
And
you're
you can
going
leave those out if you're allergic.
Right.
Absolutely. And you mix this up, and now we're ready for our chicken. So this is how much chicken I got from that rotisserie, 3 cups. And you just mix this whole thing together, and you let it simmer for about 10, 15 minutes until everything's hot. And I'm going to bring you back over to the island.
We can
Come on
all
over
do this
here.
tonight for dinner. It's so easy. I like how it's always in one skillet. That makes it so much easier.
Yes. And they're low carb, they're packed with protein, and guys, you could gobble down so many of these, and you'll feel like you're in your favorite Asian restaurant.
And you got barbecue sliders.
Ooh, sliders are
Okay, these are saucy and scrumptious. I'm bringing you back over to my stove now. Okay. This is so funny. Let me clear this.
Okay.
Okay, don't judge me on my messiness.
Are you kidding? That's like a always ready set that you live in.
You don't have our food prep staff like Katie Steele doing stuff.
You're so right.
Look at
So
that big
over
bottle
here,
of
what I'm
sriracha.
doing is, this is going to be red wine vinegar. We're going in a totally different flavor direction. Now we have soy sauce. This is a can of no salt added tomato sauce. This is the spirit of sloppy joes. I guess we could call these sloppy joys. And this is a little bit of, that was tomato paste to really bolden up the flavor, salt and pepper. And guys, as the signature sloppy joe would have it, I'm adding a little bit of yellow mustard.
That's unexpected.
Mix it up, and now we have our chicken again. Here we go. Chicken goes in, and you mix this up. I'm going to bring you back over to my island. Come on, guys.
I love this. I feel like we're in her house with her. I know.
And there you have it.
Yum.
How
Joy,
much
that
do I
looks
want to feed
fantastic.
you right now? I wish I could give you a bite.
That's a great lunch for anybody.
Yeah.
Joy Bauer.
Yum.
Bauer, thanks so much. Always
Thank you,
good to
Joy.
see you. And for these, I love that. For these, that looks good. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
Our next
She was trying to
guest.
make it look like she wasn't chewing.
She's talking with her mouth full. Our next guest, putting a Texas twist on dinner this week, here to cook up some delicious pork, chef, owner of Gemelli in Fort Worth, Tim Love. You've been to the show like 24 times, so you're an old pro at this. But this new restaurant named after your twin daughters?
That's right, Gemelli. It's my new Italian place that just opened in Fort Worth.
All right.
Having a lot of fun. So make ahead Monday, and it is Monday, so we'll make ahead some stuff.
So deep.
You know, I mean, this is really genuinely deep stuff. So this is actually a dish that my wife likes to cook all the time. So it's pork shoulder that we have in here, bone-in pork shoulder. Okay. Make a nice spice rub it really well. This is my pork rub that I sell, but you can just find a good barbecue rub.
What's in your rub?
It's guajillo chilies, fresh rosemary, thyme, salt, pepper, cumin. It's really delicious.
Okay.
And then we add some poblano chilies that are just raw, okay? All right. Same with the onion, chopped white onion. Then we're adding a can of chipotle chilies because we like to have it hot and spicy.
We do like it hot and spicy.
And then a little bit of water. We cover it. It takes 6 hours.
And that's it.
That's it.
Walk away.
So then when it's ready, it comes out like this. I've also made some potatoes that we boil, then we smash them, and then grill them on a plancha.
Really?
Really quickly, simple,
What do
really
you call
delicious.
them? Those potatoes?
Plancha potatoes.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, let's move you.
Don't come here yet.
So we've got.
I'm like, no.
So the next dish that we're gonna make.
And you said you got your leftover pork.
She got the leftover pork.
Can I tell you something?
Tell me something.
Dylan, tell him what you just said in my ear.
This is the best thing I've ever had. This quesadilla is unbelievable.
This should be on that show, the best thing I ever ate.
So let's explain what you're doing.
So let's do it. So here we got a saute pan. I've got some bell peppers. We're gonna add in here like this.
Tastes fresh.
Some chopped onions. Yeah.
That is really
See,
good.
you know, vegetables are like people, right? They come in different sizes. They come in different flavors. They come in different personalities. And you want to make sure that when you saute the vegetables, that you give it time to develop. Meaning, we don't want them to be raw, but we don't want to cook them all the way because we want the crunch of the vegetable.
Is that why it tastes so fresh?
That's right. So then we take a tortilla.
Okay.
Let's spread some goat cheese on here like this.
Goat cheese.
And now you're going to take the beans and spread it on this side.
Eating goat cheese.
And then you puree the beans?
Puree the beans, spread on this side.
I'm a horrible.
I know it's hard to develop 50-50, but it's like.
Puree with goat cheese.
Then
That's why it's so good.
We put the mixture on like this. Okay. And then we're going to fold it in half.
Look, guys.
After.
Did I do too many beans?
No, you could
You
actually
can never
make
have
these.
cheese.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's
Fold it in half.
life-changing.
Oh, you're right about
And
that.
press it down. Now,
And then just flop it
take
on
the
there?
brush and brush it with a little bit of canola
yeah.
oil. Like so. Now you can do this outside, okay?
Okay.
If you're at the house, you can do it on the grill. Now put it right on the
play
grill.
like I did that perfectly.
You obviously did it
Well, you
perfectly.
put the wrong side down.
Yeah. So you put.
I mean, it's gonna look great. Don't worry about me. You just do you.
That's the most cooking Jones has done in 2 years.
That's the best. That's the most cooking I've ever seen her do on the show, by the way.
Now let me go back to chewing.
Yes.
Back to
Chanel
eating.
eats really well.
So when it finishes, then you want to put a little bit of creamy jalapeno sauce.
Oh,
on.
it's
Actually,
Oh, the jalapeno
Okay, we
plate.
only have a minute left, but we've got ramen noodles to make now.
Okay, ramen noodles. So here, same pork, right?
Yep.
We whip this egg. We add a
Okay.
little salt and pepper because we're gonna dice this egg up later. So we add it in here. Let the egg cook all the way through. So we're gonna roll that around.
Okay. A little oil
Don't
there.
worry about it. It'll just keep cooking.
Okay.
Then we take the pork shoulder and we drop it in this dressing like this. This
What's in
has
that?
green onions, garlic, a little bit of soy sauce, and we let it sit for 5 minutes.
Perfect.
Then we take ramen noodles, the cheap ramen noodles that you buy at the store, right?
Nice.
Cook them. Don't worry about the seasoning. Take the noodles, put them here like this.
Okay.
After they're cooled. We got some bean sprouts. We got some sake. We got some rice wine vinegar. We got some nori.
Wow,
right
and
here.
all those Asian
And then you take
flavors.
your egg and you slice it up after it's cooked.
Okay.
And it gets like this.
You top that on top.
And then you take your pork that's been sitting in the juice. You mix it up.
Okay.
You act like a great
this
American
is
hero,
good.
and then you eat
totally
it.
changes
How
the
is
flavor
it?
of everything. This is delicious.
It's nice. So 3 different ways. Make
Thank
it
you so
Monday.
much for these recipes and more. Log on to today.com/food.
the weather's warming up, the last thing you want to do is to spend hours inside cooking.
That's no fun. Katie Lee Beagle, co-host of Food Network's The Kitchen, has a simple sheet pan recipe that got more than 1 million views when she first posted it.
Is this a viral recipe?
I mean, people love salmon, it turns out,
True.
and they love sheet pan recipes. All you have to do, chop up some broccoli and some sweet potatoes. You want your sweet potatoes to be in cubes, and your broccoli can be, a little bit on the medium side because you want everything to cook at the same time on the sheet pan.
Okay.
So instead of buying fillets of salmon, we're going to just do one big piece.
And do you
so that
ask
all
them at
roasts
the
same time.
supermarket to de-skin it?
For this recipe, I do. Most of the time, I cook salmon with the skin on. But for this one, because you'll see we're going to add a sauce to it, I like it skinless.
Okay.
So I'm going to add a little bit of oil to our
Super
veg.
simple.
Yeah, and some salt and pepper. And all I did was
in there.
and pepper that salmon up for me.
Ooh, fun.
So that's all we're doing to it. And then we're going to make our sauce because this is a honey mustard.
Ooh.
I didn't even tell you all what we were making. Honey mustard salmon with
Yum.
sweet potatoes and broccoli. So I've got equal parts of honey, and I like to use a
Like a
coarse
Grey
mustard.
Poupon?
Yes, yes.
Jenna.
Very good.
accent.
Speaking
Yeah.
of the Paris test, right? You're getting
Yeah,
ready for
totally.
your travels.
Exactly.
And then mix it together. This goes right on top of the salmon.
So simple.
And some of it's going to run off, and that's okay because we're going to mix that with our veggies. So Willie, take those veggies and scatter them all around.
Can I touch them? What's the protocol
go
nowadays?
for it.
You washed your hands.
Yeah.
I washed earlier.
All right, so that's going to go into the oven. Oh, and I put parchment paper on because that makes our cleanup a lot easier.
That's
Remove-
smart.
oh, that's
yes,
very smart.
yes.
Yeah.
Then you won't have to use any
Scrape it.
elbow grease.
Yeah.
All right, so put that in the oven, 425 degrees. It comes out like this.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's very easy. We love it.
How
Iris will
long
eat salmon,
for
too.
425?
About 25, 30 minutes. Now, if you want to do this in fillets, cook your broccoli and sweet potatoes for about 10, 15 minutes first, then add your salmon fillets and cook it the rest of the way.
Okay.
Because it'll be a different cook time. All right, so you want to have some leftovers for lunch of
Yes,
that
we
salmon.
do.
We're going to make a little salmon salad here with a lemon caper vinaigrette.
I love capers so
Me
much.
too.
Yes,
Me
so
too.
we've got our
I
lemon.
said
you.
Let's put a little zest in there and some capers and Dijon mustard. Salt and pepper it up. Little splash of white wine vinegar here.
Wow.
Whisk it, whisk it, whisk it. And then we're going to come down here to our salad.
How beautiful.
I've just got bib lettuce. I've got thinly sliced celery in here. I've always got celery in my fridge. Some cucumbers go in.
Good cutting, Jenna.
You can kind of just use what you
No,
have.
that's
that you
good.
said that.
No, it's real
And
good.
Jenna, you said you don't cook much. You're doing a great
No, that
job.
was-
Well,
Good on
I
the cucumber.
assemble.
Assemble.
And I
okay.
chop.
All right. We got chives.
By the way,
we got
does your daughter
parsley.
eat cucumbers?
Not really.
Okay.
No, I
She
can't
will.
get a vegetable
She
in her.
will.
Occasionally sweet potatoes, occasionally avocado.
Okay.
All right, so we're gonna add our salmon in here. You just flake it up after it comes out. And you can also use canned salmon for this if you didn't make the recipe. Canned salmon's a great thing to have around. If you want to add these veggies to it, you can. If not, have it right on its own.
Looks
Add
beautiful.
the dressing
too.
Wow.
to it. I've got some down here for you guys.
Yeah, we're coming to
Oh,
taste.
thank you very
Come
much.
taste.
Did you get one though?
Have a bite. This
Where's
is
yours?
mine.
She has the bowl.
Straight out of the bowl.
I like large portions of salad. I call it my trough salad. I just
You just
eat
kinda
straight out
get
of
in
it.
there, huh?
Yeah.
It's now time for Superfood Friday, and this morning we have today nutritionist Joy Bauer. She is on a roll, summer roll to be exact. She's here with two versions of the dish we can all make this weekend. Good morning to you.
Hey, Joy.
Hey guys.
Hey, Joy.
Yes, we are going to rock and roll.
Okay. Let's dig in. What's the first one?
So I'm going to tell you, not only are these light and refreshing, but they're super fun to make. And in the beginning, it's a little bit fussy, but once you get the hang of it, you are in. And I'm going to start with what I'm calling my shrimp summer rolls. So first I'm going to make the shrimp filling. And here I have 1 pound. This was actually frozen shrimp, and I got it cooked, but without the shell on. And I took off the tails and I just chopped it up. So this is 1 pound of cooked shrimp right here.
Okay.
And I add in some celery for crunch, some chives and lemon zest, a whole bunch of wonderful herbs. This is going to be tarragon and dill and a little bit of salt and pepper. And honestly, you could put whatever you have in your garden or you have in your fridge. This is a little bit of mayo. You can use regular or light. A dash for some zing of lemon juice, and a little bit of extra virgin olive oil. And that's it.
That looks
so
fresh.
now it's so fresh. And here's the other thing. This is 100% customizable. So if you want, you can swap in bay scallops or crab or treat yourself and put a little bit of lobster in there. Or you could even do chicken. Anything goes. So now that it's mixed, and you see, I love how
Even that
herbs give
alone
it
looks
that
yummy.
pop of...
Yeah.
It's a shrimp salad.
Yeah.
It's really delicious.
Hey, Joy,
so
what's
now,
the difference between a spring and a summer roll?
That's a great question. So a summer roll is uncooked, and it uses a rice paper wrap, and I'm going to show you that. And a spring roll is actually cooked, and they use a dough outside.
Boom.
All right, let's get rolling, Joy.
So this is, love that, Jill. This is our wrapper. And you see, like, it's not really flexible. If I started to wrap this, it's going to break in half. So this is the only part that you really have to master. I have a big bowl of water, and I'm going to submerge this just for 10 seconds. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. I am wasting prime time.
Oh my God! Like in TV time, that was just like an hour.
I know.
Well, that's the end of the segment, guys.
Tomorrow, Joy's gonna count to 20.
So I'm shaking off the water,
wanna roll
and I
today.
place it down here. I'm going to get rid of my water, and we're going to roll now. So the first thing I'm going to do is I like a little bit of greenery. So I put down a lettuce right in the middle, and I'm going to scoop in some of my shrimp salad, just like this. And this is fun with a crowd. You could get them to wrap it up. You wrap over the top. It's like burrito style.
Is that
Then you're
that's
gonna wrap
edible,
it this
right?
way.
That wrap? That's an edible wrap, obviously.
It's edible and it's low in
cooking
carb,
segment.
right? Wouldn't that be
Is
fun?
that
Is
an
it Friday?
ornamental wrap? Is that going on the Christmas
No, you
tree?
have to scoop out the inside. And so I'm rolling it up, and that's it. And there you go.
I see
And there you have it.
I was going to say, I see mango. I heard you do a spicy mango salad.
Yeah, so that's the cool part. So it's 100% customizable. So here I'm showing the fixins for a spicy mango.
I see
Now you see
jalapeno.
I have jalapeno for crunch. I have aromatic basil leaves I put in. I have creamy, heart-healthy avocado. These are julienne cucumbers, and I know mango's a little bit pricey right now, so also if you prefer, you could do sliced purple grapes, you could do apple, pear, berries, anything goes. But I'm going to show you what these look like finished. So
they look
this
beautiful.
is, aren't these great?
Wow.
Yes, and fresh.
What is that? That sauce looks amazing.
Okay, so I am really, really excited about this sauce. My family is obsessed with the spicy cashew dressing that you get at a lot of the popular salad bar restaurants, and they kind of dared me to try it and to recreate it. So all you have to do is I take some raw cashews. I put it at the bottom of a blender with boiling water on top, and then you add in reduced sodium soy sauce, some sriracha, a little bit of maple syrup, lime juice, and a few herbs. And I'm telling you, I want to see if I could pour this for you so you could see how creamy it is. Look at that.
We have to go, but I just want to say, she made that for me once, and I just dipped vegetables in it. Like you could dip a shoe in it. It's so delicious.
You could dip a shoe in it.
Yeah. All right, Joy.
Jill
Just
is
send me your
my
rock and
face.
roll moves as we go to break.
I want to be her guinea
here we
pig.
go.
Can you call me the next time you're testing in the kitchen?
You guys are like my favorite taste testers,
Yay.
always.
Kevin, good morning.
What's up, Savannah? How you doing?
This is one of my absolute favorite dishes. I would have thought I could never make it at home. It's like a Thai peanut pasta dish.
Pea pasta-ish fusion dish.
Okay.
It's really easy to make, I promise you. Now,
Okay.
now I've been watching you cook, recently.
Uh-oh.
So I know. So just go ahead and go ahead. All right. So what we're going to do first is we have to string these sugar snap potatoes.
What do you mean?
Peas. So we're going to do this right here.
Yeah.
And then just peel it because you see this string?
Oh,
It comes right on
yeah.
out.
We have to devein it.
Yes, devein it.
Okay.
Kind of
Okay.
like shrimp. Okay, but do this.
Is that one done?
This one is already done.
Okay.
Let's try this one right here.
But why am I taking the string out? I would.
Because it's hard to chew afterwards.
Oh, okay. All right.
So,
All right. Well, let's
don't
just-
go all the way through.
Oh,
I
shoot.
should have just okay.
Well, okay.
So just cut
Well,
like a
let's
little
not
slit
waste
of
all
it.
our time here because everyone else
Okay.
at home knows how to do this. Okay. No,
right.
everyone else
Next,
isn't
we're
as
gonna
bad
add-
as I am.
All right,
Okay.
so we're gonna add in our peas here.
Yeah.
We're gonna get this going a little bit hotter, and we're gonna saute this. Good. You're doing
Does the
that.
string go all the way down?
It should
Yeah.
all the way
I feel like I
down,
only
or
got
maybe
part of
about
it.
a quarter of the way down. It's okay. Don't peel
Okay,
it.
sorry.
Move on.
Okay, so we're sauteing that. Yeah.
We're gonna saute this for about 2-3 minutes.
Okay.
Add in our shrimp.
Now these are peeled. These look peeled.
These are peeled and
deveined.
They've got.
Who wants
Look at
to
you.
devein?
You're a pro already.
right. Ooh.
See, put some respect on your name.
Yeah.
People need to know. Put
Yeah.
some respect
Thank
on
you.
her name.
Yeah.
She knows what she's doing over
That's
here.
right. Okay, we're
Go ahead.
sauteing
Go
what?
ahead and
Just
move
do-
it. Move it around.
Is that
Yeah.
hot? No. Okay, just move it around. Just
Saute this for about 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay.
Now, ideally, this would be cooked, and we're gonna take this out of the skillet
Yeah.
to rest. We're gonna put that into that bowl. Don't do it right now.
Okay, I
on
won't. It's
camera.
not ready.
All right. Now, just imagine that we've
Pretend.
done that.
Yes.
Pretend. And now, making the sauce really easy. We're gonna add in some coconut milk.
Oh. Why do
Yeah.
you choose coconut milk? For the flavor, or it's lighter, or
Flavor, lighter, plus it's complements the curry very well. So add in some curry paste.
what? Okay, curry paste.
Some red curry paste.
Am I going to stir this all
and
up?
stir this up, and then you're gonna add in some natural peanut butter. Just get the natural peanut butter with the
Natural.
oil, not the kind
Okay.
with all the sugar and the jelly in it. Even
Now,
though
am I
that stuff is
stirring this all
delicious.
up? Watch
Yes.
out.
Stir it up. Okay. Good
Well, I had to
Lord.
get the peanut butter
Please
off.
don't launch this just like
Okay.
Jenna did hers.
I know,
There
I
we go.
know. Oh, you were watching that. I saw that.
I
yeah.
watched it. See, look at you.
Okay,
Look
yeah.
at this. And so all we're gonna do is we're gonna get this down into a nice
Ooh.
paste. Now, here is a little hack. We're gonna add in some carrots, right?
Okay.
Now, if you don't know how to julienne a carrot,
I
look
know,
at this
it's hard.
tool.
Yeah, show
a
me.
peeler. Look at this. All you do is go, oops, wrong way. Just like this. And it creates these long.
It's like the lazy woman's peeler. I love
Well,
that.
it's everybody's peeler. There
Okay.
you go. Look at that.
Nice
You
and
can get
julienne.
one.
Oh yeah, I need one of those.
There we go.
Okay. How the shrimp do?
Go
Oh,
ahead.
geez, why is
Just-
everything?
Oh Lord.
I know.
Okay.
Have it look. It's a work in progress.
Yeah.
How's it taste
Yeah,
over
let's move on from the carrot.
More fame on that name.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
All right, now
Wanted to burn it.
moving on down here.
Okay,
now
yes.
pasta takes about 6 minutes to cook. This
Okay.
is some whole wheat pasta. You can use some fettuccine if you want to.
This is good.
It's really good. It's really good.
light. It's
Hey.
light, chef.
Okay, we're gonna add in our pasta here,
Okay.
and then our cooked
Oh
shrimp
yeah.
and peas.
How good is that?
Boom.
look?
There you
Okay.
go. Super simple. Look how vibrant that is. Kids will love this dish.
Oh my
it's
gosh.
not too spicy. Now, if you're like me, you probably wanted to reserve some of the shrimp so you can make a salad
I do.
for your meal prep.
Yes.
Okay, this is going to be a Cajun-inspired salad, y'all. Really simple dressing. Just got some Greek yogurt here to
Okay.
cut the onion the calories a
Instead
little
of
bit.
mayonnaise, you could do
Yes,
Greek yogurt. Okay.
absolutely. Some oil. Go and put that hot sauce in there.
Okay. Ooh, hot
I like
sauce.
to use Frank's.
Does it taste good, y'all? What's this?
Some chives and some
Lemon
lemon.
juice? Okay.
Yes.
You're right. Just have a little
Stir that up.
Okay.
It's a little bite too. It's a little bite.
I love the lemon.
Is this the
Good.
dressing?
Yes,
Okay.
and that's the dressing. And then you're gonna chop up cucumber, a tomato.
Why are you laughing?
She's doing so well,
Okay.
y'all, isn't it? Isn't she doing well?
You know she has her own podcast.
No.
Oh, she
It's a show.
her own cooking show.
I'm sorry.
We're so proud. You know,
Thank
we're so
you.
proud of you.
You're so sweet.
And we're gonna
Okay.
all right, add in tomatoes, cucumbers.
Yeah.
Chopped up some avocado. Okay,
Oh,
I
yeah.
think that is done. Oh Lord, turn
It's
that
still
off.
going. Can I just turn it off? I
Yes,
don't want
yeah, you can turn it off.
Oh boy. Okay.
That's gonna be her lunch.
All right.
later
Yeah,
on,
yeah.
so
Keep
it's
going.
okay.
Keep going.
Okay, and then we're gonna add in just a little bit of water for the consistency of this dressing. You
The
just
dressing
add
is
in-
really good.
Really, and it's super simple, right? It's stuff that's
Very
already
good.
in your
Easy
kitchen
peasy.
pantry. We're gonna add in some avocado.
Oh, I
Boom.
love avocado.
What about some onion too? It's a little bit of bite, you know, a
Yeah.
little bit of breath steak
Little
in
bit of
there.
onion,
And
yeah.
then we had some leftover shrimp that I just used. Just a little bit of, you know, it's a little bit of breath thing. That's what I call it.
What do you call it? What?
A little bit of, for each recipe.
Okay, yeah.
If your breath doesn't smell, it's a little bit bad.
Well, yeah.
Something's not right. Something's not right.
All
Yeah.
good.
All right. And then
There we go.
Get some of that.
That dressing is so good.
Okay, we're out of time, Kevin.
Boom.
You're awesome.
You're
Look
so
at my
good.
tossing technique,
Look at
guys.
you. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
She is a pro.
That's amazing.
Sign her up. Food
Thank
Network
you.
where?
are back with a special Today food. Have you ever had a meal on vacation? It's so good. Days later, months later, you just can't stop thinking about it. Well, a few months ago, when we took a trip down to Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, look at us at this table. We all sat down for an unforgettable dinner. I promise you, we are still talking about this meal. This was at the Sea Pines Resort.
Well, what's funny is Craig is there now, and we have you here because
Yay!
you guys love the food so much. We decided to bring it here to Studio 1A. Chef Ben Harris is the executive chef at the Sea Pines Resort, and you're here to cook up a dish that we have heard.
We were obsessed with it.
Everybody's talking about it.
So these were the two go-to dishes on your trip. So we have the elote street corn, which is we cut it into ribs, so it's really fun and easy to eat. And then we have the charcoal roasted shrimp.
All right, let's dig in. Let's do it.
Sure. So basically, we're starting with some South Carolina corn. When it gets hot outside, the corn's sweet and it's nice. That's when we like to cook it.
Okay.
So it's very simple. We've already started this, but you just want to pinch where the silt is, and you just pull down.
Okay. And the way you do this corn, we'd never seen it before because Dylan was trying to get the recipe, and we were like, he should come on the show. We were like whispering to each other.
Well, when we were planning the restaurant, we wanted to do something fun that you hadn't seen with local produce.
Okay.
So next step is we're going to give it a quick blanch just to tenderize it a little bit. And then with TV magic here, we
How
have
long?
1 minute. It'll be in there
So
for
this is not a shave off the cob. This is a cut through the cob.
This is a cut through the cob. So the trick is, anytime you have something daunting with a knife and you're uncomfortable, cut it in half. So instead of trying to whack it one time, you want to go right down the middle and come down.
And then flip it.
And then turn it.
Okay.
I see. Okay.
It's much more
So it'll be like a rib in some ways.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So then we're going to take the corn. We like to deep fry in a neutral oil. Obviously, make sure you keep the oil.
Stand back.
Have at it. Drop it in.
Is it
there.
hot?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's hot.
So it's going to pop just a little bit.
Okay.
If you're more comfortable with an air fryer, you certainly can do it that way.
Oh, that's true.
But you want to make sure not to overcrowd the pan because
Okay.
you can have some overflow issues.
Yes.
As we slide down, that'll be in the oil for about 2 minutes.
Try it.
Yes.
As soon as
It looks like octopus.
So now here's the thing. It's not a neat way to eat, but we're going for it.
It's fun.
Go
it's
for it.
vacation food.
Uh-huh.
So the next trick is it comes out of the oil.
You have to bite around it.
Yep. We're going to toss it in the tahini. We have our cilantro aioli.
Wait, what's in there?
Tahini, spicy,
This is-
spicy seasoning.
Yep, and it's got a little
that's
acid
it.
to it. Yeah, so a little cotija cheese.
This is incredible.
Wow. Don't eat the rind. Eat the around it. What is that?
This is sort of healthy.
So on the plate here, this is the cilantro aioli.
Oh my God.
Which we have a recipe on the website now, and you can really interchange the cilantro for anything, whether it's roasted peppers or sun-dried tomatoes. And so we're just going to hit that with just a little bit of fresh cilantro.
Are you supposed to eat the whole thing or just?
No, not the cob.
That's the thing. That's like
a
the rib.
I ate the rind.
I saw you. I was like, don't do that.
How many of you guys eat when you're down there?
We couldn't stop.
It's so good.
I've never seen this done like this before.
This is a triumph.
So the cilantro lime, the recipe's on there as well, because
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
what does it.
Let's keep going to the shrimp, but I'm going to
So
keep eating this corn.
Okay.
Sure. So this is a fun way to prepare coastal South Carolina shrimp. I'm really, really passionate about our coastal South Carolina shrimp.
Okay.
It's sweet. It has a lobster-like quality to it. We have some Gulf shrimp here as well that are fantastic, but they have a more rich flavor.
Okay.
So I like to use those for a gumbo or shrimp and grits, something like that. But something like this, where it's just crisp, simple flavors, I go South Carolina shrimp. So
Okay.
we take our shrimp that are peeled with the tail on, so we have a little
Tail
a little
on.
tail on, so we have a little handle.
Okay.
We have a little bit of our hickory seasoning here.
Okay.
Hickory seasoning.
Delightful.
Yeah. A little bit of our
Butter?
toasted garlic butter.
Ooh.
And then fiend herbs. And the fiend herbs are, it's chopped Italian parsley, tarragon, and chives. And so the technique we like to use for cooking the shrimp,
Cast iron, huh?
cast iron. And we like to put, like I have a big green egg at home.
Okay.
I like to put my
Al
cast
has
iron in
that.
my big green egg.
Really?
And then you start it on real high heat, it's about 500 degrees. Shrimp goes down, leave it alone for a minute, turn it off, and let the residual heat finish the cooking process.
For how long?
1 more minute.
Oh my
Just a minute,
goodness.
Isn't that amazing? I was just talking about the green egg.
Wow.
Here we go.
This
So
is
here we-
phenomenal. So
Oh
can we,
my.
the seasoning, because this is so good, can we make this too, or can we buy this? Where can we get that seasoning?
Recipe will be on the website as well.
You're such a giver.
And this is.
You're such a giver.
Chanel is like really into this.
There are some people who come on and they'll make the recipe, but some things they'll
Like,
be
sorry,
like,
I can't tell
oh
you.
yeah, that's in my
Family-
cookbook,
family
and they don't really
secret.
give it. You're like giving the goods.
We want to. We want you to make it at home.
You want to stay a couple more days?
Sure.
Thank you so much for joining us. And Craig, if you're watching, I hope you're having this down there
He's
as well
down there
with
eating
Lindsay
this
and the
right now.
family for these recipes,
Dude.
all the recipes. Head to
He's
today.com
giving it away.
/food. We'll be right back.
This is my favorite. My
Yo,
favorite. This
This
so
is
good.
so good.
right, guys, this is going to be good. We're back with Today Food, and in honor of Hispanic Heritage Month, Chef Aaron Sanchez is here with what looks like a really, really spectacular seafood
It
dish.
smells delicious. So you might recognize him, of course, from cooking competition shows like MasterChef and Chopped. He also recently paired up with Chef Emeril Lagasse to create the Aaron Sanchez Impact Fund, which aims to uplift the lives of Latino youth through food. And he is here. We're so spoiled this morning to have you. Good morning.
Chef. Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here. I'm happy to be back. This is always a second home for me, so I'm excited to share this.
We always love having you, and the work you do for the Latino community. You know, we're celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month, and tell us about the Impact Fund and how important it is to you.
Yes, you know, I grew up in a restaurant family. My mom had a restaurant here in New York for 30 years, so I grew up in the business, and when I started, I felt that there was a disparity between Latinos getting executive positions and leadership positions in kitchens, and I didn't want the educational piece of it to be the crutch. So, you know, education is the foundation. Let's start with that. And up to this point, we've graduated 11 kids since 2016. So yeah, kind of started right grassroots, and now Emeril and I combine. Yes, absolutely. We bring them through the whole journey. So they do an 11-month program.
Here's some of them,
yeah. Yeah, and they're great.
Oh, that's
and they run the gamut, and they love to learn. They're like little sponges.
Yeah.
And that just makes me happy.
Well, I'm a sponge too. So to have you here, let's go through this barbecue shrimp recipe.
So this is a beautiful example of how Mexico and Louisiana come together. My restaurant, Johnny Sanchez, is in New Orleans. And here we have some beautiful aromatic spices. We have mustard seed, fennel, coriander, cumin, and the 2 dried chilies, the pasilla.
So good.
So you have to think about these little chilies and spices as dormant.
Okay.
They've been sleeping. So the way you wake them up is by toasting
Heat
them,
'em
okay?
up. Okay.
So once they start to kind of create a little bit of smoke. You
put some oil with them, or?
No, just dry.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, they have inherent oil in them. And then once they dry and they start to perfume a little bit, you puree them, and that's what we have here.
Oh,
okay?
What do you use if you don't have, you know, like a little coffee grinder or something? Can
You know what? You can use a mortar and pestle. You can use a blender.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely, you can use a blender.
Okay, great.
That's a very good question. So I like to leave it sometimes a little bit coarse. We have some beautiful Louisiana shrimp. We have the best
Those are
shrimp.
beauties. Yes, you sure do.
And we have the
Heads
best crab
on.
meat.
I feel like it's scary to cook with the heads
No,
on.
you know what they do? They're loaded with tons of flavor, and they kind of leach out this beautiful sort of essence of the ocean.
Al and Chanel are already getting.
I mean,
Break it down.
how is it over there?
Wait until
It's
you
so
try
good.
it. You
Yeah.
just wait.
So smoky.
All right. So now,
Oh yeah, look at this. It's
yeah,
real fast.
yeah, and in essence, what you want to do at this point with the shrimp, we're seasoning with that beautiful adobo after it's been pureed, and now you want to sear these up a little bit, and then just
pop 'em
kind of
right
wake
in.
them in, and then we're
you
not
use
gonna,
olive oil?
Yes. Olive
Okay.
oil. And we're not going to fully cook them. We're just going to kind of sear them, and once they get a nice little sort of caramelization on the outside, we remove them.
Okay.
And then we're going to finish it up later.
Okay.
But let's talk about the butter, okay? So the idea is this is something what really is the essence and backbone of this recipe. We have some melted butter, right? So we're going to add that in here.
the blender, oh.
Yes.
Okay.
We have roasted garlic.
Capers.
That's why it says these layers of flavor.
Yep. And then here we have beautiful ancho chile.
Oh.
Should I turn these over?
Yeah, absolutely. We have ancho chili, which is sort of like the little puffy
Oh, look.
chile.
Okay. Is
More
that dry?
smokier. Yeah, dried.
Okay.
More smokier than spicy.
Okay.
Rehydrate them for 20 minutes in boiling water.
Oh my goodness.
They get pliable and soft. We add that.
Look at the color on these.
Capers.
No, you're doing great, brother. Look at you. Man.
Look at that.
Does your family know you can throw down like that?
No, you can't leave it, throw me out of the kitchen.
Exactly. They're like, get out, Dad. All right. So here, all you're simply going to do is just give that a little pulse. You guys get the idea.
The blender never works on TV.
Yeah. There
Yes.
you go.
We get
So
it.
once
And
it's
that turns into this.
It turns into that, exactly.
Okay.
So here, now what we're going to simply do is we have all this wonderful kind of caramelized bits. I brought an extra secret weapon, which is mezcal.
Oh, so you got
And
the
what we're
tequila
going to
in
do
there.
is that's going to help pick up all of those little
Okay.
juicy bits on the bottom.
Oh, if you could smell the mezcal right now.
Isn't that cool?
They say it tastes smoky, but it
Yeah.
smells so
Yeah.
good.
And then we're going to add like a little base of seafood stock and Worcestershire sauce.
Okay.
Which is wonderful. And then we're going to add some roasted poblano,
my
which is a
goodness.
beautiful chili that we've kind of roasted and peeled.
Oh, yeah.
Mexican oregano. And then what we're going to simply do is turn up the heat, and then we're going to emulsify that sauce. And that is just to thicken
trying
it.
it here. You ready?
Yeah? You got it? Okay, cool. I'm going to return the shrimp
Oh, yeah.
This is ridiculous.
Oh my goodness.
into
Isn't
the
that good?
sauce.
You taste
Man.
all of the
Wow.
flavors.
It's so good.
All the
Isn't that
layers.
neat?
There's so many different flavors, and it's not spicy.
Yeah.
You like get the flavor of spice without
Exactly.
Not
a
blowing
lot of
away.
spice.
And this is important because what we're trying to really instill in the kids is to find their culinary voice. You know what I'm saying? Because you really want to use all the mentoring that we provide through the Aaron Sanchez Impact Fund and be able for them to find their groove or their niche. and their style of cooking.
Well,
and that's so important.
We like your style. So,
Well, thank you.
Chef Earl,
Incredible.
thank you so much
We
for being
appreciate
here and for all you're
going for
doing.
more.
Thank you
for
so
the Latino
much.
community.
Thank you. This is fantastic.
For this recipe, head to today.com/food.
We are back with our series Today Table, sponsored by Walmart. And Chef Grace Young, the author of Stir Frying to the Sky's Edge, is going to show us one of her favorite recipes to cook in a traditional wok.
So scan that QR code to order all the ingredients with just one click. So you just select add ingredients to the cart and then schedule a pickup or delivery. We make it as easy as possible. And Grace, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Before we get started, we were talking about the importance of this wok, which is your own wok that you bought years ago.
Yes, I got that in Chinatown. It's a carbon steel wok, and I call that ancient nonstick cookware.
Ancient, explain that. Explain that.
Well, because the more you cook with it, the more it naturally becomes nonstick.
It's amazing.
So you don't need chemicals, and it's the natural way to have nonstick cookware. That's
great.
So what are you making for us today?
So we're making young chow fried rice because you and I were at Hopley Restaurant in Chinatown a few months ago, and I know how much you love that young chow fried rice.
It's terrific, and it's a great restaurant.
Yep. And so all you do is we're starting with the shrimp. It comes in a variety of sizes. The shrimp, the larger the shrimp are the more expensive. So I always start with small shrimp, and because we're just cutting it into half-inch pieces. So you don't have to spend so much money. And then we can go right to stir fry.
And it'll cook much quicker.
It will cook much quicker.
Now you start off with cold rice. Why?
Because that's the secret to great fried rice. So I'm going to pump up the heat here, and we're going right into stir frying.
Okay.
And whenever you cook with a carbon steel wok, you always have to preheat the pan first, and you have to make sure that it's hot enough. And I always have a little dish of water, so I flick in a drop of water,
and if it
sizzles? when it evaporates in 1 second, we're ready to go. So that is almost there.
Yeah.
And by the way, while it's heating up, you got a lovely award from the Julia Child Foundation.
Oh, I'm very proud. The Julia Child Foundation awarded me the Julia Child Award for my work for preserving and protecting Chinatowns.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well deserved.
Yeah.
What kind of oil was that you put in there?
A high smoking point oil. It could be peanut, canola, grapeseed, whatever.
Okay.
So now I'm just adding the shrimp. And whenever you're stir frying, the wok is talking to you. So you have to hear a sizzle sound.
Okay.
And now this is going to go very quickly. We are just stir frying this until it just turns orange.
Just orange, you said?
Yeah.
And
So
Grace,
it won't
go
be
ahead.
cooked through.
If you're not into seafood, can you do this with meat?
Absolutely, you could do it meat. And even if you're a vegetarian, you could do this. You could skip the shrimp, and we're going to add ham. And instead, you could add shelled edamame.
Okay. A little more oil in there?
A little bit more oil. And now we're adding the cooked rice. And this is the secret for great fried rice is you start with leftover rice. If you made a fresh pot of rice, it's too hot and steamy, and the rice is going to stick.
So you want the grains to kind of be individual grains.
Exactly. And now, look at this.
Cheese. Oh my God.
Absolutely no
Beautiful,
sticking,
yeah.
right?
And it comes together so quickly.
And I'm not used to this heat. I'm going to kick it up a little bit higher.
Mm-hmm.
And then all you have to do, Al, can you just add the ham?
Okay. Ooh, ham. Like that.
Yeah. Scallions.
Okay.
And what is this seasoning?
That's a little white pepper, not all of it, just a pinch. Come on now.
I was going all in.
Really?
There we go.
Good. And then just a pinch of salt.
Okay.
Thank you.
There you go.
And so this goes so quickly. I call this, instead of a one hot meal, a one walk meal.
Wow.
Wow.
And what's the other dish you have here?
The other dish is Singapore noodles. Now, I want everyone to make this dish.
Here's your Singapore noodles.
But if you can't, you must go to Chinatown, to Hop Lee, 16 Mott Street, because the food is just fantastic. We had such a great meal, because Chinatowns all across the country need our support.
Absolutely.
And AAPI mom and pop eaters.
And they're not just restaurants. There are all these vegetable stands and food markets and kitchen supplies. So support your local Chinatown.
I want to try this too.
No question.
Thank you.
Grace, thank you so much. Really
Grace, thank you
appreciate
so much.
This is delicious. I've never had Singapore noodles before.
Really appreciate it. You guys should try this. Go make it right now. You can find the fried rice and Singapore noodle dish recipes from Grace's cookbook on today.com/todaytable.
One thing Maine is known for, it's the lobster.
Yeah.
And today you are in for a treat. We're talking lobster tater tots.
Ooh, we got a special delivery from my favorite restaurant. The founders of Cousins Maine Lobsters, Sabin Lomack and Jim Salikas are here, everybody.
Woo! Hi, guys.
Let me let you know something. You will never untaste this.
No, I know.
It's
I'm
going to sit
excited.
in your mouth for a long time.
Oh, you've had our food before?
Yeah.
Okay,
I've seen him at our restaurant too many times.
Exactly. He's a stalker.
Yeah.
Okay, listen. I love this combination: tater tots and lobster. What do we start with? It's so
Tater
good.
tots are so
Tater
healthy,
tots.
you know? It's like,
yes.
We're gonna start with a cilantro lime sauce.
Okay.
And you guys are doing everything. So we
Yes,
have
let's do it.
lime juice, chipotle, cilantro,
Okay.
And we just
and
throw
some
it all in
jalapeno.
there.
Throw it all in there.
Let's see how we can work together.
You guys,
Nice work,
such
guys.
A team.
Yeah, I like what's going on over there.
We're a hell of a team.
Nice work.
And then we put that on, and,
And you
of course
pulse
we're gonna
it?
What if you want to make it a little milder? Because I know sometimes the chipotles will scare people.
We'll take the seeds out of obviously the jalapenos.
Oh, is that how it
to bring
happens?
down the heat.
Yogurt and sour cream.
Yogurt, sour cream, and mayo. So we'd mix
Wow.
these two into here.
Okay.
Unless you want to do it.
Yes.
Get in.
Come on, let's get some action over here. Let's see some movement, guys. Nice work.
Jenna, you want to put it all
pour it in,
together?
right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Is that
that's
right?
good. That's perfect.
And this is
You're
the
in
sauce
charge.
for the tots.
This is the. Yep, I have some on my finger. This is so good.
Okay.
So that's our cilantro lime sauce that we're going to use. And when that is done,
Yes.
Come on, bring it on down.
we're going to the pico de gallo,
Okay.
which is just adding the white onion, cilantro, and jalapeno into one
I like
little
that you'll
heavenly
have
bowl.
kind of a Texas vibe with your lobster.
Yeah.
We had to have a little spice, so obviously
she's going
Yeah, get
salt.
some more
she's
salt
going
and pepper.
salt.
I'm putting, y'all don't put a little salt in
Hey,
it?
whatever you want to do.
you're
It's
in
your
charge.
show. You know?
Your recipe.
We're just here.
Give me some more salt.
A little bit of lime juice.
A little more salt.
and
Yeah, a
then-
little more salt.
Okay, yeah, well, he's
Wow.
from Louisiana.
We like the salt.
Okay, we're going to go down here. And so that's our pico de gallo with a little bit of lime juice. And then it
Beautiful.
is
It's time for Maine.
our Maine
Time for
lobster.
Maine to
Okay,
shine.
and we've been ready for Maine to show
We've
up.
been Maine.
Yeah, so here we are with a little bit of lemon butter in the skillet.
Lemon butter.
And
Oh, by the way, lemon butter, that's bougie. That is bougie.
Wait, okay, I have a question. Lobster's kind of expensive. Is there ways, like, would you ever buy it frozen or no?
We buy everything from Maine.
Okay.
You know, and here's the thing: if you can get lobster, get it wherever you want. You
Yeah.
know, we always say buy Maine lobster.
Yes.
But you know, just indulge yourself and
Yes.
treat yourself. We call it an affordable luxury.
And it's like a once a year, a fancy date night
Once a
sit.
year.
Well, I know. I'm
unless you're our mother.
He spends time in San Tropez.
It sounds like Justin, and when he wakes up at 1:30 in the morning,
Yeah.
that's when he's having, or in the afternoon,
yes.
that's when he's having his lobster.
100% with some caviar and champagne. His life.
You guys are like shrimp. It's like it's like a quick cook, like shrimp.
You're just putting, you're
Very
taking
quick.
the chill off of it. So we're done with that. So what you would do here is the finished product, which is the tater tots And then we go with the lobster meat. We throw that on top.
Okay.
Messy
Come on,
way.
generous portions.
Be generous.
Be generous.
Yeah. The whole thing on there.
Okay.
And then pico and cilantro lime sauce.
So it's like a
Justin, you
really,
want to throw the pico on?
on our food trucks and our restaurants, this is one of the most popular shareable items because
Yes.
it's, you know, kind of you can get a lobster roll, you can get some you
Yes.
share.
I'm not sharing this with
Are
anybody.
you going to share this with anyone?
Not including her today, okay?
He likes to eat it himself.
Wow.
Wait, now, y'all, where are your food trucks? Are they everywhere?
Yeah, we're in 26 states throughout the country. We
Wow.
have 40 trucks that we've franchised throughout the nation and 10 restaurants as well. So
my gosh.
if you guys aren't doing anything later,
Yeah.
you want to open a truck or restaurant, let us know.
Actually, maybe we should go into business together.
do
Should we
it?
open a truck?
Yes.
Can we just become best friends?
I think so. I think we do.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, enough of Jimmy. You guys need to try it.
Okay, come on, try it. I'm going to try it, and then we're going to make something I'm really excited about. This is a little Texas, a little Maine.
You guys eat, I'll explain. We're making lobster quesadillas. So we wanted to, our first food truck was in California, in Los Angeles. So we wanted to have a little bit of a flair of not just lobster rolls. And these are really easy to make at home. So you're going to put your tortilla right down on a skillet in a hot pan, maybe some spray or a little butter. In this instance, we didn't do anything.
It kind of looks like a pizza coming to life right now.
I love pizza.
Yeah, it does.
All right, so you want to throw some cheese onto this guy?
Sure, sure.
All right, you want to throw some lobster onto this? So
Yes.
I had a feeling. All right, so let's put lobster. Just get crazy with it.
Yeah.
And
do you put it on one side or do you?
You know, it's your world.
Okay,
We've
perfect.
learned that you guys are just doing your own thing.
Well, that's
today.
true.
And evidently you pay our light bills in West Hollywood for the restaurants. So
Oh,
thank you.
100%. All right. And by the way, we never get lobster like this. Can you hand me that lobster over there too?
Oh, yeah, you're not going to. Believe me, you think my man's going to
Fold
put
it
it with
over.
carbs?
You went over.
Guys, you gotta fold. We gotta
Fold
do
it
fold.
over.
Fold.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
It's more like a calzone.
I was going to say,
but, you know,
it's huge.
Do you have to flip this thing or?
You have to flip it, and you kind of just.
I'm going to open it so my man can eat it without the carbs. He doesn't
put like 16
his
pounds of
body is
lobster
a
in there.
temple.
This is
Not today.
This is not a true representation of how much lobster meat's in the quesadilla.
This is just insanity. All right, it's a nice flip.
Ooh,
Okay, afterwards, same sauce we're going to drizzle over, which Jim left on the other side of the table.
my bad.
Some
Here you
pico
go.
de gallo. Thank you. Thank you.
Is it so delicious?
Oh, my gosh.
You gotta try this. Jenna's already eating. She doesn't even care about the rest of the recipe.
By the way, who am I kidding? This is not mine. This is mine.
Oh, wow.
That would have been amazing.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. And to get these recipes, head to today.com/food.
2 recipes that will help cut out the fat, but these are recipes that are still delicious, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So in my house, we are strict adherents to Taco Tuesday.
And isn't that a good day?
Taco Tuesday.
It's like you wake up, the kids wake up in the morning, it's like, it's Taco Tuesday. And then
Yes.
the whole day is good.
Everybody's
Everything's
happy.
set.
Everybody's happy.
So this is actually, we make a tater tot taco casserole.
That sounds
It
delicious.
is divine, but we can't be doing that every day.
Oh, okay.
So
I
what
got
we
excited,
did,
though.
we're doing a quinoa sweet potato taco.
Okay.
Wow. Absolutely wonderful. We're going to roast these vegetables. We, of course, want to put a little olive oil. We're going to do a little bit of salt and then toss that around. That'll go into an oven, 350 degrees, you know, just until they're super.
Now, with your sweet potatoes, not to cut you off, now, how do you cut them? What's your secret?
Oh, okay.
'Cause I
Well,
find
so first we're going to peel them. And yes, they're not the easiest thing. But what you always want to remember is that you're going to need to give it a flat side. If you've got something that rolls and
Yeah.
you've got fingers that can get involved in a really sharp knife,
Yep.
honey, I'm sorry.
That's the reason to eat the tater tots right there.
Yeah, it's always a
So
flat
then
side.
a flat side.
No.
So now we would go here.
tots
Do
don't
you see
count.
how much easier that is?
Right.
And now we have our nice
tots are
pieces.
easy.
Flat side if it rolls, onions, all that. So we're going to saute some vegetables. We have red onions and peppers. That's going into a nice hot pan. We want to cook that down until it gets super wilted, get that flavor going. Now, one of the things, taco seasoning has more sodium in it. I mean, if I eat it the next day, I cannot get my rings off.
Wow.
My face is so
Okay.
bloated, I can't even open my eyes.
So you make your own.
So I make my own. So we have, and we're going to do it in this sour cream. You could always do Greek yogurt if you wanted to. We have a little bit of salt, cumin, and chili powder, cilantro,
What is that, lemon
and a
juice?
little lime juice.
lime? Yeah.
honey. And now we're going to mix that up. So now we're going to get away from all that sodium, chemical-laden taco season packet and roll right over here.
What's the verdict, guys?
That's delicious.
You guys
Great.
have a microwave there.
Oh gosh, thank you, honey. That's my best tip.
Yeah.
So if you have an avocado that is hard as a rock,
Yes.
you can
Yes.
stick it in the microwave for 10 seconds, no longer, 10 seconds.
It'll ripen
and
it up?
it will be soft.
Stop it.
Stop it.
I'm not kidding you.
This
My
was
wife
worth the
provides
whole
Wait a minute.
softball.
I mean, I'm serious.
This
Here.
is 10 seconds. In the microwave.
This is like guacamole every day.
I know. Well, you know that is.
It's going to be trouble for us.
Hold on.
All right, how do we do it?
Well, you know what? Let's get to
Okay,
the
never mind.
lobster
I'm sorry.
pasta.
I'm sorry.
We'll let Roker
You
handle
work
that.
on that, Roker.
So what do we
So
have
now,
here?
one of my most favorite things in the world is a lobster macaroni and cheese.
But
I'm
this will be ready
obsessed.
next week.
But again, we can't do that every day. So we're going to switch out. We're going to do a spaghetti squash
My
lobster
wife loves the
pasta.
spaghetti That's good
Isn't it wonderful? With a lot of spring vegetables. I mean, we're really, we're
It's a
getting
little
there.
hard.
And
Give me 10 more
you,
seconds.
what?
It was a little hard.
Give it 10 more
No, it
seconds.
was, I don't know that it was on. Did it turn on?
Yeah.
Oh, the numbers were going down.
Okay.
In my
Let's
world.
finish the lobster
I
pasta.
promise it works. Okay, so anyway, we want to get out all of these seeds. We're going to flip this over.
the foil off.
Add just a little bit of water to this pan. That will stop it from drying out. We're going to cook that for about 45 minutes. And then we're going to make our sauce. So we have a little bit of lemon juice. We have a little bit of lemon zest, chili powder. Mix
chili.
that together. And then everything goes into the pot. And then we have this fantastic dish that is super light, super healthy, and absolutely
I
delicious.
see some sweet peas there, frozen
I know,
peas.
don't you love the frozen peas?
What's the verdict, guys? What's the verdict on the pasta?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Avocado
Still trying
did
to cook
soften up.
Still a little hard.
Okay, Al, you are not, that is not the truth. I don't.
I think it softened up a little.
Al thinks this is
terribly
Mythbusters.
sorry.
This is
Yes.
delicious.
Okay, I asked him.
agree.
I asked him if they
No, I said it was soft.
We'll get to the bottom
It
of
was
the
as hard as
avocado
that
dilemma.
tastes.
All right.
It was like a
Okay,
baseball.
guys,
It's
The
fantastic.
recipes
It's
is
perfect.
today.com
18 more minutes.
/food.
Okay, so we asked self-proclaimed mac and cheese connoisseur and our friend David Rose, he's a chef and author and Food Network TV personality, to dish out his best mac and cheese recipe. He's joining it from his home in Atlanta. David, I mean, who knew mac and cheese could get better?
Yeah,
but
David, we're going to kick it up a notch. We like the idea.
Several notches.
Okay.
Several notches. Okay, what do we need? If we're going to go shop today for what we're going to cook, what do we need?
Okay, first off, you need the lobster, you need cheese, you need heavy cream, you need spices. But the lobster is what truly makes this macaroni and cheese exceptional. So very first thing you want to do, what I have here in my cast iron pan, because you're in the South, so you got to have cast iron. I have lobster knuckle meat and claws. Feel free to use lobster tails if you want to as well. Shrimp, chicken, bacon, you make it yours. So right now we have it lowly and slowly poaching in some butter, some garlic, some parsley, a little bit of salt, and white pepper.
How long
Let
does that
do
take?
its thing.
Yeah.
About 5 to 6 minutes, and you don't want to rush this process because seafood can cook very quickly, and you don't want to overcook it. So when it's nice and bright and red, and it still has a little bit of give to it, you know, that's when you know it's ready. So what you do next then, Hoda, what you do next, Jenna, is you remove that luscious, delicious, plump, red, sweet lobster meat. Take that out.
with
But
the
what
butter,
you want to
too.
do,
You're
you
putting
see
the
that
butter in
lobster
there.
fat,
Yeah.
the butter, all that stuff that's in there, you want to keep that lobster fat and butter in there. What you want to do next is...
Can you use frozen lobster? I know, does that sound like something?
but if you-
could
Yes.
you? Yes. Okay, good.
Yes, this is actually frozen lobster right here. It'll be our secret. But most seafood actually comes to the market frozen already. You just want to thaw it out and just make sure all the water is removed out of it. But yes, frozen seafood works that way. You can have it in the freezer. When you're ready, take it out. You're good to go.
Can you make some
Great
sauce
question.
for us?
Please.
Yes, let's make sauce because you got to have a nice creamy macaroni and cheese sauce in there. So what we have here, lobster fat, butter. You want to do next is you want to make your roux. A roux is very simple, very easy. It's a fancy French word for equal parts butter or fat and flour. And what you do is you just
Add that flour.
very slowly add the flour to the lobster fat and the butter, because the first thing you learn in culinary school is fat is flavor. So the lobster fat and the butter, it's delicious. It's going to kind of intensify that lobster flavor even more. All right, so once it comes together, it happens very quickly.
Okay.
It's kind of like a wet sand-like consistency.
Yes.
So if you can see right there, so that's the roux. That's going to thicken up our cheese sauce. All right, so let's get going. The fun
What
stuff.
cheese? What?
Heavy.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, heavy cream.
Okay, what we have here is. Here you go. All right. We have pepper jack for a nice mild spiciness. We have Parmesan for a nice little nutty sweetness. And we have sharp cheddar for that nice little tang where it hits you right back here. So it's all about balance. All about balance, ladies. All right, so very easy. Don't blink. You might miss the steps. To the roux, you add the heavy cream because we're making mac and cheese, so why count calories?
Yeah, we ain't.
So heavy cream. If we're going to do it, we might as well do it, right, ladies?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so you add that heavy cream, and then you bring the heat up to a boil.
Okay.
What you're doing right now is you're allowing that lobster fat, you're allowing that butter and that flour that made our roux to now meld and sort of homogenize with that heavy cream. And as that starts to thicken, we're going to add our cheese sauce. So while that's doing that thing, we want to impart even more flavor, because any chance I have to add more flavor, I do it, because why not? So into there, we add a little bit of garlic powder, onion powder, cayenne for a little bit of heat, black pepper, and smoked paprika for a little bit of smokiness.
Look at that.
Now, it's good to know that this recipe, I actually make it on the grill, because the grill has a nice smoky note, and it just adds a nice sweetness and balance even more so to that lobster mac and cheese.
Wow.
Okay,
And, then
and now what?
I assume we got to add the cheese. We got to do it real quick.
Yes, we got to add the cheese. Okay, so it starts to thicken up. We add all that lovely cheese in there, like that. We give it a nice little whisk, all right? And once that starts to come together, get nice and thick and become our cheese sauce, we want to add our pasta.
Yes.
I love using cavatappi. It's Italian for corkscrew. And I love the holes and the grooves. That's going to actually seal it and kind of, capture all of that sauce. And I'm all about that good saucy noodle. Nobody wants a dry macaroni.
Yeah, you're right.
No,
So
no.
you just
All right, so you add that there. Add that baby in there. Lobster back in there like that.
I can't.
Add a little bit more of cheese because why not? And then we fold that bad mama jamma like they're together.
Yes.
Mama
Everything nice and
jamma, I know
friendly.
your
Will you
generation.
show us?
And
Show us.
And
wait, a little bit
we want to add that Parmesan cheese on top.
We don't have
Want to
enough
add
cheese.
that Parmesan cheese for that nice brulee.
I agree.
We put that into the grill. We put that into the oven.
Oven.
Take it out.
Bake it.
Bada bing.
Show us.
Bada boom.
Did you send us
Wait,
any?
let's see.
Oh,
wait.
Bam.
That's
Right there. You see that brulee? Ladies, can you
Just
smell
a
it?
fork.
Can you smell it, ladies? Can
Yeah.
you smell it?
please, please.
Yo.
I just want to hug that cheese. Can you pass me
gotta
that
come to
cheese?
Lana.
Please, David,
Yes,
I
I
just
got
want a
you. Here,
hug.
here.
I want a
Take the
hug.
cheese.
I want
Take
a
it out.
hug.
Virtual hug.
David, this
Since
was
you're not here-
awesome.
Oh, look, he's feeding me. Okay, ready?
Anything hot. Hi, here you go. Where's your mouth?
My mouth is there.
Can you taste it?
All the taste and none of the calories. Thank you, David.
David, that was amazing.
You're welcome.
Oh, gotta
My
love
pleasure,
him.
ladies.
By the way, he makes,
I love
it's
him.
amazing, but there's something about David that adds the special sauce.
Exactly.
For this recipe, head to today.com/food. Thank you, David.
Thank you, David. He's the best.
friend Alejandro Ramos is here, hosting, by the way, congrats, on the new PBS show called The Great American Recipe. So who better to put a twist on some American classics? And with the 4th of July coming up, if you want to cook with us, by the way, you can scan the QR code for this recipe and order the ingredients with just a single click. Just select add ingredients to cart, schedule that pickup or delivery. Literally could not be easier. Alejandra, what doesn't seem easy to me is a clam bake. It's something I would buy a ticket to go to because I couldn't possibly do this at home, but that's not the case.
No, it's not the case, and I've got a really fun kind of twist on it for you. So we're making a sheet pan clam bake.
Okay.
And that just makes it so much simpler. So we're gonna start out by par cooking the potatoes. Basically, you wanna get them cooking first so that they cook at the same time as the seafood.
Okay, so you just whole potatoes.
You don't want raw potatoes with your delicious
Right.
seafood, and you don't wanna dry out the seafood. About 7 minutes, boil them, perfect, ready to go. Then you put them on a sheet pan, and then you add all the fun stuff. So this is like, you can help me out here. We've got some andouille sausage. We've got some chorizo, which is my absolute favorite in the world. Just throw them on there. Corn, and then of course our clams. I'm using cherry stone.
Picture the herbs in here too.
Like herbs.
That's, what is that?
Delicious,
Parsley,
right? We've got
cilantro.
some parsley, some thyme. Yeah, you could do
Cloves
tons
of garlic.
I love a lot of garlic and everything I make.
Well, this is easy. So it's like a one sheet.
Easy, yeah. Shrimp and mussels too. And you know what? This is the sort of thing like see what's good, right? You can pick and choose. What is your family like? You can have lobster.
How much prep do you have to do the shrimp? You just
Literally, you just want get the easy
devein
peel
them
one.
and okay.
Just buy them peeled already, and
Okay.
then spread them all out. And then it looks beautiful like this. And then what we do is we make our mixing liquid.
Yep.
So over here, I've got 2 cups of wine, some delicious melted butter that adds so much flavor, seafood seasoning.
I think I could do this.
Yeah, you could do this.
Yep.
Smoked paprika. You mix this all up. And I love this because you're just getting so many great flavors here, and then you just pour that right on the pan.
All of it. You don't save any for later. Just
No,
let it rip.
no. Let it all go.
We've got our tasters over there. How
What
does
do you
it
guys
taste,
think?
guys? It's
Good.
fantastic,
Delicious.
right?
Love the
Feels like the best. Holiday weekend.
Sausage surprise. That's good.
I love the spicy sausage.
How's the
That's
heat?
my
Heat's
favorite.
good, huh? Okay,
Here's
good.
the thing, so you cover this with foil, like really tightly wrapped.
Yep.
Pop it in the oven.
For how long?
It depends, about 25, 35 minutes. Just check it. Basically, you want the clams to be
The
open.
clams to open up?
Once the clams are open,
It'll
you're
look like
ready to
this,
feast.
yeah.
Looks how gorgeous.
Wow,
Put it in
that's
the middle
amazing.
Of the table, serve it with some bread, more melted
look at this.
butter.
Okay.
Everybody can feast, enjoy like our beautiful, what do you guys, delicious, right?
Yeah.
So
Right,
perfect.
simple.
It is simple.
You
So
make it look
simple.
simple.
I love
What
it.
else are you making?
And all right, so my other thing is, I love things that have a little bit of Latin flair. You know why?
I love it.
So
Gotta
we're doing,
represent.
we gotta represent. So we're doing a Mexican street corn style pasta salad. So basically, taking that elote esquites,
All right, let's
mashing
build it.
it
We
with
got
the
30
macaroni
seconds.
salad.
Let's dump it in.
Okay, so you char up your corn,
Yep.
make a sauce with some mayonnaise, some chili, some chipotle, all all of that.
Salt.
You mix it all in with the macaroni.
Oh, here it is. Yes.
That's good.
This is a great idea.
That's the important part. You're going to taste it.
That's a great
Get all
I don't
those
love
flavors
like
in there.
macaroni salad that much either,
This is good.
but a street corn version of it I like.
You know what, too? Because I don't like getting the corn in my teeth,
my
so I
God.
like being able to eat it
really
with
good.
a spoon.
That's
delicious, right?
If nothing else, steal this idea.
Yay!
Despite rising food prices across the country, lobster roll still remains quite popular. NBC News correspondent and host of Stay Tuned over on Snapchat, Savannah Sellers, went to Maine to meet the real Luke behind Luke's Lobster.
There is a Luke, and we went fishing for lobster together. It was really fun, actually. Yeah, we did. We did. I think you'll see some of that. We actually caught a lot. I'll tell you about it after, too. But that's right. Luke Holden is a third-generation lobsterman who started a career in finance in New York. But then after searching for his go-to comfort food and not finding it here, he realized a new dream. Take a look.
I loved the excitement of dropping a trap overboard, letting it sit for a couple of days, and hauling it up and just wondering what was inside.
Luke Holden grew up on the Maine coast, obsessed with lobster.
I'm actually a third-generation lobsterman, so I grew up on the working waterfront. I love this industry. I love being a part of it.
After graduating from college and getting a job in finance, it was that first love that sparked an idea.
But you didn't think at first that you necessarily were going to do this, right?
I had a great experience on it. It was a job. I was sitting at my desk on a summer Sunday afternoon. I was missing home. I went online looking for something that reminded me of home, which was a Maine-style lobster roll. And there was nothing.
So Luke approached his dad with a business proposal to bring a quintessential Maine lobster shack to the middle of Manhattan.
He looked at it, he said, "I think you can open a lobster shack in New York City for $35,000 And I said, "Yeah, I think I can. Let's try it." And so he actually borrowed against his 401k to come up with half the money.
Okay, so you've got the money. You're like, I need a partner. So what'd you do?
I wrote this post up that I put on Craigslist. It was like first time I've ever probably gone on Craigslist.
You'd never needed the couch or something before.
The post was something like, I have no experience, limited funding, and like, we just got to figure this out together. And I got like 700 responses, and then I come across Ben's.
I met Luke, and it was immediately clear that like, this is a guy who has one passion his whole life, and that's lobster.
The two signed a lease and just 30 days later, opened Luke's Lobster.
I left Ben and my father that morning at like 8:30.
Because you, by the way, still have a day job.
And I'm like, good luck. You know, not really expecting that really we're gonna do any sales. So it's like noontime and absolute crickets. Like 2 o'clock, either Ben or my father services when they're like, yeah, there's a line around the block. Like Jeff's heading back up to Maine to go get more lobster.
7 months later, Luke quit his day job.
I took the $35,000 salary and no health insurance. I was all in.
What'd your mom think of that?
My mom cried.
But her concern was short-lived. Over the next 10 years, Luke and Ben launched 40 lobster shacks across the country and world.
All right. Wow, it's kind of interesting you put the shoe on first.
And they did something else to expand too.
We realized that having the direct connection to the fishermen, we were ultimately going to have to control our own destiny by starting our own seafood production plant here in Maine and not having to kind of go out on the open market and buy lobster from whoever happened to be selling.
Today, Luke's Lobster controls everything from ocean to table.
I mean, we've been in charge of that lobster from the moment it was caught.
All right. But when COVID hit, so did a whole new set of problems.
It was like I was a little kid. I literally called my father and I said, I just need you to come to work today. And I was like, just crying. We were over 600 people at the height of 2019. We laid off everybody besides 23 people.
Wow.
Which is crazy. And then we just,
Yeah, no, it's hard.
and then we just like started making plans.
Slowly but surely, they've built back.
I mean, how do things feel for you right now?
There's like light at the end of the tunnel. The sun is starting to shine. It's lobster roll season.
Speaking of which,
All right. I have to tell you all something, a little bit of a confession. This is actually going to be my first lobster roll.
What?
Like ever.
That blows my mind though.
It's really good. I know you have 2 little daughters. Do you think this is going to be a 4th generation lobstering family?
I have a 3-year-old who will have a license when she's 7. I want them to be very comfortable in the ocean, and I suspect they'll love just the excitement of putting that trap into the ocean and pulling up and seeing what's inside. And I'm like really excited to teach them about that.
Oh.
What a
What a great guy.
I know. He was so great. And now, as many companies had to do during COVID, Luke's team pivoted to keep their business going. They started an e-commerce site to sell fish directly to customers, and they launched a line of products at Whole Foods. It's actually 2 revenue streams that not only kept Luke's Lobster afloat, but all the fishermen they support, people like Captain Steve Train, who was in that piece, showed me how to fish for lobster, showed me how to band up the claws, everything. It was pretty cool.
Oh,
Thanks, Captain.
Wait, you actually did the banding?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's a little
with this
scary.
tool and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, it was very
By the
scary.
way,
And when you pull them out.
Thanks to Luke's.
Yeah.
These are great.
So what are your thoughts on lobster rolls?
I liked it. Yeah. I'm not big on. Craig loves it. I mean,
And do you like butter on it? It's butter, and what's the other one? It's like a mayonnaise.
You can have it more mayonnaise-y. This is the perfect mix of seasonings. It's not too...
You got a piece of it. Flip it. Be careful.
Thank you, Craig. Dropping
This is
lobster.
great. Well done.
Really good.
And we always love it when people bring food into the studio now.
You're welcome back
Another
anytime.
summer back to normal. Thank you, Savannah. Thank you, Luke's.
I forgot how to eat. I just bit my cheek.
No.
Oh, that is the worst. You need to slow down.
I was like inhaling it.
So excited?
Today, nutrition and health expert Joy Bowers here to show us how to make our own frozen yogurt. Joy, good morning to you. I want to get right to it. We got the cookie dough frozen yogurt bites. You start by making homemade cookie dough. Go ahead.
Hey guys, so in light of the heat wave, we are making 2 crazy, refreshing summer treats, and we're starting with cookie dough frozen yogurt. So I'm going to start by making the cookie dough here, and the great part is it is super simple to make, and it's comprised of nourishing ingredients. And the first thing is this almond flour. So it's gluten-free, and it already has some protein in it. I'm going to add a pinch of salt, a little bit of peanut butter, about a 1/4 cup here, and for sweetener, I'm adding a dash of maple syrup and a little bit of vanilla extract. And you mix this up, and I hope that you can see this, but thanks to the almond flour, it transforms into a crumbly, almost pasty-like cookie dough. And the last thing we're going to do here, because I like chocolate chips in my cookie dough, I'm going to add in, if you have mini chocolate chips, great, but if not, I just have the regular stuff right here. And I'm going to toss in a couple of tablespoons of either dark or mini or semi-sweet chocolate chip. So I have this over here. And all you're going to do now is roll these into little, almost chickpea-sized balls. So let me show you. And it's nice and pliable. I'm going to put it in the palm of my hand, just like this. See that? And you could get your kids involved. Everybody could start a big rolling party over here. And I'm putting it on parchment paper so it doesn't stick, right on the baking sheet. And then this entire batch is going to make about 80. And I stash this right in the freezer because you want them to slightly firm up. Now, while they're in the freezer, we're going to go ahead and we're going to make our froyo. So here I'm using 2 cups of full-fat Greek yogurt. Normally, I like to use either non-fat Greek yogurt or 2%, but because I want these super creamy and crave-worthy like ice cream, I'm using full-fat. Any sweetener that you'd like. Here I'm putting in honey, but this could even be coconut sugar, or it could be a sugar replacement if you're looking to pull back on your added sugars, and a little bit of vanilla extract. We mix this up. And now we're going to add in all of our cookie dough balls, and you stir this up, and you put it in a mini muffin container, and you just let it freeze. And I'm going to show you what my muffin container looks like, because it could not be any easier. And guys, these are light in calories, they're packed with protein, and they'll last for up to a month in your freezer. So you could transfer them right into a freezer bag, and they will be waiting for you when you have any kind of a sweet tooth craving. So next, we're going to make something really special, and these are PB&J tots. So here I'm starting with my sliced strawberries, and this is going to become our wholesome jam. And I'm just going to muddle my strawberries so you get it nice and juicy. Then I'm going to be putting in my peanut butter. And again, this is going to be Greek yogurt, but it's going to be flavored. So we don't even have to add any sweetener, either a berry flavor or a vanilla flavor. And you just mix this up, and then you're going to put it right into your popsicle mold. And you're going to let that freeze. It's a nice thick batter. I'm going to show you what this looks like. I have some frozen right over here. Look at this. Ta-da! but we're not done yet because we're going to bedazzle them now. So here I'm filling my popsicle mold, and you put that right in the freezer. And now I'm drizzling some chocolate on top and peanuts. Look at that, guys. I mean, come on. You know you want a bite of this.
Okay, it's the middle of July, and we know the temperatures are just soaring out there. So what a better way to cool off than with everyone's favorite summer treat, ice cream.
And today we're going to show you how easy it is to make at home with the help of Justin Chappell, culinary director at Food and Wine Magazine. Homemade ice cream, huh?
Yes. Well, we're making a soft serve today, and we're making a version that's just like, you know, a little bit healthier.
Okay. We love that.
We love that. We still want that treat. We still want to cool down in the summer, but we could, you know, take care of ourselves a little bit.
Keep our bikini bodies.
But it's not totally healthy. But it's good for you because we're starting with frozen fruit.
Okay, frozen mangoes, if you have never tried one, because I hadn't, are like little popsicles.
Yeah, frozen, especially the champagne mangoes are super yummy.
Yes, and we talked about, and by the way, these ladies have been picking at my mangoes here.
I sure have. Is that okay with you?
It's perfectly okay.
All right.
So we've got about 1.5 pounds of frozen mangoes. You can
Okay.
also use blueberries.
Yeah.
You can use strawberries.
Whatever your fruit is.
Whatever
What
your
is
fruit
this?
is. So this is the secret ingredient.
Let me guess.
And this,
do you know?
Condensed milk?
yes, sweetened condensed milk. So here's the thing. This is why it's maybe like not super healthy because it's got a lot of sugar, but this is the secret ingredient. So we're going to add the sweetness, but we're also going to add really creamy texture here.
Yeah, it looks
I mean, look at that.
like pudding.
And if you wanted, you can even use dulce de leche here, which is basically the same thing but caramelized. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, do you add salt and vanilla?
Yep. I'll let you add just, oops, this is, look at me shaking. It's my first time back.
I know, we're so happy to have you here.
A pinch of salt.
I kind of like the salt and sweet.
Yes,
you know?
so we've got a little vanilla to give us a little warmth, but then the salt is going to enhance all those flavors. So what you're going to do is you're going to pulse this.
Yeah. So it gets creamy?
Yep, and you're just going to puree it, and it takes a few minutes, but then this is what you end up with here.
Look how gorgeous
in
that
a little
is.
cake pan.
And of course you could serve it. Yep, you could serve it right out of there, and then actually that's when it's in its soft serve form.
Okay.
But if you pop it into a freezer-safe container, pop it in the fridge, it'll get a little more firm.
Amazing.
Firmer.
Now we chop up the.
Yes. So we have our soft serve ice cream,
Yeah,
right? But
we're ready.
let's talk about nostalgia. And remember when we were kids eating soft serve dipped in the chocolate?
Oh, I love that.
Yes. So we are making a DIY chocolate shell. Starts with a bar of bittersweet chocolate, about a pound that you chop.
Okay.
Now this is actually important here because you don't want to use chocolate chips because chocolate chips are actually formulated to hold their shape.
Oh, really?
So you just got to bang that up.
So you want to bang it out and chop. This is bittersweet. You can also use semi-sweet. You're going to add some coconut oil.
Oh my gosh, she loves coconut oil.
Coconut oil, and so a pound of coconut oil, about a half a cup of coconut oil, and you're going to microwave this in 20-second intervals.
Put it in the micro.
20,
Yep,
20,
20 until it melts. Now, the reason you're doing 20-second intervals is because you don't want to overheat your chocolate.
You don't want
What happens if you overheat
The
it?
sugars clump and then they separate from the fat, and then you get this dull mix.
look at this.
Look
But
what you
at
did.
this.
Stir it.
Yep,
20,
please.
20.
Wait, look at this.
Now, by the way, this has been at room temperature for like an hour and a half.
And it's okay.
And it's okay because the coconut oil, which is liquid at room temperature, it keeps this sort of liquid texture.
Okay.
And then what happens when this hits something really cold, it's gonna solidify.
Okay, so okay, let's make our sandwich. This is so exciting.
I know, we love ice cream sandwiches.
So we're using our mango soft serve here.
Yeah.
And this has been put in the freezer for just a little bit so it can get a little firm. Otherwise, it might be a little squishy. I'm gonna put a little bit on there. I'm gonna let you do the honors here,
Put this
one
on
of
top,
you.
and then you dunk. Okay, I'll
Well, you're not actually going to dunk that one yet, but you could use
we dunk
cookies,
these?
wafers. Yes, those are your dunkers.
Is that because they're
Yeah,
colder?
I'll switch places with you.
Do you have to put them in
'cause I
the
want you
fridge
both
before you dunk?
Yes. So the trick is you want it to be as cold as possible.
It's
because,
cold.
because the coconut oil, which is liquid at room temperature, when it touches something cold, it solidifies.
Just around half of it?
Yeah, half or
Look
all of it.
how gorgeous that is. So you put it down here.
You put it down, and it'll start to get firm immediately. You can see the edges here.
I'll have this one.
Okay, I'll have this one.
You know what you could do even to up it a
What?
little bit
What?
is to dip that in sprinkles.
Sprinkles or chopped nuts or, you know, nonpareils would be really pretty.
How do you bite
Look at that.
Mine
Can I
is hard.
steal one of these from you?
Please. Oh my God.
I'm going to do a
yummy.
blueberry. Blueberry's my favorite here. Although I don't know if I'm going to take a bite. I'm just going to hold it.
doesn't love a sweet summer treat, especially one that cools you down on a real hot, sticky day?
We're super lucky because our culinary producer, Katie Stilo, came up with a couple of delicious treats that will really hit the spot for the entire family. And then there's just one for the grown-ups, too.
A little
treat. I know.
Katie, you don't disappoint. All right, what are we starting?
I'm trying not to. We started the week with some cool treats. We're going to finish it with some.
Awesome.
So I'm going to share my banana bread recipe. What I'm doing to bump it up a notch, I'm turning it into ice cream cake. Hello, who doesn't love that?
Bread married in ice cream cake.
By the way, that sounds awesome.
I know
Okay.
your birthday's coming up,
Yes.
so maybe you can make this. So in here I have my flour. I have some baking soda and salt. Jenny, you want to stir that up?
Yes. Mhm.
In my stand mixer, already creamed together. I have some sour cream. I have butter, and then a little bit of brown sugar. You can use light. You can use dark. Whatever you have available. Like, don't go crazy. And then, Hoda, if you want to mash up some bananas, I'll crack some eggs.
What's the like secret with that? Do you want old bananas?
You want super ripe bananas, so
brown
like
can it
brown, spotty. The best
they-
ones, if you get them and they're ripe and you're not ready to make banana bread, but I mean, I'm always ready, so put them in the freezer.
Even if they're too brown?
Too brown, it's totally fine. Okay. It'll just be sweeter. Your banana bread will just be sweeter. It's
Yeah,
totally
but
fine.
we're okay with that.
Exactly. Like who does not like that? Okay, so I'm gonna add some eggs into here. Jenna, you want to scoop in the dry ingredients?
Sure.
Dump those right in. Here. Yeah, there we go. And then I'm adding some chocolate chips because this banana bread ice cream cake is inspired by. I know you guys were recently there at Ben and Jerry's,
Yeah.
scooping some
Oh,
ice
yeah.
cream. So you know,
Could you put
chunky
those in
monkey.
even
It's
with
like a
this
chunky
thing?
monkey ice cream cake. Yeah,
right.
wonderful.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. All right, so now
We can add this into here, and then I like to add a little bit of lemon juice.
I'm adding this to that?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is one.
And where am I adding the lemon juice? In here?
Into the batter. All goes in. Just dump
that
everything in.
lemon?
Yeah, I like it. I think it adds.
sure?
I swear, trust me.
What do you
Have I
think?
led you wrong so far?
No,
I haven't.
You're not.
I'm not.
Okay, am I just?
I think it adds a little bit of acidity, a nice little tang. I think it helps it out a little bit.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
you
so
dump
moving
all that
down
out?
here, I have a batter, and I'm baking it. So instead of baking it in a 9x13 or
Yeah.
a 8x8
That's
loaf
what it
pan,
looks like.
pop it into a cake pan.
Look at this.
And so you
So
do.
it's more of a cake.
Right. So you can bake this if you want to, just as is, and eat it as banana bread. Sprinkle it with some turbinado sugar on top. I love the crunch that it brings.
amazing.
And then here we have the finished baked layer. And my trick to making this ice cream cake really easy to remove is popping it into a cake pan and then lining it with these little parchment overhangs.
Yeah.
So it
Okay.
helps you pop it out. So then I'm topping it
So
with
you popped it
peanut
out
butter.
and turned it over?
Right. Let it cool, and
So
then
the flat side
exactly
is there at the
a
top.
little chef tip for you.
And you have to let it cool, obviously.
Yeah, and it'll be a hot mess.
Okay, so peanut butter, first layer.
Because if it's chunky monkey, you need that, and then obviously it's summer.
Wait, what's going on
So
here?
we're doing
Is that
Vanilla
we're doing
ice
ice cream. Vanilla ice cream. You could do kind of any kind of ice cream here.
No,
you can
you
go
need
wild,
vanilla.
but
No,
you do
no.
vanilla
Or banana.
Exactly, and then you're gonna top it with the top.
Wait, look what's happening here.
This is amazing.
It's like the ultimate.
What?
I know, it's the
Now do
ultimate.
you freeze it?
Freeze the whole thing,
Can we
and then you
save
just
this
pop
for
it.
Hoda's birthday,
Yeah.
please?
Look at this. Wait, what's
And
happening?
pretend I made it.
Look at this.
And then we're gonna
Oh, wait, we're not
gild the
done.
lily. No, not
Okay,
done
I'll
yet.
come this way.
Okay.
You can take a bite. I'm just drizzling it over
Put
the top.
this one in the
cream
freezer
part.
till
Yeah.
August, what, 8th?
9th.
9th.
See,
Okay, I
it's
was
my
close.
birthday though, so we can do it on the 8th.
Wait, your birthday's the 8th?
Yeah, we're Leo twins.
This morning, we are snacking in Today Food. Recipe developer and food blogger Rachel Mansfield is known for sharing her easy, good-for-you cooking demos on social media.
I'm so excited for this because, as I told you, I have boys in the house that eat nonstop, and snack time is my least favorite time of the day.
Well, it
but
is our
this
favorite
could change that.
Yes, no, I'm super excited. So we're gonna be making two of my favorite snacks. I personally love them, and then I have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old at home, and they devour them.
Kid approved.
So first we're gonna be making frozen yogurt cups. Who wants to lead the? Who wants to cook?
I'll
today?
go for it,
I'll do
Dylan. Yeah, sure.
So this is one of my son's most recent favorites. It's good for my 1-year-old who's teething and 3-year-old who wants to eat ice cream all the time. So you take a silicone muffin tin. Put a layer of yogurt, and then you can put some berries, which we already have,
Okay.
so you can mix some more berries.
Is it seasoned at all, or is it just plain?
So I like
yogurt?
using an unsweetened, like plain yogurt, just to
Okay.
keep the sugar content a little bit lower. But if you want something that has more sugar, you can put some honey or maple syrup, or really anything that you want, even some coconut sugar. You can put fruit, and then you put granola.
Okay.
And then I always like a little bit of a crunch. And then on top of the fruit, you'll put some more yogurt and drizzle some peanut butter on top. And keep them in the freezer, and they're almost like a little
Let's go pick it up.
healthy snack on the go. You can have them as like a dessert of sorts.
So once they're thawed from the freezer, do they
you have to give it a second.
melt?
Yeah.
Do they kind of
Yeah.
fall
Give it a
apart?
little.
Yeah, because this one
They
is.
honestly don't melt as fast as you would think that
Yeah.
they do. I make a yogurt bark, and that definitely melts a little bit faster, but these stay pretty frozen for a while.
And how do you make this peanut butter so nice and drizzly?
Just drizzled it.
So if your peanut butter is a little bit thicker, you can melt it with some, put some coconut oil in it and then microwave it to get it a little bit more like drizzleable. And you can use almond butter, cashew butter, anything you want.
Okay.
Everybody was fascinated by banana sushi.
I know.
I know. And when you say it, it kind of sounds a little weird, like am I eating sushi or like am I eating bananas? But this was like my late night snack in college. So this has been like my go-to for a while.
Banana sushi. All right, let's
so
do it.
good. So you take a banana, you peel it.
Okay.
You can use any nut butter or seed butter you want, like a tahini, peanut butter, almond butter, cashew butter, anything.
Okay.
Lather the banana with it.
Okay.
If you want to get like a little bit messier, you could do the entire thing. If you want to be a little bit cleaner, you kind of do like, I would say 3/4 of it.
Okay.
And once you have the nut butter on, you take any toppings you want. So we have some coconut flakes, cacao nibs, granola, and it gives it like a little bit of a crunch.
You just roll
and
it?
Just coat it. Yeah, you can either take your hands and you can sprinkle it,
Oh,
or
I
you can
should
take the
probably do
banana
that.
and actually roll it if you want.
Okay. Banana
And
sushi.
It's a good activity for kids. Like my son loves doing it at home. We also even take like on top of the peanut butter, take a tortilla, roll it up and crisp it on the stove. So it's like kind of like a caramelized banana, of sorts. That looks beautiful.
I didn't get it on the other side. I was trying
it's
to
fine.
do
You
this
can even put
quickly.
the coconut on top.
And Al's just having a party over
Yeah, what's
there.
happening over here?
It's a banana party.
Your
I mean,
sushi
your
looks
banana,
gross.
it's like an omakase for banana sushi over
That's
here,
it.
right?
Look how nice hers look over here, guys.
And then
Oh
you
my God,
slice
I'm
that
gonna cut
up, and then you can enjoy it. I also like keeping these in the freezer with those.
Oh.
So it's like an easy grab-and-go snack. The bananas don't get very brown being in the freezer, which is why I like putting them there. And again, my kids love them, I love them, and they're super easy to make.
Look at the presentation there. I love that.
Thank you. If you want to get real
Delicious.
fancy, you can even use the chopsticks too.
I know. Can I sing your praises? You're so big, like on TikTok, social. People really love you.
Thank you.
And I think this is why. I mean, these
Thank
are doable
you.
things and get us all to eat.
Thank you so
Healthier,
much.
too.
I appreciate
Thank
that.
you so much.
Yeah,
All right,
thanks
Rachel,
for having me.
We appreciate it. And for these recipes, you can head to today.com/food.
Let's party, girl. I'm going to come around.
Okay. So I have some good news for you.
What?
I have blueberries.
Oh my gosh, you're amazing.
I do not have watermelon, but I do
That's
have
okay.
waffles.
Oh my God. it's
Right?
not a-
But also, you know what you have? You have hacks.
I have hacks.
I love this.
So this is a great and quick party drink.
Yes. Yeah.
Tell us what it is.
Well, it's not so much about the drink. I mean, you can put your special vodka mojito in here if you'd like.
Okay.
But what this is about, it's keeping the flies and the buggies out of your drink.
Oh, it's
when
a
you're
hat.
out in the
It's
sun.
a hat for a drink.
It's a hat for the drink. So you just take a cupcake liner, poke your straw through.
It just keeps it off.
And it protects it so you don't get the little bugs
It doesn't
in there.
seal it, but it does the job.
Oh, you want this? This is just some great
That's
water
just
with
some fresh
lemon,
water.
which is good for our
You know,
teeth.
a little bonus hack, keep your lemon and lime slices in the freezer during the summer, and then you pull them out when you
Is
need
that
them.
what you did? Because this is so
That's why it's nice and cold, and then you don't need that
So wait, do you slice them first, then put
slice them first and
then
freeze
put
them.
it in the
Because
freezer?
then that way you don't. Do you ever do like you have half a lemon sitting around
Yes,
and it dries
and then it goes
dies?
bad.
Yes,
That always
So you
happens.
can prevent that.
Okay.
Another easy, fun thing to do. I love sangria, right? So this is my
too.
hacked sangria.
Okay, tell us.
All you need is wine. You can do white or red wine.
Okay.
Bag of frozen berries. Drop them in, and I love this because you can take this to the beach.
Wait, that's all you do?
Yeah. So basically, like you take this to the beach, you combine the bag and the bottle of wine. You can add a little seltzer if you want. You know, splash
What
with
does
something else.
traditional sangria have that?
Traditional sangria would be the wine, and you would do like apples and oranges and stuff. But I think this is a great
So
summer
just
version.
fruit and wine. That's
Yes,
what. Okay.
fruit and wine. You can add
All
a
right.
little cognac
This-
or something
This
if you
looks
want.
yummy.
So
I like a sweet.
A twist on the waffle cone. Breakfast waffles.
I mean, that's
You cut them in
ridiculous.
half.
Ice cream in
Fill-
there?
Yeah. So you spread ice cream. You close them, and then you put sprinkles on the side. Pop them in the freezer for like 4 hours. You could, and if these are homemade waffles,
Yummy.
but you could also do.
Really?
You could do the frozen waffles too. Just make your life even easier.
I love that, and kids would love that. Easy to get.
Right.
That's a
Grown-ups love
great
it,
like
right?
ice
Jenna
cream
loves it.
sandwich. I love it. Substitute.
Okay, so then you take those berries, including the blueberries. You could do frozen, you can do fresh. So it's summer, they're amazing now. I say go with the fresh ones. Put them in a little ramekin, toss them with just some sugar, a little bit of cornstarch just to hold them together. Cookie dough, store-bought frozen cookie dough.
What is
Is this
Yes.
is this a take on your cobbler?
This is a take on cobbler. So this is just sugar cookie
hold
dough.
on. You just put it on the
Just
top.
little chunks of it right on top, 350 in the oven just until the berries start bubbling.
And you put a
easy is
peach
that?
in there too, which is
Yeah.
my favorite kind of cobbler.
Would you
Any kind of-
explain
yeah.
something? So you
Yes.
just put. There's nothing on the bottom. Just
No,
blueberries.
literally just berries, any kind of frozen fruit or fresh fruit. Toss it with some cornstarch to kind of hold it together. Isn't that awesome?
That is.
Yeah. And you can have fun with the cookie doughs. I like the sugar cookie dough, but I mean, if you want to do chocolate chip, I'm not going to judge
Yeah,
you.
and you could put oats.
Yeah.
Maybe you could put oats in there too.
What do you
Yeah.
mean?
I like
Like
oats
for the
in
little
my
crumble. She
cobbler.
wants like the crumble type
Yeah,
thing.
I do.
So, yeah.
I like that.
You can do
Hey,
that.
what's your favorite summertime drink? We said ours.
Yes. Well, I like a mojito, but I do mine with rum.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me how you
because
make
that's
yours.
what
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, I will say your mojito recipe is unfamiliar to me. I do not recognize that as a mojito.
What part of it? What part of was weird? The diet
none
ginger ale?
None of it, because so I'm Puerto Rican. You know, I'm a Latina girl, so I start with rum. You do limes and mint. You got that part, the muddling in the bottom of the glass. Mash them
Muddle,
up.
muddle.
Muddle, muddle.
Right,
Get all
right.
those like natural flavors
See how
out.
she does it?
Some brown sugar
Wait,
in
what?
there. Brown sugar.
brown sugar's usually in the
Yes.
mojito.
Think about it. This is from the islands, right? This,
Nobody told
this
me.
This is a
Okay,
Cuban
then what?
cocktail. So brown sugar. Then you do the rum, and then ice, and then you can just top it off with a little bit of seltzer. So your soda isn't that far off. I just do a little club soda.
Yum.
I really like the keep the rum.
How much? Can I ask? How much brown sugar do you put in there?
Just like a tablespoon.
So no agave.
Yeah. Well, it depends what size. If you're doing it one in a glass and just like a teaspoon, but if
tiny
you're doing
bit.
a big one, then you can do like a tablespoon.
All right.
You can do that. I mean, agave is good too. I would
All
say
right.
our
Show us
cocktails
this
are like
fruit.
cousins.
Show us
Oh, and then here, I've got one more thing for you.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So this is a cool product. You get this, Food 52 has them. So berries, if you wash them too soon,
They get bad.
They get bad
I know,
because they're
that
so
happens to
delicate.
us.
That
So
skin
what
is
do you
so-
do?
I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
because these berries are like very, very delicate. That like skin, that membrane
Yeah.
is so
So what
thin,
should
so
you
the
do?
water ruins it if you do it too soon. So you get this little container, you put your berries in here, you take this to work, to the park, to wherever, and then you rinse the berries out in there, and it also keeps them elevated so that they're not sitting in the liquid.
Oh, okay.
Cool
So
like
that keeps them from going bad.
It keeps them from going bad, so you can wash them on the go. And it also comes with a little spoon, like or a little
But hold
fork.
on, when you
That's a
say
fork.
you wash your berries too soon, should you wait a couple days before you wash
No,
your berries?
only wash them just as you're about to eat
The
them.
ones you're going to eat.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, just like as you eat them.
nutritionist Joy Bauer is here to share some simple and healthy recipes that you can treat yourself to this weekend.
And I'm going to start with what I'm calling a frozen key lime pie bark. And it's got all the feels, sweet and tart and citrusy. I think you're going to love it. So the star of the show is Greek yogurt. And I'm using 2% not non-fat because it freezes a little bit better. And I'm adding in some lime juice, of course, a little bit of honey to sweeten it up, and then lime zest, because that's going to sort of bring it home. It's going to give it a real limey consistency. I mean, flavor. And it also makes it smell so darn good. And you get the specks of the green, which are so pretty. Then I'm going to take, because every key lime pie has a crust. So I've got some graham crackers.
Are we allowed to eat graham crackers?
You are. This is healthy-ish.
Okay.
So I'm taking half of my crushed graham crackers, and I'm going to...
Nice.
I mix it right in, and now I'm going to do something super cool. So I have a baking sheet that I lined with parchment paper, and it's important to have a lip on the edge of the baking sheet, and I take my batter, and you're just going to pour it right on top of that baking sheet, because this is going to go in the freezer for about 4 hours to overnight. The whole thing will... You got to make this. And you smooth it out, and you don't have to cover the whole baking sheet, because you really want it to be about 1/4 of an inch in thickness, so you get nice pieces of bark.
Yum.
And now I'm going to top it, because we've got a lot left over, with my graham cracker. Isn't this cute? And
it's so creative.
You stash it in the freezer. I'm going to show you what it looks like. And it comes out like this, and you break off pieces, and you have like a huge big bag of pieces. And what I then like to do is, just to save space in the freezer, I break all my pieces and I stash them in a bag.
And then you keep them in the freezer.
Yes, and it melts in your mouth. It tastes like key lime ice cream, really. And every once in a while, you get a bite of that lime zest pop, and also the graham cracker. It's really sensational. You got to try it.
Okay, so this one is done, done, and done. Now let's do some cookie bars.
I wanted to create a version that didn't have any egg, and I think I nailed it. So right over here, I have it's stiffened up a little bit, but it's cashew butter. So I take cashew butter and I mix it with a little bit of vanilla extract and some maple syrup. This is almond flour. And the nice part about almond flour is it's moist. So I work it right in.
So I know you're not supposed to eat uncooked, like white flour. Is almond flour okay?
This almond flour, it's blanched, and it also goes under the name of almond meal, and it's perfectly fine.
Okay.
Yes. So I'm mixing this in, and so now you know this is loaded with protein and fiber and all of the deliciousness from the cashew butter. And truth be told, you can swap in peanut butter if you want, but you're going to have a much more peanut butter forward experience, which is never a bad thing. And so you mix this up. I don't have time to fully mix it, but it gets very crumbly, just like cookie dough. Then you add in your chocolate chips, and I'm going to show you what it looks like, and you press it into.
So the cashew butter doesn't make it taste like cashews? Like it actually tastes like cookie dough?
It tastes like cookie dough because it's a nice mild butter, and it's pretty readily available in the grocery store. It's a little bit pricier than peanut butter, though, so if you do want to swap in any other nut butter, it will work. And so here, I lined an 8x8 pan with parchment paper, and I pressed in all of my dough. And then we got to take it home, though. So I melted some semi-sweet or dark chocolate on top, and I also added a little bit of the nut butter.
Scandalous for you, Joy.
It feels naughty.
This is worth every single delicious bite. Oh my gosh, we can't. Ian's been calling it dessert for breakfast Friday.
Wow, that looks amazing.
Okay, so we have this.
So those white little flecks in there, that's the flour? So you can have some flecks?
So, you know what? For this one, I actually used a chunky cashew butter. So you're seeing little pieces of the cashew. And then this goes right in the refrigerator, and it firms up in a couple of hours. And I'm going to show you what it looks like because I have some that are done over here. You could tell we dug into it a little bit. Yeah, I know. But you cut it right up.
Oh, that looks crazy.
It's the best contrast because the middle really does taste like cookie dough, and then the top hardens.
A little treat.
Joy,
oh my
thank
gosh,
you so much. We wish you were here.
Time for a special Make Ahead Monday. If you're firing up the grill today, we have some creative and delicious ways to use all of your leftovers. You see them, you know them, you love them. Here to help us is chef and owner of Pig Beach in Brooklyn, Matt Abdu. Matt, welcome to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for having me. We're super excited today.
Let's dig in.
All right, we're first starting off with some hot dog hash.
Yes.
We've got all these leftovers. You don't know what to do with them. We're going to do a little fun and unique twist on it all. Take your leftover hot dogs.
Okay.
We're going to slice them really